Hello, and welcome to the TaBNWNE Wikipedia News Edition, Season 1 Remastered.
Our 14th episode is going to be about a famous automobile company. It's Ford. The Ford Motor Company, commonly known as Ford, is an American multinational automobile manufacturer headquartered in Dearborn, Michigan, United States.
It was founded by Henry Ford and incorporated on June 16, 1903.
The company sells automobiles and commercial vehicles under the Ford brand, and luxury cars under its Lincoln brand.
The company is listed on the New York Stock Exchange under the single-letter ticker symbol F and is controlled by the Ford family.
They have minority ownership but a plurality of the voting power. Ford introduced methods for large-scale manufacturing of cars and large-scale management of an industrial workforce using elaborately engineered manufacturing sequences typified by moving assembly lines.
By 1914, these methods were known around the world as Fordism.
Ford's former British subsidiaries Jaguar and Land Rover, acquired in 1989 and 2000, respectively, were sold to the Indian automaker Tata Motors in March 2008.
Ford owned the Swedish automaker Volvo from 1999 to 2010.
In the third quarter of 2010, Ford discontinued the Mercury brand, under which it had marketed upscale cars in the United States, Canada, Mexico, and the Middle East since 1938. Ford is the second largest American-based automaker, behind General Motors, and the sixth largest in the world, behind Toyota, Volkswagen Group, Hyundai Motor Group, Stellantis, and General Motors, based on 2022 vehicle production.
The company went public in 1956, but the Ford family, through special Class B shares, retained 40% of the voting rights.
During the 2008 to 2010 automotive industry crisis, the company struggled financially but did not have to be rescued by the federal government, unlike the other two major U.S. automakers.
Ford Motors has since returned to profitability and was the 11th ranked overall American-based company in the 2018 Fortune 500 list. Based on global revenues in 2017 of $156.7 billion.
In 2023, Ford produced 4.4 million automobiles and employed about 177,000 employees worldwide.
The company operates joint ventures in China, Chang'an Ford and Jiangling Ford, Taiwan, Ford Leo Ho, Thailand, Auto Alliance Thailand, and Turkey, Ford Otosan.
Ford owns a 32% stake in China's Jiangling Motors. The Henry Ford Company was Henry Ford's first attempt at a car manufacturing company and was established on November 3, 1901.
This became the Cadillac Motor Company on August 22, 1902, after Ford left, with rights to his name.
In 1903, the Ford Motor Company was launched in a converted factory with $28,000, equivalent to $980,000 in 2024. In cash from 12 investors, most notably John and Morris Dodge, who later founded the Dodge Brothers Motor Vehicle Company. The first president was not Ford, but local banker John Simpson Gray, who was chosen in order to assuage investor fears that Ford would leave the new company the way he had left its predecessor.
During its early years, the company produced just a few cars a day at its factory on Mack Avenue and later at its factory on Paquette Avenue in Detroit, Michigan.
Groups of 2 or 3 men worked on each car, assembling it from parts made mostly by supplier companies contracting for Ford.
Within a decade, the company led the world in the expansion and refinement of the assembly line concept, and Ford soon brought much of the part production in-house via vertical integration.
Henry Ford was 39 years old when he founded the Ford Motor Company, which became one of the world's largest and most profitable companies.
It has been in continuous family control for over 100 years and is one of the largest family-controlled companies in the world.
The first gasoline-powered automobile was created in 1885 by the German inventor Karl Benz with his Benz patent Motorwagen.
More efficient production methods were needed to make automobiles affordable for middle-class people. Ford contributed to this effort through a variety of innovations, including the introduction of the first moving assembly line in 1913 at the Ford factory in Highland Park.
Between 1903 and 1908, Ford produced the Model A, B, C, F, K, N, R, and S.
Hundreds or a few thousand of most of these were sold per year.
In 1908, Ford introduced the mass-produced Model T, which totaled millions sold over nearly 20 years.
In 1927, Ford replaced the T with a Model A, the first production car with laminated safety glass in the windshield.
Ford launched the first low-priced car with a V8 engine in 1932. In an attempt to compete with General Motors' mid-priced Pontiac, Oldsmobile, and Buick, Ford created the Mercury in 1939 as a higher-priced companion car to Ford.
Henry Ford purchased the Lincoln Motor Company in 1922 in order to compete with such brands as Cadillac and Packard for the luxury segment of the automobile market.
In 1929, Ford was contracted by the government of the Soviet Union to set up the Gorky automobile plant in Russia, initially producing Ford Model A and AAs, thereby playing an important role in the industrialization of that country and consequently the Soviet war effort during World War II.
To that end, in 1944, Stalin wrote a letter to the U.S. Chamber of Commerce stating that Henry Ford was one of the world's greatest industrialists.
During World War II, the United States Department of War picked Ford to mass-produce the consolidated B-24 Liberator bomber at its Willow Run assembly plant.
Ford Work and Ford SAF, Ford's subsidiaries in Germany and France, respectively, produced military vehicles and other equipment for Nazi Germany's war effort.
Some of Ford's operations in Germany at the time were run using forced labor. The creation of a scientific laboratory in Dearborn, Michigan, in 1951, doing unfettered basic research, led to Ford's involvement in superconductivity research.
In 1964, Ford Research Labs made a key breakthrough with the invention of a superconducting quantum interference device or SQUID.
Ford offered a lifeguard safety package from 1956, which included such innovations as a standard deep dish steering wheel, optional front, and, for the first time in a car, rear seat belts, and an optional padded dash.
Ford introduced child-proof door locks into its products in 1957 and, in the same year, offered the first retractable hardtop on a mass-produced six-seater car.
In late 1955, Ford established the Continental Division as a separate luxury car division.
This division was responsible for the manufacture and sale of the famous Continental Mark II.
At the same time, the Edsel division was created to design and market that car starting with a 1958 model year.
Due to limited sales of the Continental and the Edsel disaster, Ford merged Mercury, Edsel, and Lincoln into MEL, which reverted to Lincoln Mercury after Edsel's November 1959 demise.
The Ford Mustang was introduced on April 17, 1964, during the 1964 New York World's Fair, where Ford had a pavilion made by the Walt Disney Company.
In 1965, Ford introduced the seatbelt reminder light.
With the 1980s, Ford introduced several highly successful vehicles around the world.
During the 1980s, Ford began using the advertising slogan, "Have you driven a Ford lately?" to introduce new customers to their brand and make their vehicles appear more modern.
In 1990 and 1994, respectively, Ford also acquired Jaguar cars and Aston Martin.
During the mid to late 1990s, Ford continued to sell large numbers of vehicles in a booming American economy with a soaring stock market and low fuel prices.
With the dawn of the new century, legacy healthcare costs, higher fuel prices, and the faltering economy led to falling market shares, declining sales, and diminished profit margins.
Most of the corporate profits came from financing consumer automobile loans through Ford Motor Credit Company.
By 2005, both Ford and GM's corporate bonds had been downgraded to junk status as a result of high U.S. healthcare costs for an aging workforce, soaring gasoline prices, eroding market share, and an overdependence on declining SUV sales.
Profit margins decreased on large vehicles due to increased incentives in the form of rebates or low-interest financing to offset declining demand.
In the latter half of 2005, Chairman Bill Ford asked newly appointed Ford America's Division President Mark Fields to develop a plan to return the company to profitability.
Fields reviewed the plan, named the way forward, at the board meeting of the company on December 7, 2005, and it was unveiled to the public on January 23, 2006.
The way forward included resizing the company to match market realities, dropping some unprofitable and inefficient models, consolidating production lines, closing 14 factories and cutting 30,000 jobs. Ford moved to introduce a range of new vehicles, including crossover SUVs built on unibody car platforms, rather than more body-on-frame chassis.
In developing the hybrid electric powertrain technologies for the Ford Escape hybrid SUV, the company licensed similar Toyota hybrid technologies in order to avoid patent infringements.
Ford announced that it would team up with electricity supply company Southern California Edison SCE to examine the future of plug-in hybrids in terms of how home and vehicle energy systems will work with the electrical grid.
Under the multi-million-dollar, multi-year project, Ford is to convert a demonstration fleet of Ford Escape hybrids into plug-in hybrids. And SCE is to evaluate how the vehicles might interact with a home and the utility's electrical grid.
Some of the vehicles are to be evaluated in typical customer settings, according to Ford. William Clay Ford Jr., great-grandson of Henry Ford, and better known by his nickname, Bill, was appointed executive chairman in 1998. And also became chief executive officer of the company in 2001, with the departure of Jacques Nasser, becoming the first member of the Ford family to head the company since the retirement of his uncle, Henry Ford II, in 1982.
Ford sold Motorsport Engineering Company Cosworth to Gerald Forsyth and Kevin Cockhaven in 2004, the start of a decrease in Ford's motorsport involvement.
Upon the retirement of President and Chief Operations Officer Jim Padilla in April 2006, Bill Ford assumed his role as well.
5 months later, in September, Ford named Alan Muley as president and CEO, with Ford continuing as executive chairman.
In December 2006, the company raised its borrowing capacity to about $25 billion, placing substantially all corporate assets as collateral.
Chairman Bill Ford has stated that bankruptcy is not an option.
Ford and the United Auto Workers, representing approximately 46,000 hourly workers in North America, agreed to a historic contract settlement in November 2007, giving the company a substantial break in terms of its ongoing retiree health care costs and other economic issues.
The agreement included the establishment of a company-funded, independently run voluntary employee beneficiary association, VEBA. Trust to shift the burden of retiree health care from the company's books, thereby improving its balance sheet.
This arrangement took effect on January 1, 2010.
As a sign of its currently strong cash position, Ford contributed its entire current liability, estimated at US $5.5 billion as of December 31, 2009, to the VEBA in cash, and also prepaid US $500 million of its future liabilities to the fund.
The agreement also gave hourly workers the job security they were seeking by having the company commit to substantial investments in most of its factories. The automaker reported the largest annual loss in company history in 2006 of $12.7 billion and estimated that it would not return to profitability until 2009.
However, Ford surprised Wall Street in the second quarter of 2007 by posting a $750 million profit.
Despite the gains, the company finished the year with a $2.7 billion loss, largely attributed to finance restructuring at Volvo.
On June 2, 2008, Ford sold its Jaguar and Land Rover operations to Tata Motors for $2.3 billion.
During congressional hearings held in November 2008 at Washington, D.C., Ford's Alan Muley stated that, "We at Ford are hopeful that we have enough liquidity. But we also must prepare ourselves for the prospect of further deteriorating economic conditions."
He went on to state that the collapse of one of our competitors would have a severe impact on Ford and that Ford Motor Company supported both Chrysler and General Motors in their search for government bridge loans during the 2008 to 2010 automotive industry crisis.
Together, the three companies presented action plans for the sustainability of the industry.
Muley stated that, in addition to our plan, we are also here today to request support for the industry. In the near term, Ford does not require access to a government bridge loan. However, we request a credit line of $9 billion as a critical backstop or safeguard against worsening conditions as we drive transformational change in our company.
GM and Chrysler received government loans and financing through TARP legislation funding provisions. On December 19, the cost of credit default swaps to insure the debt afford was 68% of the sum insured for 5 years, in addition to annual payments of 5%.
That meant $6.8 million paid up front to insure $10 million in debt, in addition to payments of $500,000 per year.
In January 2009, Ford reported a $14.6 billion loss in the preceding year, a record for the company.
The company retained sufficient liquidity to fund its operations.
Through April 2009, Ford's strategy of debt for equity exchanges erased $9.9 billion in liabilities, 28% of its total, in order to leverage its cash position.
These actions yielded Ford a $2.7 billion profit in fiscal year 2009, the company's first full-year profit in 4 years.
In 2012, Ford's corporate bonds were upgraded from junk to investment grade again, citing sustainable, lasting improvements. On October 29, 2012, Ford announced the sale of its climate control components business, its last remaining automotive components operation, to Detroit Thermal Systems LLC for an undisclosed price.
On November 1, 2012, Ford announced that CEO Alan Muley would stay with the company until 2014.
Ford also named Mark Fields its President of Operations in the Americas as its new Chief Operating Officer.
Muley was paid a compensation of over $174 million in his previous 7 years at Ford, since 2006.
The generous amount has been a sore point for some workers of the company. In April 2016, Ford announced a plan to modernize its Dearborn engineering and headquarters campuses through a 10-year building project.
The result would see the number of Ford employees working in these areas doubling to 24,000.
During construction, some 2,000 of the employees were relocated out of the campus to a temporary location in a disused section of a local shopping mall.
Facilities would also be altered to allow ride-sharing and electric and self-driving vehicles.
Estimates of the construction cost were $1.2 billion. On January 3, 2017, Ford CEO Mark Fields announced that in a vote of confidence, because of the pro-business climate being fostered in part by President-elect Donald Trump, Ford had canceled plans to invest $1.6 billion in a new plant in Mexico to manufacture the Ford Focus. Instead, the company would invest $700 million in Michigan, which it planned to use to create 700 new jobs.
The Focus would now be manufactured in the existing plant in Mexico.
Also in 2017, Ford began development of a new, mixed-use urban campus in the Corktown neighborhood of Detroit, with its purchase, renovation, and occupation of the factory at Michigan and Rosa Parks.
The new site was expected to have a major focus on the development of autonomous vehicle and electric vehicle technology.
Ford later began buying up other parcels of land in Corktown, including a very high-profile purchase of Michigan Central Station, which is planned to become the hub of their Corktown campus, and the adjacent Roosevelt warehouse.
Ford expects to move 2,500 of its employees, roughly 5% of its Southeast Michigan workforce, to the campus, with space for an additional 2,500 entrepreneurs, technology companies, and partners.
Bill Ford envisioned the first-floor concourse of the train station to be a public gathering place with retail outlets and restaurants.
In February 2017, Ford Motor Company acquired majority ownership of Argo AI, a self-driving car startup.
In May 2017, Ford announced cuts to its global workforce amid efforts to address the company's declining share price and to improve profits.
The company is targeting $3 billion in cost reduction and a nearly 10% reduction in the salaried workforce in Asia and North America to enhance earnings in 2018.
Jim Hackett was announced to replace Mark Fields as CEO of Ford Motor.
Mr. Hackett most recently oversaw the formation of Ford Smart Mobility, a unit responsible for experimenting with car-sharing programs, self-driving ventures and other programs aimed at helping Ford better compete with Uber, Alphabet Incorporated and other tech giants looking to edge in on the auto industry.
On April 25, 2018, Ford announced that it would discontinue passenger cars in the North American market in the next 4 years, except for the Mustang, due to declining demand and profitability.
The Focus Active, a crossover SUV based on the newly unveiled 4th generation Focus, was also intended to be marketed in the United States.
Due to the vehicle being manufactured in China, Ford later announced that it would not release the Focus Active in the United States due to tariffs imposed by the Trump administration on Chinese exports. In March 2020, the Detroit United Auto Workers Union announced that after discussion with the leaders of General Motors, Ford, and Fiat Chrysler automobiles, the car makers would partially shut down factories on a rotating basis to mitigate the COVID-19 pandemic.
On March 24, representatives of Ford announced that production in the U.S., Canada, and Mexico would not resume on March 30 as originally planned amid the further coronavirus pandemic spread.
In the first quarter of 2020, Ford sales dropped by 15%, entailing a loss of $2 billion. With a change in the demand for the sport vehicles on January 6, 2021, Ford reported a sales fall of 9.8% in the fourth quarter, selling 542,749 vehicles, compared to 601,862 in 2019.
In April 2021, Ford said that it would provide COVID-19 vaccines for its employees who were to obtain them at the company. At the beginning, the vaccination program would be in Southeast Michigan, Missouri, and Ohio, but it was to be expanded later on to other locations.
In March 2022, Ford announced that it would restructure the company into 3 separate divisions.
Ford Model E is to focus on electric vehicles. Ford Blue is to focus on internal combustion vehicles. And the existing commercial division is to be rebranded as Ford Pro to focus on vehicle distribution and service.
In August 2022, Ford announced it planned layoffs of roughly 3,000 employees and contract workers, confirming earlier reporting.
The cuts would mostly affect divisions in the U.S., Canada, and India, which Jim Farley said would allow the company to prepare for the future of electric, software-heavy vehicles.
In February 2023, Ford announced that it was going to cut 3,800 jobs across Europe, with the job cuts mainly focusing on their German and British workforce.
Ford will be cutting 2,300 jobs from Germany, 1,300 from the United Kingdom, and an additional 200 jobs in the rest of Europe, according to the head of Ford Germany, Martin Sander.
The cuts will mainly be done to the company's engineers.
Ford also announced during the year that their electric vehicle business had lost $3 billion before taxes over the past 2 years and will lose a similar amount in 2023 as the company looks to significantly invest in electric technology.
The Ford Model E is expected to be profitable by 2026. In April 2023, United Kingdom ministers approved Ford's Blue Cruise technology.
Because of this assisted driving technology, Ford drivers can now legally take their hands off the wheel on certain roads.
Its top speed is 129 kilometers per hour, 80 miles per hour.
Blue Cruise uses sensors and cameras to regulate the car's speed and to keep track of speed limits and road signs.
It also monitors and keeps a safe distance from other vehicles.
It also comes equipped with an eye tracking system.
If the driver stops looking at the road, then the car will gradually reduce its speed.
This technology will initially be offered in Ford's 2023 model of the electric Mustang Mach-E SUV.
According to Factom Research, an automotive research company, this model is not a self-driving car.
It is classified as a Level 2 or partial automation assistance system.
This means that technology controls 2 or more driving aspects but still requires human driver control in cases of emergencies.
The driver is still legally responsible for accidents.
In August 2024, Pennsylvania State Police filed charges against the driver that killed 2 men while using Blue Cruise. In November 2024, Ford announced that it would cut 800 jobs in the UK and 2,900 in Germany to try to reduce costs. The Ford Motor Company is an American automaker, the world's 5th largest, based on worldwide vehicle sales.
Based in Dearborn, Michigan, a suburb of Detroit, it was founded by Henry Ford on June 16, 1903.
Ford Motor Company would go on to become one of the largest and most profitable companies in the world.
The largest family-controlled company in the world, the Ford Motor Company, has been in continuous family control for over 110 years.
Ford now encompasses two brands, Ford and Lincoln.
Ford once owned 5 other luxury brands, Volvo, Land Rover, Jaguar, Aston Martin, and Mercury.
Over time, those brands were sold to other companies and Mercury was discontinued. Henry Ford built his first automobile, which he called a quadricycle, at his home in Detroit in 1896.
The location has been redeveloped, where the Michigan building now stands, and the tracks for the Detroit People Mover and the Times Square People Mover station are nearby.
At the entrance to the Michigan building, there is a commemorative plaque identifying the original location of the Ford home.
The coal shed has been recreated using the original bricks at Greenfield Village in nearby Dearborn.
His initial foray into automobile manufacturing was the Detroit Automobile Company, founded in 1899.
The company foundered and in 1901 was reorganized as the Henry Ford Company.
In March 1902, after falling out with his financial backers, Ford left the company with rights to his name and $900. Henry Ford turned to an acquaintance, coal dealer Alexander Malcolmson, to help finance another automobile company.
Malcolmson put up the money to start the partnership. Ford and Malcolmson and the pair designed the car and began ordering parts.
However, by February 1903, Ford and Malcolmson had gone through more money than expected, and the manufacturing firm of John and Morris Dodge, who had made parts for Ford and Malcolmson, was demanding payment.
Malcolmson, constrained by his coal business demands, turned to his uncle John Simpson Gray, the president of the German-American Savings Bank and a good friend.
Malcolmson proposed incorporating Ford and Malcolmson to bring in new investors, and wanted Gray to join the company, thinking that Gray's name would attract other investors.
Gray was not interested at first, but Malcolmson promised he could withdraw his share at any time, so Gray reluctantly agreed.
On the strength of Gray's name, Malcolmson recruited other business acquaintances to invest, including local merchants Albert Strollo and Vernon Fry, lawyers John Anderson and Morris Rackham, Charles T. Bennett of the Daisy Air Rifle Company, and his own clerk James Cousins.
Malcolmson also convinced the Dodges to accept stock in lieu of payment.
On June 16, 1903, the Ford Motor Company was incorporated, with 12 investors owning a total of 1,000 shares.
Ford and Malcolmson together retained 51% of the new company in exchange for their earlier investments.
When the total stock ownership was tabulated, shares in the company were Henry Ford, 255 shares, Alexander Malcolmson, 255 shares, John Simpson Gray, 105 shares, John W. Anderson, 50 shares, Horace Rackham, 50 shares, Horace Elgin Dodge, 50 shares, John Francis Dodge, 50 shares, Charles T. Bennett, 50 shares, Vernon C. Fry, 50 shares, Albert Strollo, 50 shares, James Cousins, 25 shares, and Charles J. Woodall, 10 shares. At the first stockholder meeting on June 18, Gray was elected president, Ford vice president, and James Cousins secretary.
Despite Gray's misgivings, the Ford Motor Company was immediately profitable, with profits by October 1, 1903, of almost $37,000.
A dividend of 10% was paid that October, an additional dividend of 20% at the beginning of 1904, and another 68% in June 1904.
Two dividends of 100% each in June and July 1905 brought the total investor profits to nearly 300% in just over 2 years. 1905 total profits were almost $300,000.
However, there were internal frictions in the company that Gray was nominally in charge of.
Most of the investors, both Malcolmson and Gray included, had their own businesses to attend to. Only Ford and Cousins worked full-time at the company.
The issue came to a head when the principal stockholders, Ford and Malcolmson, quarreled over the future direction of the company.
Gray sided with Ford.
By early 1906, Malcolmson was effectively frozen out of the Ford Motor Company, and in May sold his shares to Henry Ford.
John Simpson Gray died unexpectedly in 1906, and his position as Ford's president was taken over by Ford himself soon afterward.
Ford was subject to lawsuits or threats from the Association of Licensed Automobile Manufacturers early in its history.
The association claimed patent rights to most gasoline-powered automobiles.
After several years of legal wrangling, the association eventually dropped its case against Ford in 1911. During its early years, the company produced a range of vehicles designated chronologically from the Ford Model A 1903 to the Model K and Model S, Ford's last right-hand steering model of 1907.
The K, Ford's first six-cylinder model, was known as the Gentleman's Roadster and the Silent Cyclone, and sold for US $2,800. By contrast, around that time, the MG40 was priced at US $2,000, the Colt Runabout US $1,500, the high-volume Oldsmobile Runabout US $650. Western's Gale model US $500, and the success hit the amazingly low US $250.
In 1908, Henry Ford introduced the Model T.
Earlier models were produced at a rate of only a few a day at a rented factory on Mack Avenue in Detroit, Michigan, and later at the Paquette Avenue plant, the first company-owned factory, with groups of 2 or 3 men working on each car, from components made to order by other companies, what would come to be called an assembled car.
The first Model Ts were built at the Paquette Avenue plant, and in the car's first full year of production, 1909, just over 10,000 Model Ts were built.
As demand for the car grew, the company moved production to the much larger Highland Park plant in 1910.
In 1911, 69,762 Model Ts were produced, with 170,211 in 1912.
By 1913, the company had developed all of the basic techniques of the assembly line and mass production.
Ford introduced the world's first moving assembly line that year, which reduced chassis assembly time from 12.5 hours in October to 2 hours 40 minutes, and ultimately 1 hour 33 minutes, and boosted annual output to 202,667 units that year.
Whoa! After Ford had promised profit sharing if sales hit 300,000 between August 1914 and August 1915. Sales in 1914 reached 308,162 and 501,462 in 1915. By 1920, production would exceed 1 million a year.
These innovations were hard on employees, and turnover of workers was very high, while increased productivity reduced labor demand.
turnover meant delays and extra costs of training and use of slow workers.
In January 1914, Ford solved the employee turnover problem by doubling pay to $5 a day, cutting shifts from 9 hours to an 8-hour day for a 5-day work week, which also increased sales. A line worker could buy a tea with less than 4 months' pay, and instituting hiring practices that identify the best workers, including disabled people, considered unemployable by other firms.
Employee turnover plunged, productivity soared, and with it, the cost per vehicle plummeted.
Ford cut prices again and again and invented the system of franchise dealers who were loyal to his brand name.
Wall Street had criticized Ford's generous labor practices when he began paying workers enough to buy the products they made.
While Ford attained international status in 1904 with the founding of Ford of Canada, it was in 1911 the company began to rapidly expand overseas with the opening of assembly plants in Ireland, 1917, England and France, followed by Denmark, 1923, Germany, 1925, Austria, 1925, and Argentina, 1925.
A factory was opened in Japan, 1925, at Yokohama, and also in South Africa, 1924, and Australia, 1925. As subsidiaries of Ford of Canada due to preferential tariff rules for Commonwealth countries.
By the end of 1919, Ford was producing 50% of all cars in the United States and 40% of all British ones. By 1920, half of all cars in the U.S. were Model Ts.
The low price also killed the cycle car in the U.S.
The assembly line transformed the industry. Soon, companies without it risked bankruptcy.
Of 200 U.S. car makers in 1920, only 17 were left in 1940.
It also transformed technology.
Henry Ford is reported to have said, "Any customer can have a car painted any color that he wants so long as it is black."
Before the assembly line, Ts had been available in a variety of colors, including red, blue, and green, but not black.
Now, paint had become a production bottleneck. Only Japan Black dried quickly enough, and not until Duco Lacquer appeared in 1926 would other colors reappear on the T.
In 1915, Henry Ford went on a peace mission to Europe aboard a ship, joining other pacifists in efforts to stop World War I.
This led to an increase in his personal popularity.
Ford would subsequently go on to support the war effort with a Model T becoming the underpinnings for Allied military vehicles, like the Ford 3-ton M1918 tank and the 1916 ambulance. By 1916, the company had accumulated a capital surplus of $60 million, but Henry Ford declared that he intended to end special dividends for shareholders in favor of massive investments in new plants, including the River Rouge plant, allowing Ford to dramatically increase production and the number of people employed at his plants, at the same time as cutting the prices of his cars.
The Dodge brothers, John Francis Dodge and Morris Elgin Dodge, the largest non-family shareholders with 10% of the company, objected and took Ford to court in 1917 in an often-cited case, Dodge v. Ford Motor Company.
The judge found in their favor, requiring a $19 million special dividend.
The decision was then upheld in the 1919 appeal to the Michigan Supreme Court, which stated that
A business corporation is organized and carried on primarily for the profit of the stockholders. The powers of the directors are to be employed for that end. The discretion of directors is to be exercised in the choice of means to attain that end and does not extend to a change in the end itself, to the reduction of profits, or to the non-distribution of profits among stockholders in order to devote them to other purposes.
In response, Henry Ford determined to buy out the remaining shareholders.
To encourage this, he threatened to leave and set up a rival company, offering to buy out the minority shareholders at varying prices.
He gained complete control in July 1919 at a cost of $125 million, made up of $106 million of the stock and $19 million in court-ordered dividend. Financed with a $75 million loan from two Eastern banks.
The Dodge brothers received $25 million.
At this time, Edsel Ford also succeeded his father as president of the company, although Henry still kept a hand in management. While prices were kept low through highly efficient engineering, the company neglected consumer demand for improved vehicles.
So, while four-wheel brakes were invented by Earl Johnson and were used on the 1909 Archel, they did not appear on a Ford until 1927, only a year before Chevrolet.
Ford steadily lost market share to GM and Chrysler as these and other domestic and foreign competitors began offering fresher automobiles with more innovative features and luxury options.
GM had a range of models, from relatively cheap to luxury, tapping all price points in the spectrum, while less wealthy people purchased used Model Ts.
The competitors also opened up new markets by extending credit for purchases, so consumers could buy these expensive automobiles with monthly payments.
Ford initially resisted this approach, insisting such debts would ultimately hurt the consumer and the general economy.
Ford eventually relented and started offering the same terms in December 1927, when Ford unveiled the redesigned Model A and retired the Model T after producing 15 million units.
An early version of the Ford script in the oval badge was first used on the 1928 Model A. The Ford script had been created in 1903 by Child Harold Wilson and the oval trademark in 1907.
On February 4, 1922, Ford expanded its reach into the luxury auto market through its acquisition of the Lincoln Motor Company from Henry Martin Leland, who had founded and named the company in 1917 for Abraham Lincoln, whom Henry Leland admired.
The Mercury division was established later in 1938 to serve the mid-price auto market between the Ford and Lincoln brands.
Ford Motor Company dedicated the largest museum of American history in 1929, the Henry Ford.
Henry Ford would go on to acquire Abraham Lincoln's chair, which he was assassinated in, from the owners of Ford's Theater.
Abraham Lincoln's chair would be displayed along with John Fitzgerald Kennedy's Lincoln presidential limousine in the Henry Ford Museum in Greenfield Village in Dearborn, known today as the Henry Ford.
Kennedy's limousine was leased to the White House by Ford.
In 1928, Henry Ford negotiated a deal with the government of Brazil for a plot of land in the Amazon rainforest.
There, Ford attempted to cultivate rubber for use in the company's automobiles.
After considerable labor unrest, social experimentation, failure to produce rubber, and the invention of synthetic rubber, the settlement was sold in 1945 and abandoned. During the Great Depression in the United States, Ford, in common with other manufacturers, responded to the collapse in motor sales by reducing the scale of their operations and laying off workers.
By 1932, the unemployment rate in Detroit had risen to 30% with thousands of families facing real hardship.
Although Ford did assist a small number of distressed families with loans and parcels of land to work, the majority of the thousands of unskilled workers who were laid off were left to cope on their own.
However, Henry Ford angered many by making public statements that the unemployed should do more to find work for themselves.
This led to Detroit's Unemployed Council organizing the Ford Hunger March.
On March 7, 1932, some 3,000 to 5,000 unemployed workers assembled in West Detroit to march on Ford's River Rouge plant to deliver a petition demanding more support.
As the march moved up Miller Road and approached Gate 3, the protest turned ugly.
The police fired tear gas into the crowd and fire trucks were used to soak the protesters with icy water.
When the protesters responded by throwing rocks, the violence escalated rapidly and culminated in the police and plant security guards firing live rounds through the gates of the plant at the unarmed protesters.
4 men were killed outright and a 5th died later in the hospital.
Up to 60 more were seriously injured. In May 1929, the Soviet Union signed an agreement with the Ford Motor Company.
Under its terms, the Soviets agreed to purchase $13 million worth of automobiles and parts, while Ford agreed to give technical assistance until 1938 to construct an integrated automobile manufacturing plant at Nizhny Novgorod.
Many American engineers and skilled auto workers moved to the Soviet Union to work on the plant's next production lines, which was named Gorkovsky TaBNWNE Gas or Gorky Automotive Plant in 1932.
A few American workers stayed on after the plant's completion and eventually became victims of Stalin's Great Terror, either shot or exiled to Soviet gulags.
In 1933, the Soviets completed construction on a production line for the Ford Model A passenger car called the Gaz A and the light truck, the Gaz AA or AA.
Both these Ford models were immediately adopted for military use.
By the late 1930s, production at Gorky was 80,000 to 90,000 Russian Ford vehicles per year.
With its original Ford designed vehicles supplemented by imports and domestic copies of imported equipment, the Gorky operations eventually produced a range of automobiles, trucks, and military vehicles.
Ford's assistance in establishing automobile production played a significant role in the victory of the Soviet Union in World War II in 1944. Stalin wrote a letter to the U.S. Chamber of Commerce stating that Henry Ford was one of the world's greatest industrialists. During the first 27 months of World War II, when the U.S. was neutral, to December 1941, Ford was hesitant to participate in the Allied military effort.
Ford insisted that peaceful trade was the best way to avoid war.
Ford had a subsidiary in Germany.
In 1936, a Ford executive visiting Germany was informed by a Nazi official that Ford's Cologne plant manager was a Jew. He had one grandparent who was Jewish, prompting discussions at Ford offices in both Germany and the U.S.
Heinrich Albert, Ford's Germany-U.S. liaison, insisted that the manager be fired.
The manager was replaced by Robert Schmidt, who would play an important role in Germany's war effort.
Henry Ford had said war was a waste of time and did not want to profit from it.
He was concerned the Nazis during the 1930s might nationalize Ford factories in Germany.
Ford nevertheless established a close collaboration with Germany's Nazi government before the war, so close, in fact, that Ford received, in July 1938, the Grand Cross of the German Eagle Medal from the regime.
Ford's outspoken anti-Semitism, including his newspaper, the Dearborn Independent, which published the Protocols of the Elders of Zion, also lent credence to the view that he sympathized with the Nazis.
In the spring of 1939, the Nazi government assumed day-to-day control of many foreign-owned factories in Germany.
However, Ford's Dearborn headquarters continued to maintain a 52% ownership over its German factories, but with no voice or control or financial reward.
Ford factories contributed significantly to the buildup of Germany's armed forces.
Ford negotiated a resource-sharing agreement that allowed the German military to access scarce supplies, particularly rubber.
During this same period, Ford was hesitant to participate in the Allied military effort.
In June 1940, after France had fallen to the Wehrmacht, Henry Ford personally vetoed a plan to build airplane engines for the Allies.
The company enthusiastically supported the war effort after Pearl Harbor, making it a major component of the arsenal of democracy that President Roosevelt had promised would mobilize industrial resources to win the war.
Henry, aged 76 and early senile, played a minor role even though he had 55% ownership of the company's stock.
His son Edsel Ford, the company president and owner of 42% of the stock, had never been a pacifist like his father and now made all the decisions. The company produced 390,000 tanks and trucks, 27,000 engines, 270,000 jeeps, over 8,000 B-24 Liberators, and hundreds of thousands of parts, gun mounts, and machine tools for the war effort.
It ranked third among corporations in the value of wartime production contracts.
The company's new Willow Run factory was designed for the production of B-24 bombers, although the production line was initially characterized by bungling and incompetence.
Ford's efforts benefited the Allies as well as the Axis.
After Bentham invented the Jeep, the U.S. War Department handed production over to Ford and Willys. The U.S. Treasury Department investigated Ford for alleged collaboration with German-run Ford plants in occupied France, but did not find conclusive evidence.
By 1998, Ford's business dealings with Nazi Germany and alleged profiteering from Nazi Germany became the subject of lawsuits.
After the war, Schmidt and other Nazi-era managers kept their jobs with Ford's German division.
In the United Kingdom, Ford built a new factory in Trafford Park, Manchester during WW2 where over 34,000 Rolls-Royce Merlin Aero engines were completed by a workforce trained from scratch.
In 1943, a despondent Edsel Ford died of stomach cancer.
Henry decided then to resume direct control of the company, but this proved a very poor idea as he was 78 years old and suffering from heart problems and atherosclerosis.
His mental state was also questionable, and there was a very real possibility that the company would collapse if he died or became incapacitated.
The Roosevelt administration had a contingency plan in place to nationalize Ford if need be so that they wouldn't lose vital military production.
At this point, Ford's wife and daughter-in-law intervened and demanded that he turn control over to his grandson Henry Ford too.
They threatened to sell off their stock, amounting to half the company's total shares, if he refused.
Henry was infuriated, but there was nothing he could do, and so he gave in.
When Henry II, who came to be called affectionately Hank the Deuce, assumed command, the company was losing US $9 million a month and in financial chaos.
Henry Ford died of a brain hemorrhage on April 7, 1947.
Mourners passed by at a rate of 5,000 each hour at the public viewing on Wednesday of that week at Greenfield Village in Dearborn.
The funeral service for Henry Ford was held at the Cathedral Church of St. Paul in Detroit on Thursday, April 9, 1947.
At the funeral service, 20,000 people stood outside St. Paul's Cathedral in the rain with 600 inside. While the funeral had attracted national attention as an estimated 7 million people had mourned his death, according to A&E biography.
Ernest Robert Breach, head of Bendix Aviation, was hired in 1946 and became first executive vice president, then board chairman in 1955.
Henry II served as president from 1945 to 1960 and as chairman and CEO from 1960 to 1980.
In 1956, Ford became a publicly traded corporation.
The Ford family maintains about 40% controlling interest in the company through a series of special Class B preferred stocks.
Also in 1956, following its emphasis on safety improvements in new models, Motor Trend awarded the company its Car of the Year award. In 1946, Robert McNamara joined Ford as manager of planning and financial analysis.
Ford's recruitment process was designed to identify and sort out potential homosexual applicants.
McNamara was amused by the following question in his psychological testing: what would you rather be, a florist or a coal miner?
Robert McNamara advanced rapidly through a series of top-level management positions to the presidency of Ford on 9 November 1960, one day after John Fitzgerald Kennedy's election.
The first company head selected outside the Ford family, McNamara had gained the favor of Henry Ford II and had aided in Ford's expansion and success in the post-war period.
Less than 5 weeks after becoming president at Ford, he accepted Kennedy's invitation to join his cabinet as Secretary of Defense.
Ford introduced the iconic Thunderbird in 1955 and the Edsel brand automobile line in 1958, following a US $250 million research and marketing campaign which had failed to ask questions crucial for the marque's success.
The Edsel was cancelled after less than 27 months in the marketplace in November 1960.
The corporation bounced back from the failure of the Edsel by introducing its compact Falcon in 1960 and the Mustang in 1964.
By 1967, Ford of Europe was established.
Lee Iacocca was involved with the design of several successful Ford automobiles, most notably the Mustang.
He was also the moving force, as one court put it, behind the notorious Pinto.
He promoted other ideas which did not reach the marketplace as Ford products.
Eventually, he became the president of the company, but clashed with Bunky Knudsen as well as Henry too, and ultimately, on July 13, 1978, he was fired by Henry Ford too, despite the company's having earned a $2.2 billion profit for the year.
Chrysler soon hired Ikaka, which he returned to profitability during the 1980s. In 1942, Ilsa Ivanova, who was then 16 years old and a resident of Rostov, in the Soviet Union, and many other citizens of countries that were occupied by the Wehrmacht were transported in cattle cars to the western part of Germany, where they were displayed to visiting businessmen.
From there, Ivanova and others were forced to become slave laborers for Ford's German subsidiary, which had become separated from the Dearborn headquarters as a result of the U.S. declaration of war.
On March 4, 1998, 53 years after she was liberated from the German Ford plant, Ilsa Ivanova demanded justice, filing a class action lawsuit in U.S. District Court against the Ford Motor Company.
In court, Ford admitted that Ivanova and many others like her were forced to endure a sad and terrible experience. Ford, however, moved to have the suit dismissed on the grounds that it would be best redressed on a nation-to-nation, government-to-government basis.
In 1999, the court dismissed Ivanova's suit.
At about the same time, a number of German companies, including GM subsidiary Opel, agreed to contribute $5.1 billion to a fund to compensate the surviving slave laborers.
After being the subject of much adverse publicity, Ford, in March 2000, agreed to contribute $13 million to the compensation fund. In 1979, Philip Caldwell became chairman, succeeded in 1985 by Donald Peterson.
Harold Cohen served as chairman and CEO from 1990 to 1993.
Alex Trotman was chairman and CEO from 1993 to 1998, and Chuck Nasser served at the helm from 1999 to 2001.
Henry Ford's great-grandson, William Clay Ford Jr., is the company's current chairman of the board and was CEO until September 5, 2006, when he named Alan Muley from Boeing as his successor.
In April 2000, the Ford Motor Company announced its recapitalization plan, distributing about half of its $24 billion cash forward and paying a $10 billion special dividend, and the issuance of additional stock to the Ford family to provide more flexibility for the Ford family in terms of estate planning.
In 2000, Ford's cash hoard was the largest of any company in the world.
As of 2006, the Ford family owned about 5% of company shares outstanding. In December 2006, Ford announced it would mortgage all assets, including factories and equipment, office property, intellectual property, patents and blue oval trademarks, and its stakes in subsidiaries, to raise $23.4 billion in cash.
Whoa!
The secured credit line was expected to finance product development during the restructuring through 2009, as the company expected to burn through $17 billion in cash before turning a profit.
The action was unprecedented in the company's 103-year history.
At the end of 2012, Ford Motor Company's cash balance was $22.9 billion and was listed as 10 on the list of U.S. non-financial corporation sector's top 10 cash kings by Moody's Investors Service in their March 2013 annual report on global credit research.
General corporate timeline. 1896, Henry Ford built his first vehicle, the quadricycle, on a buggy frame with 4 bicycle wheels.
1898, Ford creates the Detroit Automobile Company. 2.5 years later it is dissolved.
1901, Ford wins high-profile car race in Grosse Pointe, Michigan.
The Henry Ford Company is incorporated but discontinued the following year only, to be reinvigorated by Henry Leland as the Cadillac Motor Company. 1903, Ford Motor Company, incorporated with 11 original investors.
The Model A Ford Mobile is introduced. 1,708 cars are produced. 1904, Ford Motor Company of Canada, incorporated in Walkerville, Ontario.
Henry Ford teams up with Harvey Firestone of Firestone Tires. 1906, Ford becomes the top-selling brand in the U.S. with 8,729 cars produced.
1908, Model T is introduced.
15 million are produced through 1927. 1909, Ford Motor Company, England, established, otherwise referred to as Ford of Britain.
1911, Ford opens first factory outside North America in Manchester, England.
1913, the moving assembly line is introduced at Highland Park Assembly Plant, making Model T production 8 times faster.
Ford opens second world branch in Argentina at Ford Motor Argentina. 1914, Ford introduces $5, $157, adjusted for inflation, wage for a workday, double the existing rate.
1916, Société Française d'Automobiles Ford, incorporated in Bordeaux, France, by Percival Perry, the head of Ford of Britain.
1918, construction of the Rouge Assembly Complex begins.
1919, Edsel Ford succeeds Henry as company president.
1920, Ford temporarily shuts down due to low sales.
After removing unnecessary administrative expenses and waste, Ford reopens. 1921, Ford production exceeds 1 million cars per year, nearly 10 times more than Chevrolet, the next biggest selling brand.
1922, Ford purchases Lincoln Motor Company for US $8 million, $150 million, adjusted for inflation.
1925, Ford introduces Ford Tri-Motor Airplane for airline services, and the factory was built in Yokohama, Japan in February.
1926, Ford Australia is founded in Geelong, Victoria, Australia.
1927, Model T production ends. Ford introduces the next generation Model A from the Rouge Complex.
1929, Ford regains production crown, with annual production peaking at 1.5 million cars.
1931, Ford and Chevy brands begin to alternate as U.S. production leaders in battle for automobile sales during the Great Depression.
1932, Ford introduces the one-piece cast V8 block.
It makes the Model 18 the first low-priced V8 powered car.
In London Royal Albert Hall, the Model 19, or as it was marketed Model Y, are introduced February 19.
The first of a long line of small European Fords. 1936, Lincoln Zephyr is introduced.
1938, the German consul at Cleveland awards Henry Ford the Grand Cross of the German Eagle, the highest medal Nazi Germany could bestow on a foreigner.
1939, Mercury Division is formed to fill the gap between economical Fords and luxury Lincolns.
Operated as a division at Ford until 1945. 1941, the Lincoln Continental is introduced.
Ford begins building general-purpose Jeep for the military.
First labor agreement with UAWCIO covers North American employees.
1942, production of civilian vehicles halted, diverting factory capacity to producing B-24 Liberator bombers, tanks, and other products for the war effort.
1943, Edsel Ford dies of cancer at the age of 49. Henry Ford resumes presidency.
1945, Henry Ford II becomes president.
1945, Lincoln and Mercury are combined into a single division.
1946, Ford sues the Allies for damages done to factories in Dresden during the infamous bombing and wins compensation.
1946, the Whiz Kids, former U.S. Army Air Force officers, are hired to revitalize the company.
Automobile production resumes. 1947, Henry Ford dies of cerebral hemorrhage at the age of 83. Henry Ford II becomes new chairman.
1948, F1 truck introduced.
Lincoln Continental is introduced. 1949, the 49 Ford introduces all new post-war era cars.
The Woody station wagon is introduced. 1953, Ford Canada headquarters and car plant opens in Oakville, Ontario.
1953, the company celebrated its 50th anniversary by purchasing 2 hours of prime time on the CBS and NBC networks for the Ford 50th anniversary show that attracted an audience of 60 million.
1954, Thunderbird sports car introduced.
The Thunderbird was marketed as a personal car.
Ford begins crash testing and opens Arizona proving grounds.
1956, Ford World Headquarters dedicated September 26, 1956.
1956, $10,000, $117,088, adjusted for inflation, Lincoln Continental Mark II introduced.
Ford goes public with common stock shares.
Ford's emphasis on safety with its lifeguard option package, including seatbelts and dash padding, earns the company Motor Trend's Car of the Year award.
1957, Ford launches the Edsel brand of automobiles in the fall of 1957 as 1958 models.
Ford is top-selling brand with 1.68 million automobiles produced. 1957, second-generation Thunderbird introduced.
The second-generation Thunderbird was the first high-volume, personal luxury car. 1959, Ford Credit Corporation formed to provide automotive financing.
1959, Ford withdraws the 1960 Model Edsels from the market in November 1959.
1960, Ford Galaxy and compact Ford Falcon introduced.
1960, Robert McNamara is appointed president of Ford by Chairman Henry Ford II.
1960, Ford President Robert McNamara appointed Secretary of Defense by President-elect John Fitzgerald Kennedy.
1962, Ford of Britain launched its first generation of the Ford Cortina.
It would dominate the mid-size family segment in Europe for the next 20 years. 1964, Ford Mustang introduced.
The Mustang was one of the cars that started the Tony car class.
Ford GT40 challenges Ferrari and Porsche at Le Mans.
1965, Ford brand US sales exceed 2 million units.
Ford of Germany and Ford of Britain jointly launched the first generation Ford Transit range of panel vans. 1965, Ford Galaxy 500 Ltd debuts, advertised as quieter than a Rolls-Royce.
1966, Ford Bronco Sport utility vehicle introduced.
1967, Ford of Europe is established by merging the operations of Ford of Britain and Ford of Germany.
1967, Ford opens Talbotville car plant in St. Thomas, Ontario.
1968, Lincoln Mark Series is introduced as the company's first personal luxury car to compete with a Cadillac Eldorado.
Ford of Europe launched its first generation Ford Escort. 1970, Ford Maverick car introduced.
Ford establishes Asia Pacific operations.
Ford of Europe launches the third generation Cortina/Taunus, merging the two previously independent product lines under a common platform.
Saarlouis assembly plant in Germany opens. 1972, retractable seatbelts introduced.
Project Bobcat, Ford's largest single vehicle, Project to-date, is initiated to develop the company's first front-wheel drive, compact hatchback model.
Will emerge as the Fiesta in 1976.
1973, Ford U.S. brand sales reaches an all-time high of 2.35 million vehicles produced.
1974, Ford Mustang II debuts as a smaller, more economical pony car.
Ford of Europe launches second generation Capri, is again sold under the Mercury brand in North American markets. 1975, Ford Granada and Mercury Monarch introduced. Production of the Maverick dropped in 1975, with the release of the Granada as a more European-style luxury compact.
Ford of Europe launches the second generation Escort. 1976, Ford of Europe formally launches the first generation Ford Fiesta, and later that year the fourth generation Cortina/Taunus.
Opening of the Valencia assembly plant in Spain. 1977, Ford of Europe launches the second generation Granada.
1978, Ford Motor Company celebrates 75th anniversary.
Continental Mark V and Thunderbird available with Diamond Jubilee Edition packages.
Fiesta is imported from Europe as an entry into the economy segment.
1979, Ford acquires 25% stake in Mazda.
Ford becomes the final American automaker to introduce downsized full-size cars with radically smaller Panther platform. 1980, Ford of Europe launches the third generation Escort. It is voted European Car of the Year for 1981.
1981, the Lincoln Town Car and Ford Escort are introduced.
Fiesta discontinued in North America. 1982, Ford of Europe introduced the Ford Sierra and in production of the stalwart Cortina/Thomas after 20 years and 4 generations.
1983, Ford launches a redesigned Aero design Thunderbird.
In a model shift, the Granada is discontinued in North America, replaced by a facelifted model rebranded as the LTD.
All full-size models are now LTD Crown Victorious/Country Squires.
1984, Ford Tempo and Mercury Topaz are introduced, replacing the Ford Fairmont/Mercury Zephyr.
1985, Ford Scorpio launched by Ford of Europe.
Replaces Granada as its full-size offering and is voted European Car of the Year for 1986, Ford's second COTY win in the 1980s.
Mercury brand launched to market the Sierra and Scorpio models in North America.
Purchases First Nationwide Financial Corporation a savings and loan for $493 million in cash.
Ford Taurus introduced with dramatic Aero design styling along with Ford Aerostar minivan.
Taurus is one of Ford's best-selling models, with 7 million units sold, ranks among the 4th best-selling car in Ford's history, behind only the F-150, Model T and Mustang. 1986, Ford of Europe launches the second generation of the Transit van family.
Ford Capri ceases production. 1987, Ford acquires Aston Martin Lagonda and Hertz Rent-A-Car.
Henry Ford II dies at age 70. 1988, Ford Festiva, built in Korea by Kia, is introduced.
1989, Ford acquires Jaguar.
Mazda MX-5 Miata is unveiled.
Third generation Fiesta is launched in Europe and establishes itself as the fastest selling generation of Fiesta to date, 1 million units in less than 2 years.
Acquires Associates First Capital Corporation, a finance company from Gulf and Western Industries.
In 1998, it is spun off to Ford shareholders.
1990, Ford Aerostar is Motor Trend's Truck of the Year, while Lincoln Town Car is Motor Trend's Car of the Year.
Mercury brand of automobiles production discontinued.
Ford of Europe launches 4th generation Escort.
1991, Ford Explorer is introduced, turning the traditionally rural recreational SUV into a popular family vehicle.
1992, Ford Aerostar and Ford Taurus/Mercury Sable are redesigned. Ford Taurus becomes America's top-selling car, displacing the Honda Accord.
Ford of Europe announces first-generation Ford Mondeo, the first product of the global TaBNWNE platform. 1992, redesigned Ford Crown Victoria and Mercury Grand Marquis launched, the first new full-size sedans in 13 years. Ford Country Squire/Mercury Colony Park Station Wagon discontinued.
1993, Ford launches Mondeo in Europe and announces its North American derivatives, the Ford Contour and Mercury Mystique.
1994, Ford Tempo and Mercury Topaz are discontinued, replaced by Ford Contour and Mercury Mystique.
1994, Ford Aspire replaces Festiva, becoming the first car in its class to offer standard dual airbags and optional four-wheel ABS.
After large losses, First Nationwide was sold for $1.1 billion to First Madison Bank, which merged while keeping the First Nationwide name. 1995, Ford's first front-wheel drive V8 sedan is introduced, the 4.6-liter V8, powered Lincoln Continental.
Ford of Europe launches fourth-generation Fiesta.
New front-wheel drive Ford Windstar minivan is introduced.
Aerostar remains in production.
Redesigned Ford Explorer released, now with standard safety features such as dual airbags, four-wheel ABS as standard equipment.
1996, Ford certifies all plants in 26 countries to ISO 9000 quality and ISO 14001 environmental standards.
The V12, powered Jaguar XJS is discontinued.
Controversially redesigned, Avoid, Ford Taurus and Mercury Sable are introduced.
Discontinuation of Chevrolet Caprice leaves full-size fleet market to Ford Crown Victoria.
Ford increases investment stake in a troubled Mazda corporation to a controlling interest of 33.4%.
1997, full-size four-door SUV Ford Expedition introduced to replace the Ford Bronco.
Mercury Mountaineer introduced.
Redesigned Ford Escort and Mercury Tracer also introduced.
Ford Aerostar production ends, along with Ford Probe, Ford Thunderbird, Mercury Cougar, Mazda MX-6, and Ford Aspire, without immediate replacement.
Sculpted redesign of Ford's top-selling F-150 pickup overcomes controversy to set sales records.
1998, Lincoln Navigator introduced.
Mark 8 is in its final year, introduces HID headlamps, midway through model year 1996. 1998, the Focus replaces the Asian Escort in Europe and quickly becomes one of the best-selling cars of the segment.
Is launched in North America for the 2000 model year. 1999, Ford acquires Volvo car division from Volvo.
Bill Ford becomes chairman of the board, replacing Jacques Nasser.
A smaller sporty Mercury Cougar is reintroduced with front-wheel drive.
Jaguar Racing Formula One team is formed, with Jackie Stewart at the helm.
Ford splits its full-sized pickups into two distinct models, the first to do so, with the introduction of the Ford F-Series Super Duty F-250 to F-550.
Ford Excursion, based on Super Duty, is introduced, and has the distinction of being the largest SUV sold anywhere. 2000, Ford purchases Land Rover brand from BMW.
Lincoln LS and Jaguar S-Type are introduced, along with a refreshed Ford Taurus and Mercury Sable.
The Lincoln LS becomes the 2000 Motor Trend Car of the Year.
Escort is discontinued in Europe.
Third-generation Transit platform is launched in Europe.
2001, retro-style Ford Thunderbird is introduced, based on the Lincoln LS/Jaguar S-Type TaBNWNE platform, and is also named Motor Trend Car of the Year for 2002.
2002 fifth generation Fiesta is launched by Ford of Europe.
2002 Lincoln Continental is discontinued after a roughly 50-year run.
Jaguar X-Type is introduced. First AWD Jaguar.
Escort van production ends in Europe, marking the end of the Escort name after a 24-year production run.
Ford Transit Connect production begins at Ford Oxen in Turkey. 2003 Ford Motor Company's 100th anniversary.
The Ford GT is released, along with limited centennial editions of some Ford vehicles. 2004 Jaguar Racing Team sold to Red Bull GmbH.
Ranger sales decline, losing the title as top-selling compact pickup.
The Ford Escape Hybrid, the first gasoline-electric hybrid SUV, is introduced.
Major redesign of the Ford F-150 and introduction of a Lincoln Mark LT.
Ford Freestar and Mercury Monterey minivans are introduced, replacing the Ford Windstar and Mercury Villager.
2005 Ford Mustang, redesigned with retro style and reminiscent of the 1960s models.
The Ford 500, Mercury Montego, and Ford Freestar are introduced.
Mercury Sable production ends, and Ford Taurus production is limited to rental car, taxi, and other fleet sales.
2006 Ford Taurus ends production after a 20-year run.
Ford Fusion, Mercury Milan, and Lincoln Zephyr introduced.
Ford announces major restructuring program The Way Forward, which includes plans to shut unprofitable factories.
Bill Ford steps down as CEO, remains as executive chairman.
Alan Mule elected president and CEO.
Ford Freestar and Mercury Monterey minivans are discontinued without replacement.
Ford mortgages all assets to raise $23.4 billion cash in secured credit lines in order to finance product development during restructuring through 2009.
According to J.D. Power and Associates quality surveys, the Ford Fusion is rated higher in quality than its chief rivals, the Toyota Camry and Honda Accord. 2007, Ford sells Aston Martin to a British consortium led by ProDrive chairman David Richards and announces plans to sell Jaguar and Land Rover.
Ford reports losses of $12.7 billion for 2006.
Ford Edge and Lincoln MKX introduced.
The Lincoln Zephyr is replaced with a Lincoln MKZ.
A redesigned Ford Expedition, including the longer wheelbase EL version and Lincoln Navigator, are introduced.
Ford unveils the Ford Interceptor and Lincoln MKR concept cars, and the pre-production Lincoln MKS is introduced.
The Ford 500, Ford Freestyle and Mercury Montego nameplates are dropped and replaced with a previously retired Ford Taurus, Ford Taurus X, and Mercury Sable nameplates.
2008, Ford sells Jaguar and Land Rover to Tata Motors.
2008, Ford of Europe launches 6th generation Fiesta, based on the Verve concept car.
2009, Ford announces that it will leverage more of its European lineup for the North American market.
The Turkish Transit Connect subcompact camo van is the first exponent of this strategy, followed by the 6th generation Ford Fiesta subcompact. 2010 Ford sells Volvo cars to Geely Automobile.
Third generation Ford Focus unveiled. As with a first generation car, it will return to using a single platform for all markets. Will be released in North America as a 2012 model. 2011 Mercury production ends. The last vehicle is a Grand Marquis.
Lincoln Town Car is discontinued.
Ford Focus Electric unveiled.
Ford announces that they will sell 8 million vehicles globally by 2015. 2011 Ford Ranger discontinued for North America, redesigned global version launched.
2012 fourth generation Mondeo/Fusion reviewed at the Detroit Motor Show. Thus reuniting Ford's mid-size platform for Europe and North America for the first time since the CDW27 first generation Mondeo/Contour/Mystique of 1994.
Ford Crown Victoria, sold only for export in 2012, is discontinued. 2013, 4th generation Transit/Tourneo launched, along with a 2nd generation Transit Connect, and the refreshed Fiesta is revealed.
2014, the Ford Mustang celebrates 50 years of production with a launch of its 6th generation.
The 2015 F-150 is launched, featuring an aluminum-intensive body design. 2017, Ford of Europe launches 7th generation Fiesta.
And 2018, the 10 millionth Ford Mustang, the top-ranking sports car in America, gallops off the assembly line.
Ford of Europe launches 4th generation Focus.
Ford announces that it will discontinue all non-SUV and pickup products in North American markets with the exception of the Mustang.
Sources: General Timeline through 2002 Annual Report.
Ford Motor Company.
Archived from the original on February 17, 2007. Throughout its history, the company has faced a wide range of criticisms.
Some have accused the early Fordist model of production of being exploitative. And Ford has been criticized as being willing to collaborate with dictatorships or hire mobs to intimidate union leaders and increase their profits through unethical means.
Ford refused to allow collective bargaining until 1941, with the Ford Service Department being set up as an internal security, intimidation, and espionage unit within the company, and quickly gained a reputation of using violence against union organizers and sympathizers. Ford was also criticized for tread separation and tire disintegration of many Firestone tires installed on Ford Explorers, Mercury Mountaineers, and Mazda Navajos, which caused many crashes during the late 1990s and early 2000s decade.
It is estimated that over 250 deaths and more than 3,000 serious injuries resulted from these failures.
Although Firestone received most of the blame, some blame fell on Ford, which advised customers to underinflate the tires in order to reduce the risk of vehicle rollovers. In 1940, at a time when the German division had begun to use slave labor, Ford work was still under the ownership of Dearborn.
After Pearl Harbor, Ford lost control of its division in Germany, and all the Ford facilities in Germany came under the full control of the Nazi government.
In 1943, the company wrote off all its holdings in Germany as a total loss and never reclaimed them after the war.
The German Ford Company used slave labor in Cologne between 1940 and 1945 and produced military vehicles such as trucks, planes, and ships.
Many of these allegations were made in a series of United States lawsuits in 1998.
The lawsuit was dismissed in 1999 because the judge concluded the issues concerned international treaties between nations and foreign policy and were thus in the realm of the executive branch.
On June 26, 1940, one day after the fall of France, Ford President Edsel Ford was present at a celebratory dinner at the Manhattan Waldorf Astoria, organized by Gerhard Alois Westrick.
Other attendees included Sosfins N of ITT, Torquay leader of Texaco, James David Mooney of General Motors, and Philip Dakin Wagoner of the Underwood Typewriter Company.
Defenders of the company argue that the German Ford division, Ford Work, had been taken over by the Nazi government after it rose to power, claiming that it was not under the company's control.
Although Ford's initial motivations were anti-war, the plants in Allied countries were heavily involved in the Allied war effort after the outbreak of war.
Ford's Argentine subsidiary was accused of allegedly collaborating with the Argentine 1976 to 1983 military dictatorship, actively helping in the political repression of intellectuals and dissidents that was pursued by said government.
The company has denied the allegations.
In a lawsuit initiated in 1996 by relatives of some of the estimated 600 Spanish citizens who disappeared in Argentina during the Dirty War, evidence was presented to support the allegation that much of this repression was directed by Ford and the other major industrial firms.
According to a 5,000-page report, Ford executives drew up lists of subversive workers and handed them over to the military task forces, which were allowed to operate within the factories.
These groups allegedly kidnapped, tortured, and murdered workers, at times within the plants themselves. In a second trial, a report brought by the CTA and the testimonies of former Ford workers themselves claimed that the company's Argentine factory was used between 1976 and 1978 as a detention center, and that management allowed the military to set up its own bunker inside the plant. Similarly to General Motors and oil companies ExxonMobil, Shell, and Total Energies, Ford has been accused of funding climate change denial despite allegedly knowing about the effects of climate change since the 1960s. In 1956, Canadian physicist Gilbert Norman Glass joined the Aeronautics division of Ford, based in Newport Beach, California, which focused on aerospace and defense issues.
Before arriving at Ford, Glass had published a series of pieces on the climate, including a 1956 article in the magazine American Scientist titled Carbon Dioxide and Climate Change, and the 1956 paper in the journal Tellus titled The Carbon Dioxide Theory of Climate Change.
Both pieces made the claim that humanity was responsible for heating the Earth since the 1900s by burning fossil fuels and pumping massive quantities of carbon dioxide into the atmosphere.
He continued to study carbon dioxide at Ford, using the company's computers to run early climate models, and published his findings in peer-reviewed scientific journals.
In 1960, Glass became manager of the research lab in the theoretical physics department of Ford. After the Aeronautics division of Ford was merged with Philco and rebranded as Philco Ford, a researcher at the new company named Darrell Eugene Birch continued to examine the issue, co-authoring a series of 1967 scientific reports on carbon dioxide absorption in the atmosphere.
It It's unclear whether Birch or Plass shared their findings with top executives at Ford.
In 1989, Ford joined the Global Climate Coalition, which opposed efforts to reduce greenhouse emissions during the George H.W. Bush administration.
It became the first American company to withdraw from the lobbying group in 1999.
Ford also made donations to think tanks that disputed the scientific consensus on climate change between 1985 and 1997. In September 1971, the Ford Motor Company launched the subcompact Pinto for the North American market.
The car's fuel tank integrity is alleged to have been substandard for the time, making the car inordinately susceptible to fuel tank ruptures in rear impact collisions.
An article published in Mother Jones contributed to a public controversy by saying that Ford knowingly released a design that would result in hundreds of deaths as well as calculating that it was cheaper to fight injury claims in court than make changes to the Pinto's fuel system.
Public outcry related to the controversy in the Mother Jones article created political pressure on the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration, which initialed an investigation.
The result of the investigation was the issuing a determination that the Pinto and related Mercury Bobcat were defective.
This resulted in Ford recalling 1.5 million Pintos and Bobcats, the largest automotive recall to date.
Two notable legal cases, Grimshaw v. Ford Motor Company and State of Indiana v. Ford Motor Company, are the result of accident-related fuel system fires.
The Grimshaw jury awarded the plaintiffs $127 million, the largest product liability and negligence award in history at that time. The trial judge reduced the jury award to $3.5 million.
Indiana v. Ford was the first time a corporation indicted on criminal charges for a defective product, the Ford Pinto, and the first corporation charged with reckless homicide.
The case resulted in a not guilty verdict.
Subsequent research has discredited early fatality figures and indicate the Pinto's overall fire safety record was typical for subcompacts of the time. In 2002, Ford, along with other multinational corporations, was sued by a group of South Africans represented by the Kulamani Support Group.
Whoa!
The plaintiffs alleged that the company provided vehicles to the South African security forces during the apartheid.
The lawsuit was dismissed in 2014 because the company could not be held liable for the actions of its South African subsidiary. The key trends for the Ford Motor Company are, as of the financial year ending December 31, members of the Ford Board as of January 2025 are William Clay Ford Jr., Executive Chairman, Jim Farley, President and CEO, Kimberly Casiano, Adriana Cisneros, Alexandra Ford English, daughter of William Clay Ford Jr., Henry Ford III, son of Edsel Ford II, William W. Hellman IV, John Huntsman Jr., William Earl Kennard, John C. May, Kathleen Mooney, John Lawson Thornton, John Weinmeier, Lynn Voivodich Radakovich, and John S. Weinberg. Jim Farley succeeded Jim Hackett as the Chief Executive Officer of the company in August 2020. He previously served as Ford's Chief Operating Officer.
Hackett stayed in the company as an advisor until the second quarter of 2021.
Ford is mainly owned by institutional investors who own around 60% of shares.
The largest shareholders in December 2023 were
The Vanguard Group, 8.71%.
BlackRock, 7.20%.
State Street Corporation, 4.46%.
Newport Trust, 3.98%.
Charles Schwab Corporation, 2.25%.
Giant Capital Management, 1.94%.
Fisher Investments, 1.52%.
Morgan Stanley, 1.31%.
Norges Bank, 1.00%.
And Northern Trust, 0.94%.
The Ford Philanthropy, formerly known as the Ford Motor Company Fund, also known as Ford Fund, not affiliated with the Ford Foundation, based in Dearborn, Michigan, is the philanthropic arm of the Ford Motor Company.
Established in 1949 by Henry Ford II, the organization is a non-profit corporate foundation financed by contributions from Ford Motor Company.
In 2017, it contributed $63 million to various causes, with a focus on education, driving safely, and community building. The Ford Driving Skills for Life program is a driver safety program aimed at teens that were developed together with the Governor's Highway Safety Association and safety experts.
The Ford Volunteer Corps allowed Ford employees and retirees to sign up for volunteering work on local projects in more than 40 countries.
The organization invests $18 million annually in education in the United States and around the world, but accepts applications only from nonprofit organizations registered in the U.S.
Education programs and scholarships include Alan Muley Engineering Scholarship, Ford Blue Oval Scholars Program, Ford College Community Challenge, Ford C3, Ford Driving Dreams Tour, Ford Fund/Detroit Free Press Journalism Scholarship, Ford Next Generation Learning, Ford NGL. Grants to Individuals Program, HVCU Community Challenge, Smithsonian Latino Center Young Ambassadors Program, and William Clay Ford Automotive Design Scholarship.
On April 29, 2024, the Ford Fund announced its official name has changed to Ford Philanthropy. Ford Motor Company created the Ford Works program in 2016 with the aim to bring people with disabilities back into the workforce.
It was the first automotive program to focus on bringing people with autism in the workforce in the U.S.
They targeted people with autism but have expanded their criteria to people with other disabilities.
Ford has partnered with Upbound to broaden their hiring under the Ford Works program.
Ford has had manufacturing operations worldwide, including in the United States, Canada, Mexico, China, India, the United Kingdom, Germany, Turkey, Brazil, Argentina, Australia, and South Africa.
Ford also helped the Soviet Union to construct Russian automaker Gaz.
In May 2010, Ford reported that its sales increased 23% for the month, and that 37% of its sales came from fleet sales.
In June 2010, sales to individual customers at dealerships increased 13% while fleet sales rose by 32%.
In the first 7 months of 2010, fleet sales of Ford for the same period rose 35% to 386,000 units, while retail sales increased 19%.
Fleet sales account for 39% of Chrysler's sales and 31% for GM's.
At first, Ford in Germany and Ford in Britain built different models from one another until 1965, when the Ford Transit and later the Ford Escort and the Ford Capri became common to both companies.
In 1970, the Ford Taunus and the Ford Cortina came into production with a common base construction, both models being produced in left-hand drive and right-hand drive.
Later on, the models became identical and the respective models right and left-hand drive exclusively.
Rationalization of model ranges meant that production of many models in the UK switched to elsewhere in Europe, including Belgium and Spain as well as Germany.
The Ford Sierra replaced the Taunus and Cortina in 1982, drawing criticism for its radical aerodynamic styling, which was soon given nicknames the Jelly Mold and the Salesman's Spaceship. In February 2002, Ford ended car production in the UK.
It was the first time in 90 years that Ford cars had not been made in Britain, although production of the Transit van continued at the company's Southampton facility until mid-2013. Engines at Bridgend and Dagenham, and transmissions at Halewood.
Development of European Ford is broadly split between Denton and Essex, powertrain, Fiesta/Ka, and commercial vehicles, and Cologne, body, chassis, electrical, Focus, Mondio in Germany.
Ford also produced the Thames range of commercial vehicles, although the use of this brand name was discontinued with the introduction of the Ford Transit in 1965.
Elsewhere in continental Europe, Ford assembles the Mondio, Galaxy, S-Max and Kuga in Valencia, Spain, Fiesta in Cologne, Germany, Focus in Saarlouis, Germany, EcoSport and Puma in Craiova, Romania. Ford also owns a joint venture production plant in Turkey.
Whoa!
Ford Otosan, established in the 1970s, manufactures the Transit Connect compact panel van as well as the jumbo and long wheelbase versions of the full-size Transit.
This new production facility was set up near Kutali in 2002, and its opening marked the end of transit assembly in Genk. Another joint venture plant near Setúbal in Portugal, set up in collaboration with Volkswagen, formerly assembled the Galaxy People Carrier as well as its sister ships, the VW Sharon and Seat Alhambra.
With the introduction of the third generation of the Galaxy, Ford has moved the production of the People Carrier to the Genk plant, with Volkswagen taking over sole ownership of the Setúbal facility.
In 2008, Ford acquired a majority stake in Automobile Craiova, Romania.
Starting 2009, the Ford Transit Connect was Ford's first model, produced in Craiova, followed in 2012 by low-capacity car engines and a new small-class car, the D-Max.
In 2022, Ford Romania was acquired by Ford Otosan, and in 2023, production of the Ford Transit Courier/Tourneo Courier started at the facility. Its 1959 Anglia two-door saloon was one of the most quirky-looking small family cars in Europe at the time of its launch, but buyers soon became accustomed to its looks and it was hugely popular with British buyers in particular.
It was still selling well when replaced by the more practical Escort in 1967.
The third incarnation of the Ford Escort was launched in 1980 and marked the company's move from rear-wheel drive saloons to front-wheel drive hatchbacks in the small family car sector. The fourth generation Escort was produced from 1990 until 2000, although its successor, the Focus, had been on sale since 1998.
On its launch, the Focus was arguably the most dramatic-looking and fine-handling small family cars on sale and sold in huge volumes right up to the launch of the next generation Focus at the end of 2004.
The 1982 Ford Sierra, replacement for the long-running and massively popular Cortina and Thomas models, was a style setter at the time of its launch.
Its ultra-modern aerodynamic design was a world away from epoxy, sharp-edged Cortina, and it was massively popular just about everywhere it was sold.
A series of updates kept it looking relatively fresh until it was replaced by the front-wheel drive Mondeo at the start of 1993. The rise in popularity of small cars during the 1970s saw Ford enter the mini-car market in 1976 with its Fiesta hatchback.
Most of its production was concentrated at Valencia in Spain, and the Fiesta sold in huge figures from the very start.
An update in 1983 and the launch of an all-new model in 1989 strengthened its position in the small car market. On October 24, 2012, Ford announced that it would close its Genk assembly plant in eastern Belgium by the end of 2014. In 2015, Ford announced that it took control of Ford Solars, Ford's joint venture with Russian company Solars. In September 2018, at the IAA Commercial Vehicle Show in Hanover, Germany, Ford introduced an electric tractor-trailer concept vehicle, dubbed the F-Vision, which would have Level 4 autonomous driving capability. On March 1, 2022, Ford announced that it was suspending its Solars joint venture operation in Russia in response to the 2022 Russian invasion of Ukraine.
On October 26, 2022, Ford sold its 49% share in the joint venture and exited the Russian market, adding that it retains the option to buy them back within a 5-year period should the global situation change.
Ford of Europe GmbH is a subsidiary company of Ford Motor Company, founded in 1967 in Cork, Ireland, with headquarters in Cologne, Germany. Ford of Europe was founded in 1967 by the merger of Ford of Britain, Ford Germany, and Irish Henry Ford and some limited divisions of the Ford Motor Company.
The front-engine Ford Transit range of panel vans, launched in 1965, was the first formal cooperation between the two entities, simultaneously developed to replace the German Ford Thomas Transit and the British Ford Thames 400e.
Prior to this, the two companies avoided marketing their vehicles in one another's domestic markets, and in much of the rest of Western Europe were direct competitors, with totally separate product lines, despite being owned by the same American parent, in a similar manner to General Motors' Opel and Vauxhall subsidiaries at the same time. Indeed, GM followed Ford's precedent in the 1970s by merging the operations of Opel and Vauxhall into General Motors Europe.
The process took several years to complete, as new model ranges arrived and the older model ranges were gradually phased out.
One of the key justifications for keeping separate divisions was to circumvent the high trade tariffs imposed on vehicles being exported between Britain and the European Economic Community. However, once the UK joined the bloc in 1973, it made sense to standardize the model ranges throughout Britain and continental Europe.
Crucially, merging the two companies' operations and having a common product range would allow Ford to double source cars and components from either British or continental plants. The Fiesta, for example, was simultaneously assembled at Dearborn, Valencia and Cologne, something which was especially important due to the fraught industrial relations problems which plagued the British motor industry in the 1970s and would prove crucial in Ford's ascendancy in the UK market and overtaking the troubled British Leyland.
The first new model launched after the creation of Ford of Europe was the Escort, built in England from October 1967 and launched to market at the beginning of 1968.
The The Escort was a rear-wheel drive small family saloon that took the place of the British Anglia range and was built in both Britain and from 1970, Germany, although it was sold there from the outset.
It was first available as a two-door saloon and later in estate, van and four-door saloon body styles.
Tower came from 950 cubic centimeters, 1100 cubic centimeters, and 1300 cubic centimeters petrol engines.
Later there was also a 2000 cubic centimeters unit which came in the RS2000 performance version and was capable of 110 miles per hour, 180 kilometers per hour.
It quickly became popular with buyers, outselling key UK competitors from BMC, later British Leyland, Vauxhall, Opel in Germany, and the Roots Group.
The Escort would never achieve such dominance in Europe's largest auto market, but nevertheless took significant market share from the Opel and Volkswagen competitors of the time. Ford Europe's second new car launch was the Capri Sporting Coupe at the beginning of 1969.
Loosely based on Ford UK's rear-wheel drive MK2 Cortina saloon platform, it came with engines ranging from 1300 cubic centimeters to 3000 cubic centimeters and was made in Britain and Germany, with a different range of German V4 and V6 engines, and was an instant success, frequently featuring as one of Britain's top 10 best-selling cars and also doing well in most other European markets.
August 1970 saw the launch of the British Ford Cortina MK3 and its German cousin, the Taunus, replacing the Taunus 12M and 15M.
The British and German models were based on the same platform, but had different sheet metal and used engines from their home countries. Though both models could be had with a new German-built 2000 cubic centimeters OHC petrol engine.
By 1972, the Cortina was the best-selling car in Britain and would stay at the top spot until 1981, except for 1976, when the smaller Escort was Britain's top-selling car for that year. In March 1972, Ford Europe replaced their executive models from Britain, Zephyr/Zodiac, and Germany, 17M/20M/26M, with a console and Granada, large saloon, estate and coupe, which was aimed directly at the Opel Rekord, Rover P6, Audi 100 and Triumph 2000.
It quickly outsold its rivals in many countries and in 1973 was the 10th best-selling car in Britain.
Like the Capri and Cortina/Taunus models, the early consoles and Granadas were built in both Britain and Germany, each with a unique range of national engines. In the early 1970s, Ford took the decision to enter the growing European Super Mini market and began to develop a competitor for the well-received new Fiat 127 and Renault 5.
A site near Valencia, Spain, was chosen to build a new factory in order to accommodate production for the new car, which was scheduled for a mid-1970s launch.
A revised Capri 2 arrived in early 1974, which saw a hatchback replacing the traditional Ute.
This was the first time that Ford had produced a car with a hatchback, adopting this new concept which had first been patented by Renault in the mid-1960s.
Ford launched the Escort 2 at the start of 1975, which was essentially a rebodied version of the 1968 car and was largely mechanical identical, despite the larger, squarer body.
The entry-level 950 cubic centimeters engine, which was rare in any country, was discontinued.
In 1975, Ford overtook British Leyland, the Combine, which included Austin, Morris and Rover, as the most popular make of car in the United Kingdom. 1976 saw Ford Europe enter the Super Mini market with its first ever front-wheel drive model.
The Fiesta 1 was built at the company's new Valencia plant in Spain and would also be produced at TaBNWNE in Cologne, and came with 950 cubic centimeters, 1100 cubic centimeters and 1300 cubic centimeters petrol engines.
It was briefly exported to the United States and Canada between 1978 and 1980.
From 1981, it was available with a 1600 cubic centimeters unit for the sporty XR2 version.
In Britain, where it launched in February 1977 and most of the rest of Europe, took to it straight away and it was quickly among the best-selling cars in most of the continent, fighting off competition from the Volkswagen Polo, Renault 5, Fiat 127, Vauxhall Chevette and Peugeot 104. The new Thomas Saloon and Estate were launched on the continent at the end of 1975, with the UK market Cortina version being launched in late September 1976.
The integration of the Ford range across Europe was now virtually complete, with the different nameplates on the Thomas/Cortina being the only separator.
Ford launched the Granada 2 range in September 1977.
In 1976, all Granada production had been concentrated to Cologne, Germany.
The console dash was abandoned in 1975. In 1977, Ford finally overtook British Leyland as the market leader in the UK. The MK3 Capri Coupe arrived in early 1978.
By now Capri production was also concentrated at Cologne.
In 1979, the Cortina/Thomas was given a very light facelift to create the Cortina 80 or Cortina MK5.
However, this was very much a short-term measure, as Ford was beginning to develop an all-new successor ready for a 1982 launch.
1980 saw one of the most important car launches in Ford's history.
The Escort 3 went on sale across Britain and Europe in September that year, with its ultra-modern aerodynamic styling and updated front-wheel drive mechanical layout.
It was also available as a hatchback for the first time, with the Escort, base-body and saloon not arriving until 1983.
The 2,000 cubic centimeters engine was dropped and the range topping Escort was now the XR3, which came with a fuel-injected 1,600 cubic centimeters unit.
It was a huge sales success for the company throughout the 1980s, being Britain's best-selling car from 1982 to 1989 and also topping the sales charts in several other countries. The 1980s saw a radical change in most of the European Fords, which had begun in September 1980 when the Escort switched to front-wheel drive and a hatchback from the traditional rear-wheel drive saloon, which became a huge sales success across Europe. 20 years of Cortina production came to an end in October 1982 with the launch of the new Ford Sierra.
The new car retained a traditional rear-wheel drive chassis, perhaps surprisingly at the time when a front-wheel drive system was becoming almost exclusive in this sector of car.
But in place of its predecessor's conventional, square styling was Sierra's ultra-modern aerodynamic styling that was way ahead of its time, compared to the competition.
Initial sales were disappointing, but demand soon increased and the Sierra was Britain's second best-selling car in 1983, its first full year on sale.
It was built in Great Britain and Belgium and sold well in most other European countries.
Cosworth versions of the Sierra were built from 1986, all of which were capable of 150 miles per hour, 240 kilometers per hour.
The three-door Sierra hatchback, mostly sold with only a 1.3 petrol engine, was not a popular choice and had been discontinued by the time the Sierra was facelifted in early 1987 when the Sapphire Saloon version was launched and the 1.3 engine dropped.
The original Sierra Cosworth was the last model in the range to feature a three-door hatchback.
1983 saw the 7-year-old Ford Fiesta receive an updated MK2 version that retained the three-door hatchback body so that smoothed out the previously boxy edges to give it a more modern look and keep it competitive. With a string of new European and Japanese super minis, which hit the market during 1982 and 1983.
The Sporty XR2 version was relaunched and its power output was increased, as well as receiving the first 5-speed gearbox ever fitted to a Fiesta.
Also in that year, Ford introduced a new four-door saloon to meet the demands of buyers looking for a rooted alternative to the Escort and Sierra hatchbacks and estates.
The saloon-derived version of the Escort was named as the Orient but was aimed more upmarket than the Escort with no 1.1-liter engine version and initially only GL and D trim levels.
It was almost as long as a Sierra and many saw it as a true replacement for the traditional Cortina. Ford launched another groundbreaking new car in May 1985 with a Granada replacing Ford Scorpio, although the Granada name was retained in the United Kingdom and Ireland with Scorpio being used as a sub-brand for the highest specification models.
It was based on a stretched version of Sierra's rear-wheel drive chassis and was far more modern-looking than any other cars in its sector at this time, being similar in appearance to the smaller Sierra.
It was also the world's first volume production car to feature anti-lock brakes as standard.
High equipment levels, a comfortable interior and solid build quality ensured that the German-built Scorpio was a success all over Europe and was voted European Car of the Year for 1986.
A saloon version had joined the range by early 1990 as had a 2.9 V6 Cosworth high-performance hatchback, while an estate version arrived in early 1992 as it was nearing replacement. An updated Escort Orient appeared in March 1986, called the Mark IV. It featured Scorpio-influenced front-end styling, revised engine options, and an all-new interior. Production of the Capri Coupe ended in December 1986 after 18 years and there was no replacement, although stocks of the model were sold into 1987. As sporting coupes were less popular at this time following the rise in popularity of fast hatchbacks such as the Ford Escort XR3i, Vauxhall Astra GTE, Peugeot 309 GTI and Volkswagen Golf GTI.
Ford had proved successful in this sector with faster versions of the Fiesta, Escort, and Sierra.
The Sierra was facelifted in early 1987 and gained the saloon version for the first time, called the Sapphire, ensuring that it continued to sell well into the 1990s. The third-generation Fiesta was launched in March 1989 and the big news of the launch was the long-awaited availability of a 5-door version, something that was already available on key rivals like the Austin Metro, Vauxhall Nova, Fiat Uno, Seat Ibiza and the Peugeot 205.
New to the range were the new 1.0 and 1.1 HCS high-compression swirl petrol engines which ran alongside the long-running 1.4 unit.
There was also a 1.8 diesel as well as the 1.6 fuel-injected XR2i and RS Turbo Sports models, the first Fiestas to feature fuel injection.
Upmarket Kia models were the first versions of the Fiesta to feature items such as electric windows and anti-lock brakes and was only available with a new 5-door version.
For much of the 1980s, the Ford Escort was the most popular model of car in the world, and from 1982 to 1989, it was the best-selling new car in the UK every year.
Despite the launch of the MK4 in March 1986, it started to look a little dated by the end of the decade in the face of new arrivals like the Rover 200, the Peugeot 309, Fiat Tipo, and Renault 19.
The MK5 Escort was launched in September 1990, along with the Orient Saloon, but the motoring public and press gave it mixed to negative reviews.
The car's styling lacked the flair of some rivals, and it received mostly negative ratings for ride and handling, while it also retained the engine lineup of the previous generation, with 1.3, 1.4, and 1.6 petrol units and a 1.8 diesel.
The standard Escort models were later joined by the RS2000, XR3i, and RS Cosworth performance versions that attracted a much more positive reaction.
Whoa!
The RS2000 nameplate had been abandoned back in 1980, and the new version was undoubtedly the best, with its 2.0 16-valve i4 engine and the option of four-wheel drive, as well as its top speed of more than 130 miles per hour, 210 kilometers per hour.
The RS Cosworth was a turbo-charged version of the RS2000 and had a top speed of 150 miles per hour, 240 kilometers per hour, which helped bolster its fortunes in international rallies. In spite of this and impressive new models being launched by rival companies Vauxhall and Rover, Ford were still firmly positioned at the top of the British car sales charts in the early 1990s and enjoyed a strong market share in virtually all European countries, expanding into Eastern Europe at the beginning of the 1990s following the collapse of communism.
They even enlisted the help of Brian May to record a new song, Driven by You, which featured in their new TV advertising campaign for the whole Ford range in the UK.
Ford responded to criticism of the Escort shortcomings in September 1992 with a minor facelift, which saw the introduction of its new 1.4, 1.6 and 1.8 ZX 16-valve units, the latter of which also found its way into the Fiesta RS 1800.
The Orient also received the same changes, only for the name to be shelved a year later and the saloon models absorbed into the Escort range.
Ride and handling was also improved. For 1993, Ford introduced the standard driver's airbag on all production models, with many cars also coming with a passenger's airbag as either standard or optional equipment. February 1993 saw Ford launch a groundbreaking new family car in the shape of the Mondeo, the replacement for the Sierra, made to rival the new Opel Vectra/Vauxhall Cavalier, Peugeot 405 and Nissan Primera.
Finally making the transition to front-wheel drive, the Mondeo came with a range of new 16-valve ZTEC petrol engines as well as a 2.5 V6 that joined the lineup in 1994.
Whoa!
It was also one of the first volume production cars to feature an airbag as standard.
Hatchback, saloon and estate versions made up the range, which won European Car of the Year accolade the following year.
1993 also saw the launch of its first European 4x4 model, the Maverick, which was based on the Nissan Terrano 2.
However, the Maverick was not a strong seller and it was discontinued in early 1999.
1994 was the year where Ford regained leadership of the large family car sector market in Britain in terms of sales, as the Vauxhall Cavalier had been the best seller of this size for the previous 4 years.
From 1996 to 2001, Ford also imported its Explorer SUV to Europe from the USA, but like the smaller Spanish-built Maverick, it was not a strong seller either.
Ford re-entered the coupe market in early 1994 with its American-built Mazda-based Probe.
Available with 2.0 16-valve and 2.5 V6 petrol engines, the Probe was well regarded for its handling and performance but failed to sell as well as Ford had hoped and was withdrawn from Europe 3 years later.
Its American-built replacement, the Ford Cougar, was imported from Europe but was even shorter-lived and less successful in Europe, with imports finishing after just 2 years. October 1994 saw the launch of the second-generation Scorpio, which replaced the long-running Granada nameplate in the UK and Ireland and sold with saloon and estate models only. The model quickly gained attention due to its controversial styling, which was often criticized in the motoring press. 1995 saw Ford launch its MK4 Fiesta and MK6, sport ranges to keep them on the pace, with the ever-growing number of new rivals that were threatening to decimate Ford's market share.
Another new car launch that year was the Galaxy multi-purpose vehicle in June that was based upon the VW Sharon, which quickly went straight to the top of the people carrier sales charts, remaining in production until the launch of an all-new replacement in 2006.
Ford entered the city car market in September 1996, with its oddly named and oddly styled car and was beaten into second place in the 1997 European Car of the Year award by the Renault Scenic.
It made use of the Fiesta's chassis and 1,300 cubic centimeters petrol engine, which gave it strong handling for such a small car.
Going against the appeal were its cramped rear seats and tiny boot, but it managed to sell well for most of its 12-year production run.
A month later in October, the Mondeo gained a facelift, which saw the exterior styling brought up to date and the seating redesigned to improve space for rear seat passengers.
The Fiesta chassis also spawned the stylish Puma Coupe in 1997, which included the Fiesta's four-cannon 1.4 engine as well as its own 1.7 unit.
The Puma won plaudits for its styling, handling, and performance.
Despite its popularity, there was no direct successor when production finished in 2002. Ford pulled out of the executive car market in 1998 upon the demise of its Scorpio, which had replaced the Granada 4 years earlier.
As well as a Europe-wide transition from mainstream brands to prestige brands during the 1990s, the Scorpio's sales potential was held back by its controversial styling.
In the late 1990s, Ford adopted a distinctive, new edge design on its model range.
Some of the cars adopting this eye-catching new look were entirely new, while others were facelifted versions of earlier and more conservative designs.
The end was in sight for the Escort in October 1998 when its distinctively styled successor, the Focus, went on sale.
Its radical design meant that Ford kept the Escort on sale alongside it for 2 years, the van until 2002, giving buyers a more conventionally styled alternative, perhaps in fear of a repeat of the controversy it had faced some 16 years earlier when the Sierra went on sale.
But Ford need not have worried about the public's reaction to the new Focus, which was European Car of the Year for 1999 and being one of the best-selling cars on the continent.
At the height of its production, there was a new Ford Focus coming off a production line at an average of 1 every 12 seconds. Saarlouis, Germany, Valencia, Spain, Wayne, Michigan, USA, and Hermosillo, Mexico.
However, the Focus was never built in Britain. 1998 also saw the launch of the Probe's replacement, the Cougar.
Like its predecessor, the Cougar was built in the USA and used 2.0 and 2.5 petrol engines.
Unlike its predecessor, it was based on the front-wheel drive chassis of the Mondeo.
It was very spacious for a coupe and offered superb road holding and cruising ability.
Sales were relatively low in Europe, and it was dropped in Europe after 2000, with sales limited to its home market. In 1999, Ford's European headquarters relocated from Brentwood in England to its current, 2019, location in Cologne, Germany.
Whoa!
It was from the adjacent Cologne factory that the 30 million Ford Fiesta emerged from the production line on 19 November 1999.
The aging MK4 Fiesta received the facelift in the autumn of 1999 and continued to attract huge sales thanks to its excellent ride and handling that disguised its age well.
The interior was, by now, one of the smartest in the super mini sector, though interior space, particularly in the back, was far from the best.
This shortcoming was solved in spring 2002 when the all-new MK5 Fiesta went on sale.
This new Fiesta was to be built at Ford Cologne and Ford Valencia, each plant producing one Fiesta every 27 seconds.
This also marked the end of Ford passenger car production in the UK after some 90 years, though commercial vehicles continued to be produced at Dearborn alongside the engine assembly for the passenger vehicles.
In addition, Ford's Halewood plant was converted for Jaguar X-type assembly in 2001.
Ford also continued to build vans at its Southampton plant until relocating production to Turkey in 2013. The Ford Mondeo was relaunched in an all-new MK2 version in late 2000 and was picked for the European Car of the Year award by the Alfa Romeo 147.
Whoa!
The new Mondeo was more competitively priced than its predecessor, but its real strengths were its excellent accommodation and driving experience, which put it back on top of the large family car sector.
Although demand for cars of this size dipped slightly across Europe during the 2000s, the Mondeo remained Britain's most popular large family car until 2007, when it was outsold by the facelifted Vauxhall Vectra. The Maverick returned in late 2000, this time being a rebadged US market escape which launched in the same year, but sales were slow and was axed after 4 years. The demise of the Puma in 2002 left Ford without a competitor in the coupe sector once more, while the Focus ST170, which launched at that time, could be seen as an indirect successor. Ford entered the expanding compact MPV market in late 2003 with the Ford Focus C-Max, which was unusually the first car on the platform that would spawn the next generation Focus hatchback a year later.
2003 also saw a convertible version of the car, launched as the street car alongside a facelifted Mondeo.
The second generation Focus hatchback, saloon and estate models, went on sale in late 2004, picking up where the original model left off.
Excellent ride and handling, good equipment levels, solid build quality and a comfortable interior, all one praise for those who experienced the new car.
The only major criticism of the Focus was its unoriginal styling, which differed little from that of its predecessor, but it remained one of the most popular cars in Europe during a production life which lasted more than 6 years. November 2005 saw the launch of a facelifted Fiesta, which offered new styling inside and out as well as new color options. 2 2006 saw Ford launch two new people carriers, the S-Max and the Ford Galaxy MK2.
Both cars used the same underpinnings, but the S-Max was a cheaper and sportier alternative to the more upmarket and practical Galaxy.
The S-Max then became the first full-size people carrier to be voted European Car of the Year. Ford launched the third generation Mondeo in May 2007 and had a facelift in autumn 2010.
The new generations of the Fiesta and Ka launched in late 2008.
4 years after the Maverick was axed, Ford returned to the 4x4 market in early 2008 with a Focus-based Kuga, which unlike its Maverick predecessors, became a strong seller. In 2005, Ford celebrated its 30th anniversary as Britain's most popular car brand.
The Focus was the country's top-selling car, while the Fiesta occupied 5th place and the Mondeo 9th.
In spite of this, the gap between Ford and its competitors was about as narrow as it had ever been, with Vauxhall and Renault just a short margin behind Ford in sales figures. In 2008, Ford acquired a majority stake in Automobile Craiova of Romania.
The Ford Transit Connect was Ford's first model, produced in Craiova, followed in 2012 by the new Fiesta-based MPV D-Max and the small displacement engine 1.0-liter EcoBoost.
The One Ford policy was introduced in the 2010s.
The third generation Focus launched in early 2011 and had a facelift in late 2014.
This generation had a range of two types, a 5-door hatchback and 5-door estate.
Discontinued saloon and 3-door hatchback Focus models of the second generation continued to be sold in some European nations.
20 years after the original model launched, the Focus entered its fourth generation. It saw Vignale and active versions join the lineup, a restyle and updated mechanical components. In early 2013, the Fiesta had a facelift and entered its seventh generation in 2017.
The new generation retained the dimensions of 6th generation and followed the Focus in being restyled, updated and with Vignale and active versions introduced.
The Kuga had a new generation launched in early 2013, which had a facelift in late 2016, and the small SUV EcoSport was launched.
3 factories closed between 2013 and 2014, amounting for 5,700 job losses due to declining market revenue in Europe.
The Southampton facility, which manufactured the Ford Transit van, and the Dagenham stamping facility in shut in mid-2015.
The Gink major car plant in Belgium closed by the end of 2014. It produced the Mondeo, the Galaxy and S-Max MPVs. Models production at the plant was moved to Valencia.
In late 2014, Ford launched a new generation Mondeo, based upon the US market's fusion, and in 2015 new versions of the S-Max and Galaxy MPVs, while the facelifted C-Max also launched. Ford Europe, in 2016, returned to the coupe market with a US-sourced Mustang. It was sold RHD in the UK for the first time.
The Edge crossover also joined the European lineup, and by late 2016, 20 years after the launch of the Ka, Ford introduced the 5-door hatchback Ka Plus. Made in India, it was later pulled from production after 3 years on sale.
The commercial vehicles arm of Ford of Britain was part of the operation until it was sold to Fiat's Iveco division in 1986.
Its last significant models under Ford ownership were the Transcontinental and the Cargo.
The production of tractors in Europe by Ford ceased following the sale of the division to Fiat in 1993, and the name changed from Ford New Holland to New Holland.
New Holland Agriculture is now part of CNH Industrial.
Tractor production had been based at the Antwerp, now only builds drive lines and Basildon factories. The following tables list Ford production vehicles that are sold in Europe as of 2023. Ford produces high-performance derivatives of their cars, developed by their Ford Performance division. Discontinued models. Model A, 1903, 1903 to 1904. Model A, 1928, 1928 to 1931. Model AA, 1931 to 1932.
Model T, 1911 to 1927.
Model TT, 1918 to 1928. Model V, 1932 to 1934. Model VV, 1932 to 1934.
Rhineland, 1933 to 1936. Model Y, 1932 to 1937.
Cone, 1933 to 1936.
7Y, 1938 to 1939.
Anglia, 1939 to 1967. Fordson E04C, 1945 to 1948. Fordson E494C, 1948 to 1954.
Thames 307E, 1961 to 1967.
Anglia Torino, 1965 to 1967. Model C10, 1934 to 1937. CX, 1935 to 1937.
Eiffel, 1935 to 1940.
7W, 1937 to 1938. Prefect, 1938 to 1961. Thames 300E, 1954 to 1961.
Squire, 1955 to 1961. Model 48, 1935 to 1936.
V8-51, 1935 to 1945.
1937 Ford, 1937 to 1940.
Deluxe Ford, 1937 to 1940. Thames 7V, 1937 to 1949.
V3000, 1938 to 1948.
E83W, 1938 to 1957.
7781, 1939 to 1942.
WOT, 1939 to 1945.
Thomas, 1939 to 1982.
Cortina, 1962 to 1982.
20 MTS, 1967 to 1968.
F917WS, 1940 to 1943.
472A, 1946 to 1948.
Pilot, 1947 to 1951.
Vedette, 1948 to 1954.
Appeal, 1952 to 1954. Ryan, 1948 to 1955. Roar, 1948 to 1958.
Tim GT, 1949 to 1957.
Cargo, 1950 to 1954.
Commit, 1951 to 1954.
FK, 1951 to 1961.
Console, 1951, 1951 to 1962.
Zephyr, 1951 to 1972. Zodiac, 1954 to 1972.
Executive, 1966 to 1972. Console Classic, 1961 to 1963.
Console Capri, 1962 to 1964. Vendome, 1953 to 1954.
Popular, 1953 to 1962.
G398, 1956 to 1961.
Trader, 1957 to 1965.
Thames 400E, 1957 to 1965.
E-Series, 1961 to 2008, Iceland only.
GT40, 1964 to 1969.
Corsair, 1964 to 1970.
R-Series, 1964 to 1986.
D-Series, 1965 to 1981.
Escort, 1967 to 2002. Orion, 1983 to 1993.
Capri, 1968 to 1986.
GT70, 1970 to 1973.
Console, 1972, 1972 to 1975.
Granada, 1972 to 1994. Scorpio, 1985 to 1998. A-Series, 1973 to 1983.
Transcontinental, 1975 to 1984.
Fiesta, 1976 to 2023.
LTD, 1979 to 1980.
Bronco, 1981, 1981 to 1986.
Sierra, 1982 to 1993.
P100, 1982 to 1995.
RS200, 1984 to 1986.
Econovan, 1985 to 1993.
Probe, 1990 to 1997.
Courier, 1991 to 2002.
Maverick, 1993, 1993 to 1998.
Maverick, 2001, 2001 to 2007. Escape, 2001 to 2010, Iceland only. Mondio, 1993 to 2022.
Windstar, 1995 to 2002.
Galaxy, 1995 to 2022.
Ka, 1996 to 2021.
Puma, Puma, 1997 to 2002.
Cougar, 1998 to 2002.
Think, 1999 to 2006.
Excursion, 2000 to 2005, Iceland only.
Explorer Sport Track, 2000 to 2010, Iceland only.
Fusion, 2002 to 2012.
Freestar, 2003 to 2006, Netherlands only.
C-Max, 2003 to 2019.
Grand C-Max, 2011 to 2019. GT, 2005 to 2006. GT, 2018 to 2022.
Freestyle, 2005 to 2007, Iceland only.
S-Max, 2006 to 2023.
Edge, 2007 to 2021.
V-Max, 2012 to 2017.
And EcoSport, 2014 to 2023.
Ford has produced 5 winners of the European Car of the Year competition. 1981, Ford Escort.
1986, Ford Scorpio/Granada.
1994, Ford Mondeo.
1999, Ford Focus.
And 2007, Ford S-Max. Several models have been shortlisted, including the 1976 Ford Fiesta.
1978, Ford Granada.
1983 Ford Sierra.
1989, Ford Fiesta.
1997 Ford Ka.
2001, Ford Mondeo.
2007 Ford Focus.
2008, Ford Mondeo.
2009 Ford Fiesta.
And 2012, Ford Focus.
Ford formed its first passenger vehicle joint venture in China in 2001, 6 years behind GM and more than a decade after VW.
It has spent as of 2013 $4.9 billion to expand its lineup and double production capacity in China to 600,000 vehicles.
This includes Ford's largest ever factory complex in the southwestern city of Chongqing.
Ford had 2.5% of the Chinese market in 2013, while VW controlled 14.5% and GM had 15.6%, according to consultant LMC Automotive.
GM outsells Ford in China by more than 6 to 1.
Ford's presence in Asia has traditionally been much smaller, confined to Malaysia, Singapore, Hong Kong, the Philippines, and Taiwan, where Ford has had a joint venture with Leo Ho since the 1970s.
Ford began assembly of cars in Thailand in 1960, but withdrew from the country in 1976 and did not return until 1995, when it formed a joint venture with Mazda called Auto Alliance.
Now based in the low-wind sub-district of the Sriracha district in Chonburi, the factory still produces passenger automobiles.
The factory, built in 1941 in Singapore, was soon taken over by the Japanese during the war and was the site of the surrender of the British to the Japanese at the factory site, which is now a national monument in Singapore.
On April 30, 2013, Ford Motor Company launched their car and pickup truck line in Myanmar.
Previously, heavy importation taxes had stifled imported car purchases in Myanmar, but due to currency reform, lifting of previous import restrictions, and the abolishment of shadow currency, Myanmar's car market had grown in demand. Ford decided to shut down their entire operations in Indonesia, including their dealer network, by second half of 2016.
Since 2016, Ford operation in Indonesia has been taken over by RMA Group.
RMA Group would resume the distribution new Ford cars in 2020, 4 years since last Ford left Indonesian market. In 1967, Ford partnered with a South Korean company Hyundai, and at the new factory in Elson, South Korea, built the European Ford Cortina until 1974, when Hyundai introduced their all-new Hyundai Pony in 1975.
Ford then developed a relationship with Korea's oldest car manufacturer Kia, which built vehicles co-engineered with Mazda. Later selling the Ford Festiva from 1988 to 1993 and the Ford Aspire from 1994 to 1997 for export to the United States.
With the acquisition of a stake in Japanese manufacturer Mazda in 1979, Ford began selling Mazda's Familia and Coupe as the Ford Laser and Telstar throughout the region, replacing the European-sourced Escort and Cortina.
From 1989 to 1996, Kia imported the Mercury Sable from Ford in the US and sold them in South Korea as the Kia Sable.
Though the Sable was branded and marketed as a Kia, it retained the Mercury badge as an emblem.
Ford lost their Kia interest to Hyundai in 1998 after the 1997 Asian financial crisis.
Kia had declared bankruptcy in 1997. In 1998, Hyundai Motor Company acquired 51% of the company, outbidding Ford, which had owned an interest in Kia Motors since 1986.
After subsequent divestments, Hyundai Motor Company owns less than 50% of the company but remains Kia's largest stakeholder.
As of 2020, Ford sells the Explorer, Mondeo, and Mustang, as well as the Lincoln Aviator, Continental, Corsair, MKZ, and Nautilus in South Korea. Ford India began production in 1998 at Chennai, Tamil Nadu, with its Ford Escort model, which was later replaced by the locally produced Ford Icon in 2001.
It has since added the Fusion, Fiesta, Mondeo, and Endeavor models to its product line.
On March 9, 2010, Ford launched its first made-for-India compact car.
Starting at 349,900 Indian rupee, the Figo was Ford's first car designed and priced for the mass Indian market.
On July 28, 2011, Ford India signed a Memorandum of Understanding (MOU) with the state of Gujarat for the construction of an assembly and engine plant in Sanand and planned to invest approximately $1 billion on a 460-acre site.
In 2019, the company and Mahindra formed a joint venture to develop, market and distribute Ford-branded vehicles in India.
In September 2021, Ford India announced plans to shut down both its assembly plants.
The company said that it intends to maintain its parts and service network.
Ford's market presence in the Middle East has traditionally been small, partly due to previous Arab boycotts of companies dealing with Israel.
Ford and Lincoln vehicles are currently marketed in 10 countries in the region.
Saudi Arabia, Kuwait, and the United Arab Emirates are the biggest markets.
Ford also established itself in Egypt in 1926 but faced an uphill battle during the 1950s due to the hostile nationalist business environment.
Ford's distributor in Saudi Arabia announced in February 2003 that it had sold 100,000 Ford and Lincoln vehicles since commencing sales in November 1986.
Half of the Ford and Lincoln vehicles sold in that country were Ford Crown Victorias.
In 2004, Ford sold 30,000 units in the region, falling far short of General Motors' 88,852 units and Nissan Motors' 75,000 units. In South America, Ford's primary operations are in Brazil, Argentina, and Ford Andina, Colombia, Ecuador, and Venezuela.
Ford employs over 18,000 people and operates 7 assembly or other plants in the region.
In 1987, Ford Brazil and Ford Motor Argentina merged their operations with the Brazilian and Argentine operations of Volkswagen Group, forming a new joint venture company called Auto Latina with a shared model range.
Auto Latina was dissolved in 1995.
In early 2021, Ford's Brazil branch announced it would completely cease production in the country over the course of a few months. In Africa, Ford's market presence has traditionally been strongest in South Africa and neighboring countries, with only trucks being sold elsewhere on the continent.
Ford in South Africa began by importing kits from Canada to be assembled at its facility in Port Elizabeth. The company later sourced its models from the UK and Australia, with local versions of the Ford Cortina including the XR6 with a 3.0 V6 engine and the Cortina-based backyard pickup, which was exported to the UK.
In the mid-1980s, Ford merged with a rival company owned by Anglo American to form the South African Motor Corporation, SAMCOR. Following international condemnation of apartheid, Ford divested from South Africa in 1988 and sold its stake in SAMCOR, although it licensed the use of its brand name to the company.
SAMCOR began to assemble Mazdas as well, which affected its product lineup and saw the European Fords like the Escort and Sierra replaced by the Mazda-based Laser and Telstar.
Ford bought a 45% stake in SAMCOR following the demise of apartheid in 1994, and this later became, once again, a wholly owned subsidiary, the Ford Motor Company of Southern Africa.
Ford now sells a local sedan version of the Fiesta, also built in India and Mexico, and the Focus.
The Falcon model from Australia was also sold in South Africa, but was dropped in 2003. The Mondio, after briefly being assembled locally, was dropped in 2005.
The Mondio was later reintroduced in 2015, bashed as the Fusion, but was dropped in 2017.
Ford Research and Innovation Center is the name of the technology research facility of the Ford Motor Company in Dearborn, Michigan.
Palo Alto, California.
Aachen, Germany.
And Nanjing, China.
The Ford Research and Innovation Center in Palo Alto was first opened in 2012 and in January 2015 announced plans to significantly expand its operations. Ford has the position of chief futurist in charge of forecasting, which was started in 2019 by Cheryl Connolly and is currently held by Jennifer Grace. Ford established a manufacturing facility in the port city of Yokohama in February 1925, where Model T vehicles were assembled using imported knockdown kits.
Whoa!
The factory subsequently produced 10,000 Model A's up to 1936.
Production ceased in 1940 as a result of political tensions between Japan and the United States. After World War II, Ford did not have a presence in Japan, as the Ford facility was appropriated by the Japanese government until 1958 when property was returned as a possession of the Ford Motor Company and became a research and development location for Ford partner Mazda.
In 1979, Ford acquired a 24.5% ownership stake in Mazda, and in 1982, Ford and Mazda jointly established a sales channel to sell Ford products in Japan, and including vehicles manufactured in North America at a dealership called Autorama, Japanese.
The Autorama sales channel was renamed Ford Sales of Japan in 1997. Vehicles sold at Autorama locations were the North American assembled Ford Explorer, Probe, 1989 to 1998, Mustang, Taurus, 1989 to 1997, Thunderbird, 1990 to 1993, Lincoln Continental, and Lincoln LS.
Ford products manufactured in Europe that were sold in Japan were the Ford Mondeo, Ka, Focus, Focus C-Max, Fiesta, and the Galaxy.
Mazda manufactured Ford vehicles in Japan and sold them at Fords at the Autorama locations.
They were the Ford Telstar, Mazda Capella, Laser, Festiva Mini Wagon, Hickson, Mazda Premacy, Freda, Mazda Hongo 3D, Spectron, Mazda Hongo, and commercial trucks J80 and the J100, Mazda Hongo truck.
Ford increased its shareholding in Mazda to 33.4% in 1996, but as of July 2016, it is listed at 11%.
Ford did sell a small range of vehicles in Japan. As of October 2010, the Ford Mustang, Escape, Explorer, and Explorer pickup truck, Ford Kuga, Lincoln Navigator, Lincoln MKX, and more recently, the Ford EcoSport were available in Japan.
As of February 2016, Ford no longer maintains a regional office in Minato, Tokyo, Japan, and sales of new cars in Japan have ended. Ford Motor Company of Japan Limited was the Japanese subsidiary of the United States-based automaker Ford Motor Company. Since 1917, the first Ford vehicles were sold by sales and Freightar in Japan, but without trying to build a dealer network.
Whoa!
Although the sales department of Ford Japan, considered in 1922 due to the inadequate infrastructure as unsuitable for automobiles, was recognized as part of an Asian trip by the Ford export manager Russell One.
Rather the potential of the Japanese market. Ford founded a subsidiary in 1925 in Yokohama.
From 1925 to 1935, the Japanese car market was dominated by American manufacturers. Alongside Ford, since 1926/27 General Motors and since 1930 also Chrysler.
In 1930, the combined market share of Ford and General Motors was 95%.
In addition to a new law in 1936, according to which existing foreign companies were not allowed to increase their annual production. Further economic and political factors led to Ford, like other American manufacturers, virtually withdrawing from the Japanese market in 1939.
The Ford brand was formally dissolved in 1941 after the mutual declaration of war by the Japanese government.
All attempts to resume operations after the Second World War ended initially failed.
Agreements with Nissan or Toyota could not be concluded, also sale of the plots failed. Ford resumed importing cars to Japan in 1974.
In addition, vehicles manufactured by Mazda and branded Badge Engineering have been sold with a Ford logo.
At least in the mid-1980s, this approach was a USP for American automotive brands in Japan.
A source lists Ford as a manufacturer, but refers to the headquarters of Mazda.
In January 2016, Ford Motor Company announced that it would exit from the Japanese and Indonesian markets at the end of the year because the manufacturer did not consider these sales regions profitable for the foreseeable future. For their imported cars, Ford had mainly offered models with left-hand drive in Japan, one notable exception being the third-generation Ford Taurus.
Some of the models sold, such as the Ford Escape, were made by Ford Leo Motor in Taiwan.
In Australia and New Zealand, the popular Ford Falcon 1960 to 2016 had long been considered the average family car and is considerably larger than the Mondeo, Ford's largest car sold in Europe.
Between 1960 and 1972, the Falcon was based on a U.S. model of the same name, but since then has been entirely designed and manufactured in Australia until 2016, occasionally being manufactured in New Zealand.
Like its General Motors rival, the Holden Commodore, the Falcon used a rear-wheel drive layout.
High-performance variants of the Falcon running locally built engines produce up to 362 horsepower, 270 kilowatts.
A ute, short for utility, known in the US as pickup truck, version is also available with the same range of drivetrains.
In addition, Ford Australia sold highly tuned limited production Falcon sedans and utes through its performance car division, Ford Performance Vehicles, until it closed in 2014.
In Australia, the Commodore and Falcon have traditionally outsold all other cars and constituted over 20% of the new car market.
In New Zealand, Ford was second in market share in the first 8 months of 2006 with 14.4%.
More recently, Ford has axed its Falcon-based LWB variant of its lineup, the Fairlane and LTD ranges.
Ford discontinued the Fairlane in 2007 and LTD in 2008.
Ford had announced that their Geelong engine manufacturing plant would be shut down between 2015 and 2016.
They had earlier announced local manufacturing of the Focus small cars starting from 2011, but instead decided to import the model from Ford's plant in Thailand.
In Australia, the Laser was one of Ford Australia's most successful models and was manufactured in Ford's Homebush West plant from 1981 until the plant's closure in September 1994.
It outsold the Mazda 323, despite being almost identical to it because the Laser was manufactured in Australia and Ford was perceived as a local brand.
According to research carried out by Ford Australia in 1984, a third of Laser buyers were unaware that the Ford model was based on the Mazda 323. In New Zealand, the Ford Laser and Telstar were assembled alongside the Mazda 323 and 626 until 1997 at the Vehicle Assemblers of New Zealand, Vans, plant in Wiri, Auckland.
The Sierra wagon was also assembled in New Zealand owing to the popularity of station wagons in that market.
The scheduled closure of Ford's Australian manufacturing base in 2016 was confirmed on May 23, 2015.
Headquartered in the Victorian suburb of Broadmeadows, the company had registered losses worth $600 million Australian dollars over the 5 years prior to the announcement.
It was noted that the corporate fleet and government sales that account for two-thirds of large, local car sales in Australia are insufficient to keep Ford's products profitable and viable in Australia.
The decision affected 1,200 Ford workers, over 600 employees in Geelong and more than 500 in Broadmeadows, who lost their jobs by October 2016.
The closure of Ford's plants in Norland, Geelong and Broadmeadows, Melbourne occurred on October 7, 2016. Ford Motor Company sells a broad range of automobiles under the Ford mark worldwide and an additional range of luxury automobiles under the Lincoln mark in the United States.
The company has sold vehicles under a number of other marques during its history.
The Mercury brand was introduced by Ford in 1939, continuing in production until 2011, when poor sales led to its discontinuation.
In 1958, Ford introduced the Edsel brand, but poor sales led to its discontinuation in 1960.
In 1985, the Mercury brand was introduced in the United States to market products produced by Ford of Europe. It was discontinued in 1989. Ford acquired the British sports car maker Aston Martin in 1989, later selling it on March 12, 2007, although retaining an 8% stake.
Ford purchased Volvo Cars of Sweden in 1999, selling it to ZG and Geely Holding Group in 2010.
In November 2008, it reduced its 33.4% controlling interest in Mazda of Japan to a 13.4% non-controlling interest.
On November 18, 2010, Ford reduced their stake further to just 3%, citing the reduction of ownership would allow greater flexibility to pursue growth in emerging markets.
Ford and Mazda remain strategic partners through exchanges of technological information and joint ventures, including an American joint venture plant in Flat Rock, Michigan called Auto Alliance.
In 2015, Ford sold its remaining 3% stake in Mazda.
Ford sold the United Kingdom-based Jaguar and Land Rover companies and brands to Tata Motors of India in March 2008. On April 25, 2018, Ford announced that it planned to phase out all but one of its North American automobile models. The Mustang will be the sole surviving model, to focus primarily on pickup trucks and SUVs.
Ford had also planned to introduce an active crossover version of the next generation Focus, but canceled those plans due to tariff issues between the United States and China.
Ford has produced trucks since 1908, beginning with the Ford Model TT, followed by the Model AA and the Model BB.
Countries where Ford commercial vehicles are or were formerly produced include Argentina, Australia, Brazil, Canada, also badged as Mercury, France, Germany, India, Netherlands, Philippines, Spain, badged Ebro 2, Turkey, UK, badged also Fordson and Thames, and the United States.
From the 1940s to the late 1970s, Ford's Ford F-Series was used as the base for light trucks for the North American market. Most of these ventures are now extinct.
The European one that lasted longest was the Lorries Arma Ford of Britain, which became part of the FoMoCo group in 1986.
Ford had a minority share in the new company and Iveco took over sales and production of the Ford cargo range.
Ford's last significant European truck models were the Transcontinental and the Cargo.
At the end of 1996, Ford sold the rights to its heavy trucks division to the Freightliner Trucks division of Daimler AG, with Ford producing the Cargo, Louisville, and Aeromax through the 1998 model year.
During the 1998 model year, Freightliner began production of its own versions of Ford-developed trucks in St. Thomas, Ontario, launching the Sterling truck brand.
Slotted between Freightliner and Western Star, Sterling trucks were produced through 2009. Line of heavy trucks, made by Ford for the North American market. Ford F-Series. Big Job, 1951 to 1957.
Super Duty/Extra Heavy Duty, 1958 to 1962. Ford M-Series, 1963 to 1969.
Ford L-Series trucks, 1970 to 1998. AKA Ford, Louisville line.
Ford Aeromax, 1988 to 1998.
Ford Louisville, 1996 to 1998.
Sterling, 1998 to 2009. Ford C-Series, 1957 to 1990.
Ford Cargo/CF Series, 1986 to 1997.
Ford H-Series, 1961 to 1966.
AKA two-story Falcon. Ford W-Series, 1966 to 1977.
And Ford CL Series, 1978 to 1995.
For 1999, Ford briefly withdrew from production of medium-duty trucks.
For the 2001 model year, the company entered into a joint venture with Navistar International, the supplier of diesel engines, for 1-ton F-Series trucks, named Blue Diamond Truck Company LLC.
As part of the joint venture, sharing a common truck chassis, the two companies would produce medium-duty, Class 6 to 7, trucks in a Navistar facility in Mexico, with each manufacturer supplying its own powertrain and bodywork, with a Ford F650/F750 Super Duty and International 4000/Durastar sharing an assembly line.
In 2006, the joint venture debuted the Ford LCF/International City Star.
Using a modified F-Series chassis adapted to fit a Mazda Titan cab, the LCF was a low-cab forward truck that was sold through 2009. In Europe, Ford manufactures the Ford Transit Jumbo van, which is classed as a large goods vehicle and has a payload of up to 2,265 kilograms. There are options of a panel van, pickup or chassis cab.
The Ford Transit is also available as a light van, called the Ford Transit Connect, and the Ford Ranger pickup is available.
Ford manufactured complete buses in the company's early history, but today the role of the company has changed to that of a second-stage manufacturer.
In North America, the E-Series is still used as a chassis for small school buses, and the F650 is used in commercial bus markets.
In the 1980s and 1990s, the medium-duty B700 was a popular chassis used by school bus body manufacturers including Thomas Built, Ward, and Bluebird. But Ford lost its market share due to industry contraction and agreements between body manufacturers.
Older bus models included.
Prior to 1936, Ford buses were based on truck bodies. Model T, 1930s.
Model T, 1920s.
And F-105 school bus. In 1936, Ford introduced the Ford Transit Bus, a series of small transit buses with bodies built by a second party.
Originally a front-engine design, it was modified to a rear-engine design in 1939.
About 1,000 to 1,200 of the original design were built, and around 12,500 of the rear engine design, which was in production until 1947, rebranded as the Universal Bus in 1946. Rear engine transit bus chassis model numbers 09B/19B City Transit Bus, 1939 to 1941.
19B/29B City Transit Bus, 1941 to 1942.
49B/79B City Transit Bus, 1944 to 1947.
69B City Transit Bus, 1946 to 1947.
29B City Transit Bus, 1946 to 1947.
And 72T Transit Bus, 1944 to 1945.
After 1946, the Transit City Bus was sold as the Universal Bus, with the roof changed from fabric/wood to all metal. 79B Universal Transit Bus, 1946 to 1947. Succeeding the Ford Transit Bus was the Ford AM buses. 8MB Transit Bus with Wayne Works, 1948. Following World War II and from the 1950s onwards, Ford lost out to General Motors.
This led to the end of transit buses for Ford in North America.
B500 or B-Series, 1950 to 1990s, based on Ford F-Series truck chassis used by school bus body manufacturers. In Europe, Ford manufactures the Ford Transit minibus, which is classed in Europe as a passenger-carrying vehicle, and there are options of 12, 15, or 17 seaters.
In the past, European models included
EN
N 138,
and E-Series buses, Australia. The Henry Ford and Son Company began making Fords and tractors in Henry's hometown of Springwells, later part of Dearborn, Michigan, from 1907 to 1928, from 1919 to 1932 at Cork, Ireland, and between 1933 and 1964 at Dagenham, England, later transferred to Basildon.
They were also produced in Leningrad beginning in 1924.
Ford re-entered the tractor market in 1939 with the Ford M-Series tractors.
The Ford EN, introduced in 1947, became the most popular tractor of all time in North America.
Production of the M line of models ended in 1952. The Ford NAA tractor was introduced as an entirely new model in 1953.
It was a replacement for the Ford M-Series tractors.
Larger than the AN, with a 4-cylinder engine and streamlined styling. In 1986, Ford expanded its tractor business when it purchased the Sperry New Holland skid steer loader and hay baler, hay tools and implement company from Sperry Corporation and formed Ford New Holland, which bought out versatile tractors in 1988.
This company was bought by Fiat in 1993 and the name changed from Ford New Holland to New Holland.
New Holland is now part of CNH Global. Ford offers automotive finance through Ford Motor Credit Company. Ford's FoMoCo Parts Division sells aftermarket parts under the Motorcraft brand name.
It has spun off its parts division under the name Visteon.
Ford Performance, formerly Ford Racing, is the high-performance division of the Ford Motor Company and the multinational name used for its motorsport and racing activity. History. 1896, Henry Ford reached a top speed of 20 miles per hour in his first car, quadricycle.
1901, Henry Ford defeated Alexander Winton, the most accomplished automobile builder/racer of the era, in a 10-lap race on the 1-mile oval at the Detroit Driving Club, Grosse Pointe, Michigan.
He overcame his rival's more powerful car in sweepstakes, a racing car of his own design. 1902, Ford 999, named after a famous New York Central train, driven by Barney Oldfield, master driver of the world and America's legendary Speed King. Defeated Alex Winton at Grosse Pointe in the 999 as a result of the publicity and financial backing of Alex J. Malcolmson. The Ford Motor Company was launched.
1903, Ford 999, driven by Oldfield, lapped the Indiana Fairgrounds dirt track at a then record 60 miles per hour.
1904, Henry Ford, driving his Renault 999, sets the world 1-mile record on a frozen lake near Detroit.
1904, Frank Hewlett drove a Ford 20-horsepower racer to the 1 and 5-mile world track record for middleweight racers.
1907, Hewlett set the world 24-hour track endurance record, traveling 1,135 miles driving a Ford 6-cylinder Model K.
1909, a Ford Model T won the transcontinental New York to Seattle cross-country race, about 3,600 kilometers.
1932, Ford introduced its V8 flathead engine, bringing V8 power into mass production with a slogan, "Everyman's power for the road and everyman's power for racing."
1932, two car mechanics win the Swedish Winter Grand Prix driving a Ford Special.
1936, IMO Vampire Steel and Peter G. Cristia won the Monte Carlo Rally driving a Ford V8 flathead.
1949, Jim Roper, driving a Lincoln, won the first NASCAR race.
1950, Jimmy Thorian, driving a Ford, wins the first NASCAR race in a Ford-branded vehicle at Dayton, Ohio.
1963, Tiny Lund wins first Daytona 500 for Ford.
1965, Jim Clark gives Ford its first of 6 Indy wins between 1965 and 1971.
1967, Jim Clark, driving a Lotus Ford, won the Dutch Grand Prix.
This is Ford's first Grand Prix victory. 1968, Graham Hill, driving a Lotus Ford, won both the Drivers' World Championship and the Constructors' World Championship.
This is Ford's first of both respective championship wins. 1976, Ford via Cosworth won its first Indy 500 and would dominate Indy with a Cosworth DFX over the next 10 years. By winning every race plus 2 more with the XP version for a 12 Indy win total between 1978 and 1996, the Ford Cosworth DFX powered 81 consecutive IndyCar victories. From 1981 to 1986, and 153 victories total.
Won all USAC and kart championships between 1977 and 1987. 1994, Michael Schumacher bags his first Drivers' World Championship with Ford-powered Benetton V194 car.
2000, Dale Jarrett wins Ford's 10th Daytona 500.
2003, Giancarlo Fisichella, driving a Jordan Ford, won the Brazilian Grand Prix.
This is Ford's 176th and last Grand Prix victory.
2010, Von Gittin Jr. in the number 25 Ford Mustang wins the Formula Drift Championship.
2011, Trevor Bayne wins the Daytona 500 in a 1-2-3 finish for Ford.
It was Ford's 600th NASCAR victory. 2012, Michael Shank Racing wins the 50th Rolex 24 at Daytona with a Ford engine Riley chassis, Allo-Mendimer/Negri/Q/Wilson. Starworks Motorsport finishes second in random Daytona prototype driver standings, Ryan Dalziel, and wins the first North American Endurance Championship, also with Ford power.
2013, Greg Biffle wins the Quicken Loans 400, Ford's 1000th NASCAR win.
2014, debut of the Ford EcoBoost twin-turbo engine for the Tudor United Sports Car Championship, Chip Ganassi Racing, with Felix Saints win the Mobil 1 12 hours of Sebring using the engine.
2015, Ford Racing, alongside Ford Team RS and Special Vehicle Team, merged into a global entity named Ford Performance, as they also will make 12 performance cars by 2020.
Wins Rolex 24 hours of Daytona overall, with Chip Ganassi Racing, with Felix Saints, Cannon/McMurray/Larson/Dixon, using Ford EcoBoost Riley DP. 2016, Ford entered 4 Ford GT cars in the 2016 24 Hours of Le Mans GTE Pro Class, finished 1, 3, 4, and 10.
2018, Joey Logano wins at Homestead Miami Speedway and wins Ford Performance its first NASCAR Cup Championship since 2004 and first Manufacturers Championship since 2002.
2020, Von Gittin Jr. in the number 25 Ford Mustang wins the Formula Drift Championship.
2022, Von Gittin Jr. and Lauren Healy number 2567 win 4600 King of the Hammers race in new 6th generation Bronco.
2023, Ford announced their return as a Formula One engine manufacturer for 2026 after nearly 20 years of absence in Formula One and will partner with Red Bull Powertrains as Red Bull Ford Powertrains.
Red Bull Ford Powertrains will supply engines to Red Bull Racing and RV Formula One team. 2023, Von Gittin Jr. and Lauren Healy number 2567 win 4600 King of the Hammers race.
2023, Chelsea Denofa in the number 88 Ford Mustang wins the first championship for the 7th generation Mustang in the Formula Drift Championship.
And 2024, as part of their partnership with Red Bull and the company's broader STEM and DEI initiatives to further attract more women to the sport across all levels and roles. Ford signed the title partnership deal with Red Bull to form the Red Bull Ford Academy program in support of Emily to use for the 2024 season of F1 Academy.
For the 2025 F1 Academy season, the Red Bull Ford Academy program will support Chloe Chambers. And 2024, James Dean in the number 130 Ford Mustang wins the Formula Drift Championship. This list only includes vehicles produced post-2016 after the merger of Ford Team RS and Special Vehicle Team. Currently sold: Ford Explorer ST,
Ford F-150 Raptor,
Ford Focus ST,
Ford Bronco Raptor,
and Ford Ranger Raptor. Previously sold: Ford Fiesta ST,
Ford Focus RS,
Ford Mustang Shelby GT350/GT350R,
Ford Mustang Shelby GT500,
Ford Mustang Mach 1,
Ford Edge ST,
and Ford GT. Factory drivers: current: Ben Parker,
Joey Head,
Arjun Maini,
Jen Martinborough,
Christopher Mize,
Dirk Muller,
Dennis Olsen,
Judith Allega,
Andy Kryoks,
Sebastian Bryolts,
Mike Rutensler,
David Schumacher,
and Frederick Vervish. Ford Performance Teams. Formula One. Red Bull Racing 2026-2.
And Visa Cash App RP 2026-2.
NASCAR. Cup Series. Team Penske 1994 to 2002, 2013 to present.
RFK Racing 1988 to present.
Front Row Motorsports 2010 to present.
Haas Factory Team 2025 to present.
Rickware Racing 2022 to present.
And Wood Brothers Racing 1950 to present.
Xfinity Series. RSS Racing 2021 to present.
Haas Factory Team 2025 to present.
And AM Racing 2023 to present. Truck Series. Force Sport Racing 2018 to 2020, 2023 to present.
Front Row Motorsports 2020 to present.
And Rome Brothers Racing 2023 to present. Australia Supercars Championship. Blanchard Racing Team 2021 to present.
Dick Johnson Racing.
Grove Racing 2020 to present.
Dick Ford Racing 2003 to present.
And Wikinshaw and Ready United 2023 to present. World Endurance Championship. Proton Competition 2024-2. Past teams are Matec GT Racing, SunTrust Racing, Ford World Rally Team, Moongate Ford World Rally Team, Red Performance Motorsports, Bill Elliott Racing Yates Racing, Richard Petty Motorsports, Jordan Grand Prix, Stewart Grand Prix, Jaguar Racing, Benetton Formula, Sauber F1 Team, Minardi F1 Team, Team AM, Mark VDS Racing Team, Belgian Racing, Fisher Racing, FWRT. Hoonigan Racing Division, Chip Ganassi Racing, Ulster NSE, SS Greenlight Racing, and Stuart Haas Racing. Along with Shelby and Chevrolet, Ford is one of only 3 American constructors to win titles on the international scene at the FIA World Championships.
As a constructor, Ford won the World Sports Car Championship 3 times, in 1966, both Sports Prototype category and Grand Touring, GT, category, 1967, GT category, and 1968, Sports Prototype category, and at the World Rally Championship Ford won 4 World Drivers' Championships. In 1979, 1981, 2017 and 2018, as well as 4 World Manufacturers' Championships. In 1979, 2006, 2007 and 2017.
As an engine supplier, Ford also won 15 Formula One World Drivers' Championships and 10 Formula One World Constructors' Championships. Ford is also one of only 3 constructors to complete the Triple Crown of Motorsport, wins at the Indianapolis 500, 24 Hours of Le Mans, and Monaco Grand Prix. A feat that Ford achieved as an engine manufacturer by winning the 1968 Monaco Grand Prix. Indy cars, with Ford engines first, competed in 1935 using a production-based Ford V8 and the Miller Ford Racer.
A push-rod Ford V8 raced with Lotus in 1963, and Ford's first Indy win was in 1965 with a DOHC V8.
Ford Motors, including the Ford-sponsored DFX engine, developed by Cosworth, have won the Indianapolis 500 18 times.
On May 12, 1996, a relay Indic, while driving an Indy car, powered by a Ford Cosworth XD engine, broke the Indianapolis 500 record for fastest qualification lap. 237.498 miles per hour, 382.216 kilometers per hour, and fastest qualification 4-lap average. 236.986 miles per hour, 381.392 kilometers per hour.
The speed records still stand as of 2022. Formula Ford, conceived in the UK in 1966, is an entry-level type of formula racing with wingless single-seater cars.
Many of today's Formula racing drivers started their car racing careers in this category.
Ford was heavily involved in Formula One for many years and supplied engines to a large number of teams from 1967 until 2004.
These engines were designed and manufactured by Cosworth, the racing division that was owned by Ford from 1998 to 2004.
Ford Nash engines won 176 Grand Prix between 1967 and 2003 for teams such as Team Lotus and McLaren.
Ford entered Formula One as a constructor in 2000 under the Jaguar racing name, after buying the Stewart Grand Prix team, which had been its primary works team in the series since 1997.
Jaguar achieved little success in Formula One, and after a turbulent 5 seasons, Ford withdrew from the category after the 2004 season, selling both Jaguar Racing, which became Red Bull Racing, and Cosworth, to Gerald Forsyth and Kevin Cochrane. Ford has announced that it will return to Formula One in 2026 following a partnership with Red Bull Powertrains, supplying power units to Red Bull Racing and their second team Racing Bulls. Cosworth is a British automotive engineering company, founded in London in 1958, specializing in high-performance internal combustion engines, powertrain, and electronics for automobile racing, motorsport, and mainstream automotive industries.
Cosworth is based in Northampton, England, with facilities in Cottenham, England, Silverstone, England, and Indianapolis, Indiana, U.S.
Cosworth has collected 176 wins in Formula One, F1, as engine supplier, ranking third, with most wins, behind Ferrari and Mercedes. The company was founded as a British racing internal combustion engine maker in 1958 by Mike Costin and Keith Duckworth.
Its company name, Cosworth, was derived as a portmanteau of the surnames of its two founders, Costin and Duckworth.
Both of the co-founders were former employees of Lotus Engineering Limited, and Cosworth initially maintained a strong relationship with Lotus's Colin Chapman. Initial revenues of the company came almost exclusively from Lotus.
When the company was founded in 1958, Duckworth left Lotus, leaving Costin, who had signed a term employment contract with Chapman at the company.
Until 1962, Costin worked on Cosworth projects in his private time while being active as a key Lotus engineer on the development of Lotus 15 through 26 Elan, as well as leading the Team Lotus contingent at foreign races, as evidenced by the 1962 Le Mans Lotus scandal. Initial series production engines, Mark II, Mark V, Mark 8, and Mark 14 were sold to Lotus exclusively, and many of the other racing engines up to Mark 12 were delivered to Team Lotus.
The success of Formula Junior engines, Mark 3, 4, 11, and 17, started bringing in non-Lotus revenues, and the establishment of Formula E by the Sports Car Club of America, SCCA, allowed the financial foundation of Cosworth to be secured by the increased sales of Mark 13, a pure racing engine based on Lotus Twinkum, through its domination of the class.
This newly found security enabled the company to distance itself from the Lotus Mark 7 and LEN optional road engine assembly business, and allowed its resources to be concentrated on racing engine development. The first Cosworth design cylinder head was for SCA series with a single overhead camshaft, SOHC, reverse flow configuration, similar to the Coventry Climax FWE engine.
A real success was achieved with the next gear-driven double overhead camshaft, TOHC, 4-valve FVA, in 1966. When Cosworth, with the help from Chapman, convinced Ford to purchase the rights to the design and sign a development contract, including an 8-cylinder version.
This resulted in the DFE, which dominated Formula One for many years. From this time on, Cosworth was supported by Ford for many years, and many of the Cosworth designs were owned by Ford and named as Ford engines under similar contracts.
Cosworth then went through a number of ownership changes.
After Duckworth decided he did not want to be involved with the day-to-day business of running a growing company, he sold his stake to United Engineering Industries, UEI, in 1980, retaining his life presidency and day-to-day technical involvement with Cosworth. And becoming a UEI board director, UEI was a group of small to medium-sized technology companies, which was taken over by Carlton Communications in 1988.
Carlton was primarily interested in some of the audio-visual companies in the UEI portfolio, and Cosworth was a poor fit with these. A new hire for the company in the engineering/automotive sector was sought, and the traditional engineering company Vickers plc bought Cosworth in 1990.
In September 1998, Vickers sold Cosworth to Audi.
Audi kept the engineering, manufacturing and casting unit, which it called Cosworth Technology, and sold the race engine division, Cosworth Racing, and its electronics division, Tire Research, to Ford.
In December 2004, Audi announced that it had sold Cosworth Technology to MAHLE GmbH. The company was renamed as MAHLE Powertrain on 1 July 2005. On 15 November 2004, Ford sold Cosworth Racing to Champ Car World Series owners Gerald Forsyth and Kevin Cockhaven.
In December 2004, Ford also sold tire research to Cockhaven and Forsyth, creating the Cosworth Group.
Since 2006, Cosworth has diversified to provide engineering consultancy, high-performance electronics, and component manufacture services outside of its classic motorsport customer base.
On 25 February 2008, Cosworth was awarded a $5.4 million contract by the United States Navy to develop a heavy fuel engine for their RQ-21A Blackjack unmanned aerial vehicle, UAV.
Cosworth supplied its last Premier Class racing engines to one F1 team in 2015, the Russia F1 team. The following is a list of initial products with cylinder heads modified, but not originally designed by Cosworth, on Ford Kent engine cylinder blocks.
The exceptions were Mark 17 and MAE modified Anglia engine, which had intake port sleeves for downdraft carburetors, brazed into the stock cast iron cylinder head, in place of the normal side draft ports, thus could be considered Cosworth designs.
In addition to the above, Cosworth designed and provided the assembly work for Lotus Elan special equipment optional road engines with special camshafts and high compression pistons. The final model of the above initial series was the MAE in 1965, when new rules were introduced in Formula 3 allowing up to 1,000 cubic centimeters, 61.0 cubic inches, engines with 36 millimeters intake restrictor plates.
MAE used one barrel of a 2-barrel Weber IDA downdraft carburetor, with the other barrel blanked off.
The domination of this engine was absolute as long as these regulations lasted until 1968.
As Cosworth had a serious difficulty meeting the demand, the MAE was mainly sold as a kit.
This experience led to the later FVA/DFV contract to be drawn, where the responsibility of development rested with Cosworth, and the manufacturing right and responsibility rested with Ford.
There also were some specially cast iron heads, with similar dimensions to these brazed heads with titanium alloy valve spring retainers called the Screamer Head for MAE in later years.
A year before the introduction of the MAE, the single overhead cam 2 valve SCA was introduced.
It was a 997 cubic centimeters engine, based on Ford Cortina 116E block, that was designed for Formula 2, and featured the first totally Cosworth designed head, Laced forged crankshaft, steel main bearing caps and pistons, with only one compression ring and one oil scraper ring each.
Cylinder head to block sealant was via head gasket incorporating Cooper rings.
The basic configuration was quite similar to Coventry Climax FWE on Lotus Elite, including its SOHC reverse flow design, except for a series of 7 spur gears. 1 on the crank, 2 intermediary gears on 2 fixed shafts, mounted on the front cover back plate, 1 on the 116E camshaft used as a jack shaft. 2 on a common, fixed shaft in the head, and 1 on the camshaft, driving a 5-bearing camshaft and the Ford 5 main bearing iron block.
The intake ports and the oil scavenged pickup for dry sump lubrication were canted 25 degrees, so they faced straight up and down, respectively, when the engine was mounted 25 degrees from vertical to the right, for a lower center of gravity. The SCA initially had 240 DCM 2-liter twin-choke downdraft sandcast carburetors mounted on top to produce 115 horsepower, which was replaced by Lucas fuel injection in 1966, eventually reaching 140 horsepower.
The SCA won the first race of the new 1L Formula 2 rules 1964 TaBNWNE Grand Prix in the hands of Jim Clark on 5 April 1964.
This race was also the inaugural race of FFSA Trophies, the France Championship, in which SCA drove the series champions in 1964, 1965 and 1967. The longer stroke SCB was built to compare against the 1,498 cubic centimeter Mark 16, and upon proving its superior power against the muddy, designed 2-valve crossflow DOHC head. It acted as the benchmark for the development of FV8 to measure the benefits and shortcomings of a 4-valve crossflow DOHC design.
It was the results of this 4-valve development work that formed the basis for many of the Cosworth engines that followed.
A larger 85mm bore SCC with the same short-stroke 5-bearing crankshaft as the SCA was built and sold for SCCA 1.1-liter sports car class. The Cortina crossflow block was also the basis for the FVA 4-valve Type A, an F2 engine introduced in 1966 and developed under the same contract as the DFV for the new 1.6-liter engine rules.
This engine featured 16 valves operated by twin overhead camshafts, driven by a train of 9 gears.
The metering unit for the Lucas mechanical fuel injection was rotated by a tooth belt from the gear, driven in with cam, while the exhaust cam directly drove an alternator on the rear of the head.
It produced 225 brake horsepower, 168 kilowatts, at 9,000 revolutions per minute.
This engine dominated the category until 1971 and was also used in sports car racing in 1.8-liter form as the FVC. The cylinder head on the FVA pioneered many of Duckworth's ideas that would be used on the DFV and a mule for the 8-cylinder engine development. FVB was built.
However, the distance between the two camshafts and the valve inclination angle were larger than on DFV for the series.
The larger displacement FVD was designed and released for endurance racing in 1975 that displaced 1,975 cubic centimeters, 120.5 cubic inches. On the aluminium block, developed for DDG.
The FVD produced only 275 brake horsepower, 205 kilowatts, down from the 325 horsepower, 242 kilowatts that other twin-cam 4-cylinders such as the Hart 420S produced, but was more reliable.
One was campaigned in the Canon series in 1978 in the Austria SR1, built and driven by Dan Hartill. In 1966, Colin Chapman, Lotus Card founder and principal of Team Lotus, persuaded Ford to bankroll Keith Duckworth's design for a new lightweight 3,000 cubic centimeter, 183.1 cubic inches, Formula 1 engine.
Cosworth received the order along with the 100,000 pounds that Ford felt inadequate to spend on such an objective.
The The contract stipulated that a four-cylinder Ford-based F2 engine would be developed as proof of concept, see the FV8 above, and that a pure Cosworth V8 would be built based on this. The DFV design used a similar cylinder head to the one Duckworth had prototyped on the four-cylinder FVB unit on a custom Cosworth cylinder block and crankcase, forming a single 90-degree V8 engine, thus creating a legend in its own right, the DFV, meaning double four-valve.
This engine and its derivatives were used for a quarter of a century, and it was the most successful in the history of Formula 1/Grand Prix motor racing.
Winning 167 races in a career lasting over 20 years, it was the product that put Cosworth engineering on the map.
Although originally designed for Formula 1, the engine has been modified to be used in a range of categories.
The DFV won on its first outing at the 1967 Dutch Grand Prix in the hands of Jim Clark, fitted to a Lotus 49, and from 1968 was available for purchase to any F1 team that wished it.
During the 1970s, it was common for almost the entire field, with a notable exception of Ferrari, the RM and Alfa Romeo scoring wins and titles with V12 engines. To use one of these engines, this at a time when independent wealthy individuals could buy exactly the same engine off the shelf that was also being used by McLaren et al.
Most teams just built a tub around a Cosworth DFV and a Hewland gearbox.
It won a record 155 World Championship races, the last being Detroit in 1983, powering a Tyrrell, driven by Michele Alboreto.
Although the DFV, or 3.373 inches, 85.67 millimeters, stroke 2.555 inches, 64.90 millimeters, displacement 2,992.98 cubic centimeters, 182.6 cubic inches, with 410 brake horsepower, 306 kilowatts, 416 for district, at 9,000 revolutions per minute did not produce as much power as some of its rival 12-cylinder engines. It was lighter, resulting in a better power-to-weight ratio.
In addition to being lighter, it was also made a structural part of the car itself by placing load-bearing arms to stress the block.
These design aspects appeal tremendously to the genius of Colin Chapman, who used them to the fullest extent. The DFY, introduced in 1982, was a further evolution of the DFV for Formula 1 with a shorter stroke and a DFL or 3.543 inches, 89.99 millimeters stroke. 2.316 inches, 58.83 millimeters, displacement 2,993.38 cubic centimeters, 182.7 cubic inches, with 520 brake horsepower, 388 kilowatts, 527 for district, at 11,000 RPM, thereby producing more power, but still unable to fight against the turbo-charged cars of the day.
It was the advent of turbo-charged engines in Formula 1 which sounded the death knell for the venerable DFV, and in 1986 Cosworth returned to the lower formulae, preparing the DFV for the newly created Formula 3000 with the installation of a compulsory 9,000 revolutions per minute reverend limiter, which scaled power back from 500 to 420 brake horsepower. 313 kilowatts, 426 for district. The DFV remained in this class until 1992 and the DFY until 1995.
By this time, the Cosworth ACV8 replaced the DFV/Y in F3000 and was the dominant engine in the class until it became a spec series in 1996 using a Zytek Jet V8.
The final F3000 engines gave 500 brake horsepower, 373 kilowatts, 507 for test torque, almost equaling the 1983 DFV, which gave 510 brake horsepower, 380 kilowatts, 517 for test torque, at 11,200 revolutions per minute.
In Formula One, a new DFV-based design was introduced for the new 3,500 cubic centimeters, 213.6 cubic inches, normally aspirated rules in 1987.
The DFZ was produced as an interim model, but in 1988 Cosworth created the DFV's final evolution, the DFR, which soldiered on an F1 with smaller teams until 1991, scoring its last points, including a pair of second places by Gina Lazy with Tyrrell in 1990.
The DFV has recently been given a new lease of life as a result of interest in classic F1 racing, which was given a world championship status by the FIA in 2004. The DFV spawned a number of derivations.
In 1968, Cosworth created the DFV's first derivation, a 2,500 cubic centimeters, 152.6 cubic inches version for the Tasman series, the DFW.
The DFW conversion simply involved substitution of a short stroke crank and longer connecting rods. One of the most successful and longest-lived projects of Cosworth has been its kart/shemp car engine program.
In 1975, Cosworth developed the DFX by bestroking the engine to 2,650 cubic centimeters, 161.7 cubic inches, and adding a turbocharger. The DFX became the standard engine to run in IndyCar racing, and in the reign of the Offenhauser, and maintaining that position until the late 1980s.
Ford backed Cosworth with creating a new interim design for IndyCar racing in the late 1980s, the DFS, which merged DFR technology into the aging DFX design, but it was eventually rendered obsolete by advancing technology. While designed as an F1 engine, the DFV was also used as in endurance racing, although its flat plane crank design led to destructive vibrations putting stress on devices surrounding the engine, especially the exhaust system.
The first sports car to use a DFV, the Ford P68, failed to finish a single race because of repeated mechanical and electrical failures.
Despite this handicap, the DFV won the 24 Hours of Le Mans twice in its original 3.0-liter form for Mirage in 1975 and Rondeau in 1980. Who were able to attain sufficient reliability by detuning the motor. The DFL for endurance racing was developed for the 1982 season to replace the DFV.
It came in two versions, one with 3,298 cubic centimeters, 201.3 cubic inches, and the other with 3,955 cubic centimeters, 241.3 cubic inches.
While neither competed well in the Group C, C1 class, the former was adapted to the C2 class, 700 kilograms minimum weight, 55-liter fuel, 5 refuelings per 1,000 kilometers, starting in 1984.
During the latter half of the 1980s, it was the most popular motor for that class, with successful championship campaigns and 5 class wins at the 24 Hours of Le Mans.
The latter version's severe lack of reliability caused it to fall out of use by 1985. Cosworth solidified its association with Ford in 1969 by developing a double overhead camshaft, DOHC, 16-valve inline 4-cylinder engine for road use in the Ford Escort.
As Keith Duckworth was busy designing and developing the DFV, the project was assigned to Mike Hall, who created the 1,601 cubic centimeters DDA on the Ford Kent engine block for homologation purposes.
The camshafts were driven by a tube belt developed for Fiat 124, hence the name DDA, literally meaning belt drive, A type.
It was designed for FIA Group 2 and Group 4 on either rallying or touring car racing purpose.
The nominal homologation at 1,601 cubic centimeters capacity meant that DDA engine cars competed in what was usually the top class, 1,600 cubic centimeters and up, so were eligible for overall victories rather than class wins. In 1970, the 1,701 cubic centimeters DDD was created for the Escort RS1600, and this engine received fuel injection for the first time in the series as 1,701 cubic centimeters DDC.
2 years later, the DDA series was adopted for Formula 2. First came the 1,790 cubic centimeters DDE. Then the 1,927 cubic centimeters DDF, eventually reaching a maximum of 1,975 cubic centimeters DDG in 1973.
As the bore size reached ever closer to the bore center distance, leaving little space in between cylinders, all three types had brazed-in cylinder liners to the block.
As a departure from the Ford iron block, the DDG received the new aluminium block, originally designed by Brian Hart in 1971 and re-engineered by Cosworth. Soon after, and this cylinder block was used as a replacement part in rebuilding many other DD series engines as well as some Mark 13 engines.
The iron block was also used for smaller displacements, starting with a very successful 1,599 cubic centimeters Formula Atlantic DDD in 1970. Followed by the 1,098 cubic centimeters DDJ and 1,300 cubic centimeters DDH variants for SCCA Formula C and sports car racing, respectively.
There was even a one-off 785 cubic centimeters version built by Cosworth employees Paul Squires and Phil Kinsley. Fitted with a lithium supercharger, it was installed in a Brabham BT28 Formula 3 chassis and competed in the British Hill Climb Championship as the Brabham Lithium.
In 1970, Ford asked Westlake & Co. of Rye, East Sussex to build the DDD for them, and by the end of 1970, the production line was installed at Rye and production was underway.
These engines were often called the DDA, but were 1,599 cubic centimeters DDDs eligible for under 1.6 liter class.
The 1,599 cubic centimeters DDD engine won a number of championships around the world in Formula Atlantic and Formula Pacific during the 1980s. In 1975, 1,599 cubic centimeters big valve DDM, 225 brake horsepower was developed with fuel injection for Formula Atlantic. And the sealed engine version DDN, 1,599 cubic centimeters, 210 brake horsepower, followed in 1977 for Canadian Formula Atlantic Series. Largely known as Cosworth VDA or Ford VDA, VDD and VDM were also very successful in Formula Pacific and Formula Mondial racing in Australia and New Zealand.
In open-wheel racing, Cosworth-powered cars, Rolt RT4 and Tigas, won Australian Drivers' Championship in 1982 to 1986 as well as winning the Australian Grand Prix in 1981 to 1984, including wins by Alain Prost and Roberto Merino, before the race became part of the Formula One World Championship in 1985. and won the New Zealand Grand Prix each year from 1982 to 1988.
BDD and BDM engines were also prominent in the Australian Sports Car Championship during the 1980s, winning the 1987 championship. The turbo, charged 1,778 cubic centimeters DDT was created in 1981, which powered the never-raced RWD, Escort RS 1700T.
In 1984, 4WD-4 RS200 debuted with a 1,803 cubic centimeters version of DDT, which was created for Group B rallying.
Between 1984 and 1986, the DDT engine was used in Group C endurance racing by Roy Baker in Class C2 using the TiGA GC284, GC285 and GC286.
Later in 1986, a 2,137 cubic centimeters version was created by Brian Hart using a bespoke aluminium block and a large intercooler for RS200 Evolution. Just as Group B was cancelled by the FIA.
This BDTE E4 Evolution produced over 600 brake horsepower, 447 kilowatts, 608 for Deathstroke in Group B Rally Cross Boost level. Normally producing 530 to 550 brake horsepower, 395 to 410 kilowatts, 537 to 558 for Deathstroke on a lower but sustainable boost. In 1983, the BD series saw its second road engine incarnation, the first being the original BDA and BDB, the BDR, which was a BDA or BDB sold in jet form for the Caterham Super 7 in 1,601 cubic centimeters, 120 brake horsepower, and in 1,701 cubic centimeters, 130 brake horsepower formats. The Hart 415T and the ZXP 1500/4 F1 engines owe much to the BDA series, being essentially an aluminium block derivative using similar heads. A fuel-injected duct-driven DOHC-GA, also called the GAA, was based on the 60-degree V6 block of Ford Essex and was used for the Ford Caprice, raced in Group 2 in the early 1970s.
This had a capacity of 3,412 cubic centimeters, 208.2 cubic inches, and was highly competitive against the BMW straight sixes.
The GA was also used in the later years of Formula 5000 in Europe. The GA or GAA was commissioned by Ford in May 1972, when Ford realized that the Cologne V6-based Westlake OHV V6 engines used in their Caprice, which competed in the European Touring Car Championship, had been modified to the point that no more performance could be extracted from them.
Mike Hall, who had already designed the highly successful Cosworth DFV and DDA engines, took on the task of developing a whole new engine based on the 3-liter Essex V6 block.
The new engine was radically different from the previously used Westlake unit in that it featured twin overhead camshaft aluminium alloy cylinder heads, 4 valves per cylinder, a Lucas mechanical fuel injection system, dry sump boiling system, a steel crankshaft, and enlarged displacement of 3,412 cubic centimeters, compared with the 2.9 liters of the previously used Cologne V6, based Westlake V6. Ford expected a minimum of 400 horsepower from the new Cosworth engine. That figure was exceeded, with the engine producing 420 horsepower in the first test run.
In race 2, they finally produced around 462 brake horsepower, 345 kilowatts, 468 for Deathstroke. At 9,000 revolutions per minute and 300 foot-pounds of torque, 407 Newton meters.
The This meant that the new engine proved highly successful at competing against BMW in the 1973 season of the European Touring Car Championship, where the engine was installed in Ford's newly homologated Capri RS3100. Ford Motorsport also sold 100 Cosworth GAV6 engines, most of them ending up in Formula 5000 cars. The GA/GAAV6 is a very rare and extremely expensive engine, with retail units priced at £50,000. The FVA and FVC engines were found in the Ford Granada and Ford Scorpio.
The FVA came first in 1991 and was also known as the DOA. It was based on the Ford Cologne V6 used in the Ford Sierra and Ford Capri and other models and was a twin overhead camshaft 24-valve conversion for more power, producing 195 metric horsepower, 143 kilowatts, 192 brake horsepower, and better idle quality.
In 1995, with a new version of the Scorpio, it was upgraded with a wider torque spread and higher power to 204 Fredester, 150 kilowatts, 201 horsepower from a variable intake system and reprofile cams.
The NVH was improved with a change from a single chain to drive all 4 camshafts to one chain to drive one bank of cams in the second for the other bank. This engine was known as the Bob.
A racing version was also available for a short time, FVE, with an individual throttle butterfly for each cylinder. FVD and FVD engines existed as development engines, but these were never released. The 2 production engines were always mated to an automatic gearbox but have become popular in the custom car scene, where they have been mated to the 4x4 manual transmission and the rear-wheel drive manual transmission from the Ford Sierra XR4 and XR4x4.
There are also companies that offer twin and single turbo conversions and other modifications to increase power to usually around 400 brake horsepower, 300 kilowatts.
These engines can be bought relatively cheaply and, provided they are well serviced, engines have been known to cover over 200,000 miles without major work being required. The YD series is 1,993 cubic centimeters, 121.6 cubic inches. Engines are based on the older inline 4 Ford T88 engine block and were introduced in the road-going Ford Sierra RS Cosworth in 1986 with 204 Fredester, 150 kilowatts, 201 brake horsepower.
With 5,000 units built for homologation purposes in Group A, both for rallies and touring cars.
Racing versions of the RS Cosworth were developing around 370 horsepower, 276 kilowatts, 375 Fredester, but with a small geared T3 turbo on the car's reliability was a problem.
A limited edition Evolution model was introduced in mid-1987. Once the base of 5,000 cars had been built, only 500 Evo or upgraded versions were needed for group homologation. The Sierra RS500, which included a bigger T4 turbo with power initially at around the 470 horsepower, 350 kilowatts, 477 Fredester, marked in 1987, but in later years climbing to close to some 550 horsepower, 410 kilowatts, 558 Fredester, in full racing trim.
The RS500 came to dominate touring car racing in its heyday from 1987 to 1992, winning multiple championships and major races. Championship wins. World Touring Car Championship, 1987, in France title.
Japanese Touring Car Championship, 1987, 1988, 1989, 1989 in France title.
Australian Manufacturers Championship, 1988, FoMoCo winners with BMW and Toyota 1990.
Australian Touring Car Championship 1988, 1989.
European Touring Car Championship 1988 in French title.
Deutsche Tourenwagenmeisterschaft 1988.
NASCAR Series 1988, 1989, 1990.
Nissan Mobile 500 Series 1989, 1990.
New Zealand Touring Car Championship 1989, 1990, 1992.
British Touring Car Championship 1990.
And Australian Endurance Championship 1990. Major race wins. Wellington 500 1987.
Fuji Intertech 500 1987, 1988, 1989.
RAC Tourist Trophy 1988.
Sandown 500 1988, 1990.
Bathurst 1000 1988, 1989.
QQco 500 1988, 1989, 1990.
Spa 24 Hours 1989.
And Gear Race of Macau 1989.
The only car to truly challenge the Sierra's power dominance towards the end of the Group A era in 1990 to 1992 was the 640 horsepower, 477 kilowatts, 649 for Dester, 4WD twin-turbo Nissan Skyline R32 GTR. At the end of its life in Group A in 1992, the Australian Sierra teams were reportedly getting around 600 brake horsepower, 447 kilowatts, 608 for Dester, from the 2.0L turbo, charged YV engines.
For his pole position lap at the 1992 Bathurst 1000, Australian driver Dick Johnson, whose team, since 1988, had a reputation for having the fastest Sierras in Group A racing anywhere in the world, was reportedly running a special qualifying engine and F1 level fuel supplied by the team's major sponsor Shell, consisting of a mix of toluene and methanol.
His YVD engine for the top 10 runoff at Bathurst was rumored to be producing up to 680 horsepower, 507 kilowatts, 689 for Dester. The various color cam covers that distinguished each version were as follows. Red, YVD, Sierra Cosworth 2WD, both 3-door and Sapphire, YVD, Sierra RS 500, YVJ, Sierra Sapphire 4WD, non-cat.
Green, YBG, catalyst equipped 4x4 Sierra Sapphire Cosworth.
Blue, YBT, large turbo Escort Cosworth.
And silver, YBT, small turbo Escort Cosworth.
Further evolutions of the YB included a reduced emissions road version, as well as the block used in the Escort RS Cosworth, which used the Sierra floor pan.
The engine stopped being used on new cars in 1997 with a Focus WRC and road-going Focus RS instead relying on Zetec designs.
Cosworth experimented with turbo-charged VD derivatives before settling on an all-new turbo-charged 1,500 cubic centimeters, 91.5 cubic inches V6 engine to be badged as the Ford TEC. Internally it was known as the GB series.
This had a long development history dating back to the 1984 British Grand Prix at Brands Hatch, where Cosworth and Ford's competition department agreed to build a new turbo engine to replace the outdated DFV/DFY series.
The TEC raced only briefly in 1986 with a Oslo team and in 1987 with a Benetton team.
The development development of the GDA engine at Cosworth became the subject of a British TV documentary in Channel 4's Equinox series, broadcast in 1986.
The GDA was designed by Keith Duckworth and Jeff Goddard, though many in Formula One doubted Duckworth's ability to design another truly competitive engine due to his known distaste for turbocharging in general.
Rather than design an entirely new engine, Duckworth instead chose to originally try and develop an old, modified four-cylinder BDA sports car engine, as he believed four-cylinder engines were more compact and economical than a V6. Cosworth's chief race engine designer Jeff Goddard was against the idea of the straight four, but reluctantly let Duckworth go down that path.
However, after numerous failures of the test engines on the dynamometer, which were eventually traced to an incurable vibration at the crankshaft, Duckworth and Goddard designed an all-new 120-degree V6 engine instead. The same configuration as the Ferrari V6 turbo engine used from 1981 to 1986.
The BDA engine was originally limited to 10,000 RPM in sports car racing, but with a turbo its failures generally happened at around 11,000 RPM.
The first four-cylinder test engine was so badly damaged that it actually changed the shape of the engine block to the point where the crankshaft would not move. The engine was simply not designed to be turbocharged.
As around 4 months had been lost in trying to get the four-cylinder engine to work, Ford and Cosworth's plan for the engine to debut with Osceola in 1985 was pushed back to the 1986 season.
The GDA engine was first road tested by Osceola's lead driver, 1980 world champion Alan Jones, in the new Lola THL2 at the Gorham Circuit in Essex, just northeast of London on 21 February 1986.
In freezing, snowy conditions, -6 degrees Celsius, at approximately 10 a.m., the V6 turbo, running a conservative 2.5 bar boost setting, ran cleanly. Although the engine management electronics developed by Motorola in the United States and Cosworth had not yet been finalized, and the engine ran with the same electronics that were used on the dynamometer.
Also present at the test were Duckworth, Goddard, the THL2's designer Neil Oatley, the team's number 2 driver Patrick Tambay, and other staff from both Osceola, Ford, and Cosworth. The engine made its Formula One debut, with Jones driving the Lola THL2 at the 1986 San Marino Grand Prix, the third round of the 1986 season, for the opening 2 races in Brazil and Spain. The team used their 1985 car, the Hart 415T turbo-powered Lola THL1, while Tambay also drove the THL1 at Imola.
Jones qualified in 21st place and retired after 28 of the race's 60 laps due to overheating.
Jones also recorded the engine's first finish when he placed 11th in the Belgian Grand Prix.
Jones and teammate Patrick Tambay captured the Ford V6 Turbo's first ever points when they finished 4th and 5th respectively in the Austrian Grand Prix, with Jones backing up in the next race in Italy with a 6th placed finish. The final points the engine would gain in 1986.
Producing approximately 900 brake horsepower, 671 kilowatts, 912 for test torque, the turbo-charged V6 is the most powerful Formula One engine designed and built by Cosworth.
With Osceola not competing in 1987, Benetton having lost the use of the four-cylinder BMW engines when the German giant pulled out of Formula One, signed with Ford to race their V6 for the season.
While in 1986 turbo boost had been unrestricted by the rules, 1987 saw the FIA introduce the pop-off valve to the turbo charged engines in a 2-year plan to outlaw the turbos and make all Formula One engines 3.5 liters and naturally aspirated by the start of the 1989 season.
While Cosworth adapted the TEC to 1987's 4.0 bar turbo limit and the new 195-liter fuel limit. Development of the V6 turbo engine, which would be obsolete in less than 2 years, virtually stopped.
Cosworth instead worked on the DFR V8 that was introduced with Benetton in 1988. With a reduction in turbo boost limit not affecting the Ford V6 as much as others such as Honda, BMW and Ferrari, which had more horsepower to lose, the turbo engine would be more competitive with Benetton in 1987. With Gio Foggi taking the engine's first podium, with third in Austria, followed by its last podium, when Thierry Boutsen also scored third in the last race of the season in Australia. The replacement for the DFV/DFG/DFR series was the HV series designed by Jeff Goddard as a 3,498 cubic centimeters, 213.5 cubic inches, 96 millimeters by 60.4 millimeters V8, introduced with a Benetton team midway through 1989, making its debut at the French Grand Prix.
It won the Japanese Grand Prix that year. Benetton used both the original HVA1 and the development HVA4 in 1989.
At Ford's de facto works team, Benetton maintained exclusivity with this model through the rest of 1989 and 1990.
1991 saw the introduction of customer units, two specifications behind their works equivalents.
In 1991, these were supplied to the fledgling Jordan Grand Prix outfit, and for 1992, Lotus.
1993 saw the customer deal extended to McLaren, who had lost the use of their Honda V12 engines after 1992.
Using the customer HVA7 and later a customer HVA8, McLaren won 5 Grand Prix with triple world champion Ayrton Senna that year. The HVA1 V8 was introduced in 1989.
It exploited a narrower 75 degrees V angle rather than the 90 degrees used in the DFV series, and was originally rated at approximately 630 brake horsepower, 470 kilowatts, 639 for desk torque.
By 1993, the factory HVA8 V8 engine used by Benetton was producing approximately 700 brake horsepower, 522 kilowatts, 710 for desk torque, at 13,000 revolutions per minute.
Although the HV8 was less powerful than the V10s and V12s used by rivals Renault, Honda, and Ferrari, its advantage was that it was lighter and gave better fuel economy.
A Jaguar Launch version of the HV was developed by Tom Wikinshaw Racing to the tune of 650 brake horsepower at 11,500 revolutions per minute for sports car racing. Fitted to the extremely successful Jaguar XJR-14. The HV was developed into the 3,498 cubic centimeters, 213.5 cubic inches, 100 millimeters by 55.7 millimeters ECV8 for the 1994 season.
This engine, producing about 740 brake horsepower at 14,500 revolutions per minute, was dashed at Ford's Car. And Michael Schumacher won the Drivers' World Championship with Benetton, his first of a record 7 championships, in 1994.
This was the last Ford Power F1 title. For the 1995 season, the F1 engine regulation changed to 3 liters, and the EC's bore and stroke were changed to 94 millimeters by 53.9 millimeters, resulting in 2,992 cubic centimeters. 182.6 cubic inches ECA, which was introduced at about 600 brake horsepower and developed to 610 to 630 brake horsepower at 14,000 revolutions per minute.
It was exclusively used by the Sauber team, whose biggest success of the year was Heinz Harald Frenzen's third place at Monza.
Customer unit Cosworth ED, not bashed at Ford Zeta car, for non-works teams, was also made for 1995, with about 580 brake horsepower for Syntec. Called the EDD, Pacific Racing EDC, and 40 EDD teams.
Minardi continued with Magneti Marelli engine management as per their HV in 1994, this version having the Cosworth designation EDM.
At the first test, with EDM, Luca Pador reported that this engine felt less powerful than the 3-liter 9,000 revolutions per minute Reverend limited engine he had used to win the F3000 championship in 1992.
Cosworth later updated the ED to ED2/4 for Tyrrell with 2,995 cubic centimeters, 182.8 cubic inches, 94 millimeters by 53.95 millimeters, displacement for 600 brake horsepower, which was used until the end of 1997 season.
The ill-fated Mastercard Lola team initially entered in 1997 using the Ford ECA engine used by Sauber in 1995 and 40 in 1996.
However, the team withdrew from the championship before the second round of the season in Brazil, having failed to qualify for the first race in Australia.
In order to produce a higher power at higher revolutions per minute, a completely new 2,992 cubic centimeters, 182.6 cubic inches, 89 millimeters by 48.1 millimeters, JD72 degrees V10 was designed for 1996, which produced about 670 brake horsepower at 15,800 revolutions per minute, and used by Sauber Formula 1 team.
This engine was further developed into VJ and VJM with the same V-angle, bore and stroke, reaching 720 brake horsepower for racing, and 730 brake horsepower for qualifying at 16,500 revolutions per minute.
All 3 of these engines were badged at Ford Zeta car as well, and used by several teams.
In its debut season, the best result was another third place, this time taken by Johnny Herbert at Monaco.
This was surpassed 1 year later by Rubens Barrichello's sensational second place, again at Monaco, which was the first points finish for the newly formed Stewart Grand Prix team. The Stewart Grand Prix team effectively became the Ford Works team, and used Cosworth CR1 engines from its first season in 1997, which was a much lighter version of VJM. Ultimately reaching 770 brake horsepower at 16,500 revolutions per minute by 2001.
Over the next few years, Ford had increased its involvement with the Stewart team and finally bought the team, renaming it Jaguar Racing for 2000.
Ford pulled out of F1 at the end of 2004, but the team, bought by and renamed Red Bull Racing, continued to use Cosworth V10 engines until switching to a Ferrari V8 for 2006.
Minardi also used rebadged Cosworth engines until 2005.
Williams began testing the new CA 2006 2.4-liter V8 in November 2005, which produced about 755 brake horsepower at 19,250 revolutions per minute. 314.7 horsepower per liter, and began using Cosworth V8 engines for the 2006 season.
In the same year, Scuderia Toro Rosso used the tuned V10 engines, based on the 2005 units.
In 2007, however, the company was left without a partner when Williams chose to switch to Toyota Power and Scuderia Toro Rosso made the switch to Ferrari engines, as used in 2006 by their mother team Red Bull Racing. In Max Mosley's letter following the withdrawal of Honda from Formula One in December 2008, it was announced that Cosworth had won the tender to provide a standard engine to any interested participants.
The new engine would become the standard design, and manufacturers could opt to use whole units, construct their own from designs provided by Cosworth, or produce their own engine, with a caveat that it be limited to the same power as the new standard engine.
In 2010, Cosworth returned as the engine supplier for Williams and 3 new teams: Hispania Racing, Lotus Racing, and Virgin Racing.
The C8 2010 is the same 2.4-liter V8 base of the C8 2006 used by Williams, but has been retuned for the then-mandated 18,000 revolutions per minute limit required on all engines, down from its original 20,000 revolutions per minute implementation.
First units were ready and shipped to teams in mid-January for fitting 2 weeks prior to first track testing for the year. Cosworth designed a series of replacements for the DFS to be used in IndyCar and Champ Car Racing, the X Series, beginning in 1992 with the XP.
The XF was developed for the 2000 season to replace the XD, and was chosen as the spec engine for the Champ Car World Series in 2003.
The most recent derivative of the XF, the 2,650 cubic centimeters, 161.7 cubic inches, XFE quad cam 90 degrees V8 overhead camshaft, continued in that role through the 2007 season.
The Champ Car World Series imposed a reverend limit of 12,000 revolutions per minute, down from the over 15,000 revolutions per minute of 2002.
The 2004 model of the XFE had a rated power of nominal 750 horsepower, 559 kilowatts, 760 Fregestor, at 1,054 millimeters of mercury. Intake boost pressure and a maximum power of 800 brake horsepower, 597 kilowatts, 811 Fregestor, at 1,130 millimeters of mercury, during push to pass.
The 2004 XFE maximum speed was 12,000 revolutions per minute, reverend limited, and torque of 490 Newton meters, 361 foot-pounds.
The aluminium and iron turbo housing ran a boost of 5.9 pounds per square inch at sea level, equals boost of 12 inches of mercury, which is 41.5 inches of mercury absolute.
The methanol-fueled engine used a steel crankshaft and aluminium alloy pistons.
Weight was 120 kilograms, 264.6 pounds, and length was 539 millimeters, 21.2 inches. In 2007, the Ford name was removed from the engine as the manufacturer elected not to continue sponsorship of the series.
Several other engine changes were made, notably the removal of the calibrated top-off valve, designed to limit turbo boost pressure, replaced by engine electronics.
The rated life of the engine was 1,400 miles, 2,300 kilometers between vehicles.
Engines were sent by the race teams to Cosworth for the rebuild.
In 2007, Champ Car switched to the new Canis DP01 chassis, which was said to provide better ducting of airflow into the engine.
The Champ Car World Series merged into the Indy Racing League IndyCar Series prior to the 2008 season, and Cosworth does not currently provide engines to any American open-wheel racing series.
In mid-2003, Cosworth provided the 3.5-liter V8 XG. Launched as a Chevrolet Gen 4 engine to IRL IndyCar Series teams after the proprietary Chevrolet Gen 3 engine proved inadequate against rival Hondas and Toyotas during the 2003 season.
While many teams left Chevrolet after the 2003 season, those that stayed saw a significant improvement in performance with a new Chevworth engine compared to their previous units.
The XG finished second in its first race at Michigan on July 27, 2003.
Sam Hornish Jr. went on to win 3 races that season with a new XG.
The XG was reduced in size to 3-liter for 2004 season, and it won 1 race in 2005 during Chevrolet's final season in IRL. Currently these are 300 horsepower, 224 kilowatts, 304 for district, 2,300 cubic centimeters, 140.4 cubic inches. Straight 4 engines, based on the Mazda MZR engine, developed in cooperation with Mazda.
Changes include the billet crankshaft, barrel throttle bodies, new cylinder head with larger valves, pistons, con rods and camshafts.
And a tuned 250 horsepower, 190 kilowatts, 250 for district version, targeting club racers, is sold to the consumer market.
This engine retains the standard crankshaft and has a different cylinder head.
Both engines are built by Cosworth in Torrance, California, under the guidance of newly appointed technical designer Wayne Mary, formerly of Cosworth, in Worcester, UK. Best known in Europe for its relationship with Ford, in particular, because of the Cosworth name in the vehicle title on the high-performance Ford Sierra RS Cosworth and Ford Escort RS Cosworth. But also in the creation of other Ford models, the Escort RS 1600, Escort RS 1800, RS 200, and Scorpio 2.9i24V. In the US, the name has also appeared in the title of a road car, well before it did in Europe, as the Cosworth version of the Chevrolet Vega.
Only 3,508 1975 and 1976 Cosworth Vegas were produced from March 1975 through 1976.
The engine featured the Vega sleeveless aluminium alloy block, fitted with forged components.
The twin-cam, 16-valve, aluminium cylinder head design was assisted by Cosworth, but Chevrolet did the development work.
The engine features electronic ignition, Bendix electronic fuel injection, and stainless steel headers.
The final U.S. emissions standardized version produces 110 brake horsepower.
Cosworth's EA Racing version was not successful due to engine block structural failures.
Chevrolet later produced a heavy-duty off-road block with thicker walls to better withstand a racing application, but by that time Cosworth had moved on.
Projected first-year sales of the Cosworth Vega had been 5,000.
With only 3,508 cars produced and many unsold, the car was discontinued.
1,500 hand-built Cosworth Vega engines were simply scrapped for lack of demand. Other published projects for Opel AG include the Opel Ascona 400/Manta 400 rally cars and the 2.0-liter 16V engines in the Opel Kadett, Opel Astra GSI, Opel Vectra and Opel Calibra Turbo. Other companies known to have benefited from the Cosworth engineering input are Mercedes-Benz with the 192.3 to 16 and Audi, notably their RS cars. Cosworth's involvement with Mercedes-Benz came with moves in the mid-1980s from the German manufacturer to re-enter motorsport after retiring from direct factory participation after the 1955 Le Mans crash, which killed 80 spectators.
Mercedes-Benz was looking to create a Group B rally car out of its new W201 chassis 190E model and turned to the expertise of Cosworth to shorten the development time for this project.
Walls up. Buy them merch. Buy them merch. Buy them merch. Buy them merch. Buy them.
The request was a huge surprise for Cosworth, and the original brief for a 320 brake horsepower engine based on the 136 brake horsepower Mercedes M102 2.3-liter SOHC 4-cylinder engine was duly passed to Mike Hall, who drew the faint DFV and PDA engine.
Designed around the existing M102 head bolt pattern, the new twin-cam 16-valve 10-tooth head had its valve set at 45 degrees included angle rather than the 40 degrees angle of the PDA.
The valves were the biggest that could be fitted into the combustion chamber.
Flat-top pistons delivered the 10.5:1 compression ratio.
The new Cosworth WAA engine also was Cosworth's first one-piece head, that is, the camshaft carrier was cast integral with the head itself.
Again, the constraints of the existing head bolt pattern meant that all had to shift the camshaft bearings from outside each pair of cam lobes as in the PDA to in between each cylinder's pair of cam lobes.
The upside being that this configuration made for less flex at high revolutions per minute.
So we were Jenny and Sarah, a Boulder Day.
The advent of the AWD Turbo Audi Quattro gave the rear-wheel drive, normally aspirated 190 rally car no chance of being successful in the competition car was stillborn.
Instead, Mercedes-Benz decided to recoup its development cost by selling the car as a road-going sports sedan.
Hall detuned the WAA race engine to 185 brake horsepower by reducing the port diameters, and a more restrictive fuel injection and induction was substituted for the race items to complete the detune.
All WAA 2.3 to 16 engines were built in the Cosworth factory, with the heads being produced by the cost-cast method.
Cosworth assisted with a later 2.5 to 16 engine, WAB, and the short-stroke 2.5 to 16 Evo engines, WAC, although these were all manufactured in-house by Mercedes-Benz.
The 190E 2.3 to 16 became the basis for Privateer Mercedes entries into the DTM from 1988.
The short-stroke 2.5 to 16 190 EV02 was race-developed to 375 plus brake horsepower, gaining the 1992 DTM crown with Klaus Ludwig at the wheel. A 4,300 cubic centimeters, 262.4 cubic inches V10, designated WDA, was also built and tested in a Volvo S80 in 1997, but this did not see production. In 2017, Cosworth established an engineering partnership with Aston Martin on one of the world's most powerful hybrid electric road car engines for the Aston Martin Valkyrie.
Their naturally aspirated 6.5-liter V12 engine develops 1,000 horsepower, 746 kilowatts, 1,014 for test torque. At 10,500 revolutions per minute and 740 newton meters, 546 pounds-foot of torque at 7,000 revolutions per minute. Claiming a new standard for maximum RPM and weight.
In 2020, Ford and Murray Automotive commissioned Cosworth to design and build a 3,994 cubic centimeters, 243.7 cubic inches V12 for use in their new T.50 sports car, which produces 663 for torque, 488 kilowatts, 654 horsepower at 11,500 revolutions per minute, and 467 newton meters, 344 pounds-foot of torque at 9,000 revolutions per minute. Cosworth was chosen by Bugatti to develop a V16 engine as part of the hybrid powertrain for the upcoming Bugatti Tourbillon.
The engine is reported to produce 1,000 for test torque, 735 kilowatts, 986 horsepower, and 900 newton meters, 664 pounds-foot.
Cosworth made an attempt at designing a full Formula One Grand Prix car in 1969.
The car, designed by Robin Herd, used an original 4WD transmission, designed by Keith Duckworth. Different from the Ferguson used by all other 4WD F1 cars of the 1960s, and powered by a magnesium version of the FV unit.
The car was planned to drive at the 1969 British Grand Prix, but it was silently withdrawn.
Whoa!
When Herd left to form March Engineering, the project was cancelled.
The external design of the car was a product of Herd's use of a light-shaded, old aluminium laminate composite for the principal structural monocoque sections. A technique he pioneered on the first McLaren single-seat cars, including the McLaren M2B of 1966.
I'm Molly, meeting Heaven Miller, wholly different person.
In 2007 to 2009, Cosworth did not supply any engines in Formula One. 2014 to present, Cosworth has not been supplying any engines in Formula One. Red Bull Powertrains Limited, RBPT, is a Formula One power unit manufacturing company owned by the Austrian Red Bull GmbH and based in the United Kingdom.
The company was formed in 2021 to take over the operation of Formula One power units developed by Honda from 2022 onwards following the Japanese manufacturer's withdrawal from the sport after 2021.
Honda continued to support the Red Bull-owned teams in 2022 and will do so until the end of 2025.
Honda assembles the power units and provides trackside and race operation support.
The power units remain Honda's intellectual property, and due to a development freeze, Red Bull Powertrains will not develop them. Red Bull Powertrains will take full responsibility for engine supply and operations from 2026, when the company will be renamed to Red Bull Ford Powertrains, following a partnership with Ford Motor Company.
Red Bull Powertrain operates in a 5,000 square foot facility near to the Red Bull Racing Chassis Department in Milton Keynes.
In February 2021, Red Bull Advanced Technologies signed an exclusive distribution agreement for Formula One engines with Honda to start in the 2022 season, after the Japanese automaker left Formula One at the end of the 2021 season.
The engines were to be purchased from Honda and renamed Red Bull Powertrain units and supplied to its two teams currently competing in Formula One, Red Bull Racing and AlphaTauri, starting in 2022.
On 23 April 2021, Red Bull Powertrains announced the hiring of Ben Hodgkinson as technical director.
Hodgkinson had been head of mechanical engineering at Mercedes-AMG High Performance Powertrain since 2017 and had worked at the Brixworth factory for 20 years.
On 6 May 2021, Red Bull Racing announced the hiring of 5 more senior Mercedes engine employees: Steve Blewett, who will be the production director of the Red Bull Power Unit; Ahmed Mostadimi, Chief Engine, Electronics and Energy Recovery; Pip Claude, Head of Mechanical Design for Energy Recovery; Anton Mayo, Head of Combustion Power Unit Design; and Steve Brody, Leader of Combustion Engine Operations. On 2 October 2022, Honda announced an agreement for the re-strengthening of their partnership with Red Bull Racing and will maintain total oversight of the engines until 2025.
Honda's logo will also reappear on Red Bull Racing's and AlphaTauri's car from the 2022 Japanese Grand Prix onwards.
On 4 February 2023, Red Bull Racing and Ford Motor Company announced a strategic partnership that will see Ford return to Formula One in 2026 following new engine regulations.
Ford will provide expertise in areas including battery cell and electric motor technology as well as power unit control software and analytics, and combustion engine development, and the company will be renamed to Red Bull Ford Powertrains.
The RBPTH-001 was, despite its name, developed, produced, and maintained by Honda.
It was a derivative of the Honda RA621H with different ignition timing, cylinder pressure, and MGU-H to account for the new E10 fuels.
The crankshaft and cylinder block geometry were also modified to ensure reliability when running on E10 fuels, and the specialized coating, developed by Honda's motorcycle division, was applied to the walls of the cylinders.
The injection system, exhaust, and the turbocharger's compressor and turbine were all optimized for E10 fuel.
The changes meant that the RBPTH-001 weighed more than the RA621H, but the dimensions of the engines are virtually identical save for the exhaust and intake layout and the electrical components.
The new engine could also run at noticeably higher temperatures compared to the RA621H.
Despite the reduced energy density of the 2022 fuels, the RBPTH-001 had greater thermal efficiency than its predecessor. Notes: retired before completion, but classified as more than 90% of the race distance was completed. Ford is one of 3 manufacturers in NASCAR's 3 major series: the Cup Series, Xfinity Series, and Truck Series.
Major teams include RFK Racing, Team Penske and Wood Brothers Racing.
Ford is represented by the Mustang GT in the Cup Series and the Xfinity Series and by the F-150 in the Truck Series.
Some of the most successful NASCAR Fords were the aerodynamic fastback Ford Torino, Ford Torino Talladega, Mercury Cyclone Spoiler 2, and Mercury Montegos, and the Aero Ford Thunderbirds.
The Ford nameplate has won 8 manufacturers' championships in the Cup Series, while Mercury has won 1.
In the Cup Series, Ford earned its 1,000th victory in the 2013 Quicken Loans 400 at Michigan International Speedway.
The Ford Fusion is also used in the ARCA Menard Series. Ford has a long history in rallying and has been active in the World Rally Championship since the beginning of the World Championship, the 1973 season.
Ford took the 1979 manufacturer's title with Hanyu McCullough, Bjorn Waldegard, and Ari Vatanen driving the Ford Escort RS 1800.
In the Group B era, Ford achieved success with Ford RS 200.
Since the 1999 season, Ford has used various versions of the Ford Focus WRC to much success.
In the 2006 season, VP Ford World Rally Team secured Ford its second manufacturer's title with a Focus RS WRC 06 built by M Sport and driven by Flying Finns, Marcus Gronholm and Mikko Hirvonen.
Continuing with Gronholm and Hirvonen, Ford successfully defended the manufacturer's World Championship in the 2007 season.
Ford is the only manufacturer to score in the points for 92 consecutive races since the 2002 season opener Monte Carlo Rally. In March 1951, the Henry Lewis and Henry Burney broke the Cross to Africa record of the Algiers to Cape Town Rally with a 1950 Ford V8 from Cape Town to Paris. The Ford World Rally Team, also known as the Ford Motor Company Team prior to 2005, was Ford Motor Company's Factory World Rally Championship team.
It was a regular competitor in the series from the 1970s until withdrawing following the 2012 season.
Ford ended the 1978 season with a win for Hanyu McCullough on the season-ending Lombard RAC Rally at the hands of an Escort RS 1800.
He was followed by Bjorn Waldegard and Britain's Russell Brooks in similar machinery.
Ford won the World Rally Championship, WRC, in 1979 with a Ford Escort RS 1800 and drivers Hanyu McCullough, Bjorn Waldegard and Ari Vatanen. Ford did not officially enter any cars for these seasons after winning the 1979 World Rally Championship season. They instead concentrated on development of the Ford Escort RS 1700T. However, this program was cancelled in 1983.
A new car was required to compete with four-wheel drive Group B rivals like the Audi Quattro S1 and Peugeot 205 T16.
Lessons learned from the RS 1700T program were used in the development of the RS 200, which hit the stages in 1986.
However, Ari Vatanen did win the 1981 Drivers' Championship in the Rothmans liveried Ford Escort RS, but this was run by David Sutton Cars and not the official Works Ford team.
Having spent time away from the sport developing the Kia-style RS 200, Ford made a return to the World Rallying stage at the second round in Sweden.
Ford's new RS 200 featured four-wheel drive, a turbo-charged Cosworth VDT engine generating 450 brake horsepower and a new blue and white Ford Motorsport livery.
Ford employed the services of Swedish drivers Stig Blomqvist and Carl Grundle, but they would each only be entered on 4 rallies in a season, overshadowed with tragedy.
Grundle achieved the podium finish on the RS200's debut in Sweden, a result that would not be bettered all season. The following round in Portugal saw an RS200 driven by Joaquim Santos leave the road, killing 3 spectators. Ford withdrew their entry for that rally.
5th place for Grundle on the Lombard RAC rally marked the end of the road for the RS200 as Group B rallying was banned for 1987. Ford finished 5th in the Manufacturers' Championship behind rivals Peugeot, Lancia, Volkswagen and Audi. Ford started the post-Group B era with a Sierra XR4x4, which had the benefits of 4WD, but was not as powerful as its rivals, and then replaced it with the RWD Sierra RS Cosworth, which was more powerful, but lacked grip and traction on the gravel rallies that dominate the World Rally Championship. Stig Blomqvist was entered into the Monte Carlo, Swedish and New Zealand rounds of the championship in a white Texaco, sponsored Ford Sierra XR4x4. He could only muster a 6th place finish on his home rally after being disqualified and crashing out of the other 2 rallies. The Sierra RS Cosworth proved to be far more successful in comparison. It would not win during 1987, but it did achieve a number of podium finishes.
The car debuted on the Safari Rally, again driven by Stig Blomqvist, but would retire following a fire. Its next outing would be on the island of Corsica.
Blomqvist would again retire, with turbo failure, but his teammates Carlos Sainz and Didier Auriol fared much better, finishing 7th and 8th respectively.
Ari Vatanen paired up with Blomqvist on the 1000 Lakes Rally in Finland, their speed and experience helping to negate some of the advantage of 4WD that their rivals enjoyed.
They finished 2nd and 3rd respectively. Ford finished the season with 2nd and 3rd places for Blomqvist and Jimmy McRae, again against more capable rival machinery.
Sporadic appearances throughout the season, with cars that were compromised in one way or another, meant that Stig Blomqvist would finish in a lowly 7th position in the Drivers' Championship, whilst Ford could only manage to finish 5th in the Manufacturers' Championship.
Ford entered the 1988 World Rally Championship season using both the XR4x4 and the Sierra RS Cosworth models. The Texaco sponsorship had gone, and the cars now featured a corporate blue and white, striped Ford color scheme, similar to that seen on the Ford RS200 in 1986.
The services of Stig Blomqvist, Carlos Sainz and Didier Auriol were retained from 1987, each driver being entered on the rallies in Portugal, Finland and Italy.
Blomqvist would also be entered for round 2 in Rally Sweden, whilst Sainz and Auriol were entered in Corsica.
A 3-car team of Blomqvist, Sainz and Mark Level were entered for the season-closing Lombard RAC Rally.
Blomqvist kicked off Ford's season with 2nd place on his home round in a Rally Sport Sweden-prepared Sierra XR4x4, the best result for the 4WD Ford, and something that would not be bettered.
The Ford Sierra RS Cosworth would return for round 3 in Portugal, and Blomqvist would use it to finish in 5th place, but only after Sainz and Auriol had both retired from the event.
Ford would return to winning ways in Corsica, Didier Auriol steering his green and white 10X-sponsored Sierra around the island ahead of opposition from Lancia for his first victory, and Ford's 23rd in the top flight.
Sainz would collect points for 5th in Corsica and then 6th in Finland, another rally where Auriol would finish on the podium, this time in 3rd place, 2 places ahead of Blomqvist.
Orioles luck ran out on the San Remo Rally in Italy, suffering an accident that would force him to retire. Sainz and Blomqvist would finish low down the order in 5th and 7th places respectively.
For the final round, in Great Britain, Swedish and Spanish crews would finish in 6th and 7th places, whilst Lovell would finish in a disappointing 17th place. In his bright yellow Sound 2000 sponsored Ford Sierra RS Cosworth.
Ford would finish the season second behind Lancia in the Manufacturers' Championship with a total of 79 points. It was evident from previous seasons that Ford did not have a car that was fully capable of challenging Lancia and their Delta Integral, so for the 1989 season the Blue Oval was absent for most of the rallies. Entering cars for the Corsica and Lombard RAC rally rounds only. 3 cars were entered in Corsica, a Q8 livery car for Gianfranco Cunico, a yellow Sound 2000 sponsored car for Mark Lovell, and a 3rd car for French driver Pierre Cesar Peroni.
Lovell would retire after suffering from a misfire, Peroni would retire after an accident, and Cunico would go on to finish 7th overall.
The Italian driver would suffer the misfortune of retiring after an accident on his 2nd Ford outing in Great Britain.
Ford would finish 13th in the manufacturer's standings after scoring just 6 points for the season.
Results over the past few seasons have proved one thing: in order to return to winning ways, Ford would need a powerful, turbocharged car with 4WD capabilities.
The 3-door Sierra RS Cosworth was no longer being sold by Ford, so they instead utilized the new Sierra RS Cosworth 4x4 4-door saloon model, which went on sale in 1990.
The new car was still powered by a Cosworth developed turbocharged engine, but delays sourcing a suitable gearbox meant that it would not be used until the end of the 1990 World Rally Championship season.
The team retained a Q8 sponsorship from the 1989 World Rally Championship season, the cars again being painted blue with cream-colored bumpers. But the driver lineup had almost completely changed. Only Franco Cunico remained.
He was now joined by Pentti Airtala and Malcolm Wilson, who had been teammates at the Rothmans Rally team 10 years previously. Ford's season kicked off in Finland, where all 3 drivers left the start ramp, but would not see the finish. Airtala suffered a gearbox problem, Cunico suffered an accident, and Wilson withdrew after a service infringement.
Results were much better on Cunico's home rally in Italy, where he and Wilson again both retired, and Airtala finished in a disappointing 11th place.
Airtala was seated in car number 1 for the final round in Great Britain, but he and Wilson would again retire, the only Ford finisher being Alessandro Fiorio, who had replaced Cunico.
Ford would finish 8th in the championship with a total of 22 points.
The 1991 World Rally Championship season was an opportunity for Ford to push for victory again, and to evolve the Sierra RS Cosworth 4x4. Lessons learned on the stages would be used to simultaneously develop the Ford Escort RS Cosworth.
The cars were again predominantly blue, with title sponsorship from Q8, but now featured extra sponsors like Autoglass and Naparesco, which were displayed in white sections on the bonnet and rear flanks of the car.
British driver Malcolm Wilson returned and was joined by a relatively unknown French driver called François Delecker.
Both drivers were entered on 6 of the European rounds of the championship, with Delecker also entering the Catalonia Rally in Spain.
A 3rd car was shared by Alessandro Fiorio and Win Evans, and the single car was made available for Ari Vatanen at Rally Finland. Decker surprised many with his pace on the season-opening Monte Carlo rally. After a spirited drive, he finished in third place, leading home teammates Wilson and Fiorio, who finished 7th and 10th respectively.
This feat was not to be repeated in Portugal, where all three cars retired after going off the road.
Decker also failed to finish in Corsica after suffering differential issues, while Wilson finished in 5th place.
The rough and rugged stages of the Acropolis Rally were renowned for breaking cars, and that turned out to be the case for the Sierra RS Cosworth 4x4 as all three cars retired with mechanical ailments.
A single car was entered for Vatanen on his home rally in Finland. He kept the car on the road and won 8 stages on his way to 7th place. The San Remo rally would prove to be more fruitful than the Acropolis had been when the Q8 cars returned. All three cars would finish this rally in the top 10, with Decker finishing 4th overall ahead of Fiorio in 9th and Wilson in 10th.
1991 was the inaugural year for the Catalonia Rally and was only registered as a round of the Drivers' Championship. 2 cars were entered. One for Decker and the other for Jose Maria Bartlett, a pairing that would secure 3rd and 4th positions respectively.
To end the season, Win the Sevens joined Wilson and Decker.
It would not be a happy hunting ground for the British drivers on their home rally, the Lombard RAC Rally, both drivers retiring in the forests of Wales on day 2. Their French teammate would go on to finish in 6th place.
A winless season left Ford finishing the Manufacturers' Championship in 4th place with 54 points. There were a number of changes for the 1992 World Rally Championship season at the Gorham-based Ford squad, the most obvious being the new driver lineup.
Francois Decker remained at the team, but he was now joined by double world champion Miki Liason, who Ford hoped would have the final ingredients for a championship push.
Q8 no longer sponsored the Sierra RS Cosworth 4x4 cars, which were now painted with a white and blue Mobil 1 livery.
New technical rules were in place, which reduced the turbo restrictor diameter from 40 mm down to 38 mm, and in the background, development work continued on the Ford Escort RS Cosworth.
Ford would follow a similar strategy to 1991 by electing to enter the European gravel and tarmac rounds only.
Liason and Decker were paired up on all of the rallies that Ford entered except Catalonia, where Decker was joined by Jose Maria Bartlett, and in Great Britain, where Liason was joined by Malcolm Wilson.
Decker kicked off this season by winning 5 stages in Monte Carlo on his way to 4th place, 12 minutes and 4 places ahead of his Italian teammate, who would have a better result in Portugal, finishing 2nd behind his former teammate Juha Kekkonen.
Engine troubles had denied Decker any points in Portugal, but it would hold for both he and Liason on the Acropolis Rally, where the pair finished 5th and 3rd respectively.
The fast, flowing finish stages of the 1000 Lakes Rally allowed Liason to continue his string of good results. He would collect more points by finishing in 5th place. Decker, however, seemed to be suffering the bad luck in the team as he finished the rally off the road. These gremlins would strike both Decker and Bartlett in Catalonia.
Liason and Wilson would fare much better on the Lombard RAC Rally, with both cars finishing in the top 10.
Ford finished the championship with 94 points and 3rd position and would retire the Sierra RS Cosworth 4x4 as a new car would be ready for 1993. Ford introduced the Escort RS Cosworth. Development of the Escort RS Cosworth continued during the 1994 season, a sequential gearbox and an anti-lag system being introduced, along with new larger 18-inch wheels for tarmac rounds.
This would be the final year at Ford for double champion Mickey Liation. His previous form had not continued and he would not finish higher than third place all season.
His teammate Francois Delecker demonstrated how the car should be driven by winning the season-opening Monte Carlo rally. He would then miss 4 months of the season after breaking both of his ankles.
A third car was driven on a number of rounds by Bruno Sciari and a number of other drivers including future champion TaBNWNE.
The Finnish driver would only drive the Escort RS Cosworth on his home rally that year, but he would secure a second win for the Ford team. Sciari would finish the season with 2 more points than his more illustrious teammate Liation, but the team's combined performance would leave them third in the championship behind Japanese rivals Toyota and Subaru. Commitments in the Formula 1 and BTCC championships meant that the rally budget at Borum was significantly reduced. As a consequence, Ford were not officially entered into the 1995 season as a manufacturer, the work instead being contracted out to RAS Sport of Belgium. Ford entered the 1996 season at full manufacturer entry, again with the Escort RS Cosworth, but now with backing from Repsol and a new lead driver in the form of Carlos Sainz.
Double champion Sainz had joined the Ford team after losing the battle for the 1995 championship to Colin McRae. He would have a number of new teammates at Ford, starting with Francois Delecker at Rally Sweden, and then former champion Stig Blomqvist at the Safari Rally in Kenya.
Welsh driver Dwindus Evans drove the second car in Rally Indonesia. It would be his only appearance before replaced by Bruno Sciari for the rest of the season. Sainz's pace was undeniable, even in the aging Escort RS Cosworth, as he would go on to win the Indonesian rally and finish on the podium on every rally he finished. However, retirements in Kenya, Finland and on his home round in Spain would leave him finishing third in the championship.
Sciari finished on the podium for the final 2 rounds in Italy and Spain, results that would help him to finish 6th in the driver's standings.
1996 would prove to be the swan song year for both the Escort RS Cosworth and the preparation of Works Ford cars at Borum, resulting in the team finishing third in the Manufacturers' Championship. 1997 saw the introduction of the Ford Escort WRC, which was now being run by the Cumbria-based M-Sport team, rather than being based at the long-term Ford Motorsport home of Borum.
The team continued to be sponsored by Repsol with a distinctive white and orange livery, and the car featured dramatic changes to the engine, as it was the Escort Group, a car's main weak point, and also had several other cosmetic changes including a new front bumper and rear spoiler.
On the driver front, the team continued to be led by double World Rally champion Carlos Sainz, who drove all 14 rounds, winning the Acropolis and Indonesia rallies, also often finishing on the podium.
He would eventually finish third in the championship.
The second seat was initially filled by German driver Armin Schwartz. However, he was replaced after the 6th round in Corsica, following some disappointing results and the fact that his sponsorship money had not arrived.
His understudy was a more than capable Juha Kääntinen, who completed the season in the second car, finishing on the podium on no less than 6 occasions.
A third car was entered at the Network QRAC rally for Angelo Medini. Ford finished second in the Manufacturers' Championship, being sandwiched by champion Subaru and third-placed Mitsubishi. 1998 marked the final season of the Escort WRC, with that year's Rally of Great Britain being its last event, ending the model name's 30-year association with factory backed international rallying.
The team retained the services of four-time world champion Finn, Juha Kangtinen and Belgian Bruno Thierry, a championship mainstay and veteran pilot of previous Ford rallying models, including the Escort RS Cosworth.
Carlos Sainz had left the team at the end of the 1997 season and took the Repsol sponsorship with him.
The Escort WRC started the Monte Carlo Rally with a new blue and white Ford livery and the dedication to ex-Ford rally legend Roger Clark, who died earlier in the year.
As events transpired, neither driver would manage to mark the Escort's swan year with a final victory.
The Escort still proved, frustratingly for the championship hopeful Kangtinen, persistently ineffective on asphalt rounds of the calendar, loads for which not even Thierry's performances could compensate.
A late injury to the Belgian provided an early season cameo role for 1981 world champion Ari Vatanen, who finished third at the Safari Rally. Behind compatriot Kangtinen and first-time World Rally victor for Mitsubishi, Richard Burns.
Kangtinen eventually scored sufficient points and podiums, including second ahead of Thierry in Britain, to finish fourth in the 1998 driver standings. Although, with the announcement of a looming high-profile arrival of Colin McRae to the team for the following year, this success did not deter the Finn from deciding to leave the M-Sport outfit. Both he and Thierry proceeded to sign Subaru contracts for 1999.
The Ford and M-Sport built Ford Focus WRC replaced the Escort WRC for 1999.
It debuted on the Monte Carlo Rally in January, with Colin McRae and Simon G. Joseph driving the two Martini Racing liveried works machines.
It set several fastest stage times and McRae finished a provisional third place on the stages, only to be disqualified later due to an illegal water pump. McRae gave the Focus its first win 2 events later at the Safari Rally in Kenya, finishing over 15 minutes ahead of the second-placed Toyota Corolla WRC of Didier Oriol.
Although McRae then immediately followed up this success with a victory at the next round in Portugal, the Scots' title chances faded amid reliability problems, with a new car and a series of costly shunts.
McRae finished 6th in the driver's standings. During this debut season, many drivers drove the second Focus of the team, Francis Simon G. Joseph for some tarmac events, 2003 World Rally champion Petter Salberg of Norway, who replaced Radstrom in the Safari Rally, and Thomas Radstrom of Sweden on loose surface rounds, except Safari, who was replaced by Petter Salberg. His former role at Toyota now redundant after his former team's withdrawal as manufacturers champions at the end of the 1999 season. Double world champion Spaniard Carlos Sainz chose to return to his 1997 team for the 2000 season, joining the incumbent Colin McRae.
Both men drove the Focus WRC at every event of the season.
They finished 3rd and 4th respectively in the Drivers' Championship, albeit only managing to bring Ford second place in the manufacturer's title race behind Puget.
Once again, pit park driver Piero Liatti was called upon to help improve Ford's points returned on asphalt.
McRae and Sainz were joined for the 2001 season by a regular third driver in the returning Ford favorite of the early to mid-1990s, Frenchman Francois Dulecker.
McRae's season oscillated between a protracted pointless run on the season's first few rounds, including retirement on the season-opening Monte Carlo rally while leading the event from Tommy McKinnon, and a run of 3 consecutive victories on the Argentine, Cypriot and Greek events, the latter placing him as joint leader of the championship, with McKinnon midway through the season.
Leading the points standings outright upon entering his final home round. However, McRae led in the initial stages only to crash out of the event, allowing a consistently points-scoring Richard Burns to sneak past him for the title.
Ford also lost their opportunity for the manufacturer's title on this event, as rivals Puget secured a decisive 1-2 finish with Marcus Gronholm and Ari Raventera.
Sainz, meanwhile, endured a winless but not wholly uncompetitive season, even remaining an outsider for the title entering the final event.
A crash of his own put paid to such ambitions, with a Spaniard slumping to 6th place in the points standings with 33 points.
McRae and Sainz regrouped for both drivers' final seasons, with Ford in 2002.
Simultaneously, youngster Marco Martin replaced Delecler as the team's 3rd driver, having found himself crowded out by the presence of Richard Burns and Peter Solberg at former team Subaru.
Sainz at 3rd place in the championship beat his Scottish teammates 4th place in the standings.
His only victory of the year came on that year's Rally Argentina, which he inherited after the unlikely exclusion of both of the initially 1-2 finishing dominant works Pugets of Marcus Gronholm and Englishman Burns.
McRae began his own season with 4th place on the Rally Monte Carlo, but he suffered an injury to his hand when he crashed out on the Tour de Course, which left him hampered and struggling to a single point scoring finish on the following tarmac round in Spain.
Injury worries for Sainz, meanwhile, came not from himself, but in the form of longtime co-driver Luis Moya, who was forced to end his unbroken year-on-year chain of appearances with his compatriot in order to recuperate, with Mark Marty stepping in for the double world champions home rally.
Intrusive spectator parking on the event blinded Sainz, causing him to eventually crash out.
With the Fords having initially dominated the stage times on the first rough gravel event of the year in Cyprus, particularly through McRae, Martin and Francois Duval. Successive retirements left McRae as the sole occupier of the lead for the Blue Oval, which he lost after a number of unfortunate shunts, which eventually left himself holding on to a mere 6th place overall, and the 2 factory Pugets as 1-2 finishers on this event.
After Sainz's perhaps fortuitous Argentinian win, McRae resumed his role as rally winner on the Acropolis and Safari rallies.
The first success came despite initially being unexpectedly led on the stages by an imperious Martin, while the latter achieved on the landmark occasion of the 50th running of the fabled endurance event, and its last at World Rally Championship level, in retrospect, proved to be the last career victory for McRae and British navigator Nicky Grist, ironically on the day on which the Scot became the first World Championship driver to reach the quarter-century mark of individual WRC wins, and came to stand alone as the most successful driver in the history of the World Rally Championship.
In September 2002, Ford announced they would not be renewing McRae's contract, given his desire for a £5 million contract and the cost of developing the new 2003 car.
Both McRae and Sainz joined the then less seasoned Sebastian Loeb at new championship full-timers Citroën.
In In the absence of the departed McRae and Sainz, Ford opted to promote their younger supporting drivers, Estonian Marco Martin and Belgian Francois Duval, to their top two seats.
A comparatively thorough redesign of the Focus, debuted at the 2003 Rally New Zealand, where Martin in particular proved immediately competitive, leading only to later be forced into retirement with engine problems.
The team's new leader did score his first of 5 career rally victories on that year's Acropolis Rally, however, notwithstanding a dramatic mid-stage moment for him and navigator Michael Park. When the car's bomb unexpectedly flew up, as well as becoming only the third non-Scandinavian victor of the Rally Finland, formerly the 1000 Lakes Rally. The junior Duval, meanwhile, as had been publicly predicted by team boss Malcolm Wilson, secured a podium finish on this year's Tour de Course, having scored his first ever podium finish earlier in the year in Turkey. The two drivers finished the season in 4th and 9th places respectively in the drivers' standings. Martin and Duval again drove the two works Fords in 2004.
Martin managed to win the French, Spanish and Mexican rallies, giving him third place in the overall championship.
Both drivers left at the end of the season to join Peugeot, Martin, and Citroën, Duval. The 2005 season saw Ford take on two relatively inexperienced drivers, Finn Tony Gardemeister and Czech Roman Kresta.
Gardemeister achieved podiums at the Monte Carlo Rally, Rally Sweden, Acropolis Rally, and the Tour de Course.
Kresta's best individual rally result was 6th, which he achieved on 5 events.
The duo respectively finished in 4th and 8th places in the Drivers' Championship standings.
The team also successfully introduced its 2006 car, the Ford Focus RS WRC06 at the final rally of the year in Australia, where despite a few teething troubles, it was immediately quick as Gardemeister and Kresta both achieved the fastest stage time during the rally. The teams in France for the 2006 season are a new look, all-finished team of 2000 and 2002 champion Marcus Gronholm, co-driven by Timo Raikkonen and the youngster Mikko Hirvonen, who renewed his link with the M-Sport Run team for the first time since 2003, co-driven by Jarmo Lehtinen.
Gronholm joined the team from Peugeot, with whom, as planned, he ended his association after the joint withdrawal from the sport of both PSA Group Marquez.
He won his first 2 events for the team on the Monte Carlo Rally and the Swedish Rally, but was closely shadowed on both of them by the 2-time champion and now driver with semi-works Kronos Citroën, Sebastian Loeb, who was soon to assert himself sufficiently in order to overtake the Finn in the points standings.
Despite further victories, including Greece and Finland, Gronholm never regained the championship led from the Frenchman and with the exception of Hirvonen in Australia. The two proved the only 2 drivers worthy of individual rally victories all season.
Although with 4 rounds remaining in a 34-point lead, Loeb's injury from a mountain biking accident shortly after the Cyprus Rally appeared to offer Gronholm a chance to close the deficit. The Finn's title challenge was finally mathematically ended with a crash on the penultimate round in Australia. His team, however, were to benefit from Loeb's absence against the now weakened Kronos Citroën left to depend on their 2 inexperienced Spaniards, Xavier Pons and Daniel Sordo. Although the team initially called upon Colin McRae to substitute for Loeb on their first event without him in Turkey.
Ford, already gaining on the points led due to the combined proficiency on gravel of their 2 senior drivers, soon reclaimed the championship lead they were never to lose, achieving its greatest success in winning the manufacturer's title, the first such win for Ford since 1979.
The team's primary entrants for 2007 were unchanged from 2006.
After watching his opponent of the previous year, Sebastian Loeb, returned to winning ways on the official return of the 2003-2005 Manufacturers' Championship winning Factory Citroën team on the season's curtain raiser in Monte Carlo. Gronholm followed up his own third place by winning for the first time that season in Sweden in February, and led his opponent, now driving a newly homologated Citroën C4 WRC, in the driver's standings over the championship's post-Rally Finland summer break, an event also incidentally won by Gronholm for a record-beating 7th time, to further extend his points lead.
Unfortunately for the Drivers' Championship ambitions of both the Blue Oval concern and Gronholm, however, having announced his impending retirement from WRC competition at the end of the season, the elder Finn was to suffer an early exit on Rally Japan.
Gronholm then crashed his Focus, knocking himself briefly unconscious on the tarmac stages of the inaugural Rally Ireland and penultimate round of the year.
Combined with adversary Loeb winning, this meant Gronholm would surrender his championship lead, leaving him with an almost impossible points deficit to overhaul at the season-ending Wales Rally GP.
It culminated in the Frenchman settling for a safe third on the rally, to the Finn's second, triumphing in the second long points duel between the pair in consecutive years.
Ford, however, aided by supporting teammate Hirvinen's continued superiority on loose surface events over his Citroën counterpart Daniel Sordo, sealed a successful defense of the Constructors' Championship.
Meanwhile, Hirvinen, for his part, in addition to ending the season in style by topping the timesheets after the 3-day competition in Wales, had also earlier taken his second and third career World Rally victories in Norway and Japan.
At the halfway stage of the 2007 World Rally Championship, a joint venture between BP Ford and the Abu Dhabi Tourism Board was announced to bring a third official Ford Focus RS World Rally car to the team's campaign.
Kalle Al-Kasimi and co-driver Nicky Beach contested the Nest Oil Rally Finland, ADAC Rally Deutschland, Rally RACC Catalunya Costa Dorada and Rally Ireland.
For their work in the 2007 season, BP Ford and M Sport received the Rally Business of the Year award from the Motorsport Industry Association. Mikko Hirvonen and co-driver Jarmo Lehtinen resumed the implicit role within the team of the company outfit's leading crew for the 2008 season, after Marcus Gronholm and co-driver Timo Rautiainen elected to retire following the 2007 season. With a more experienced Finn later to be found dabbling for Ford in rallycross and maintaining his links with a BP Ford WRT team in an ambassadorial role.
Hirvonen was joined in the new look M Sport lineup by another fellow Finnish driver, Jari Latvala, who stepped into the vacant berth from his former spot at the satellite Stoddard Ford team.
Kalle Al-Kasimi returned with a program of 10 events on the 2008 WRC calendar aboard a third car.
His co-driver, Nicky Beach, was replaced by Michael Orr, former co-driver to Matthew Wilson.
The season got off to a promising start for both Finnish drivers, with Hirvonen taking second to the seemingly omnipresent Loeb on the Monte Carlo Rally in January. The 4-lap Vala shattered Henry Toivonin's long-standing record as youngest World Rally Championship qualifying event winner by outpacing Hirvonen to victory on the following Rally Sweden.
Hirvonen collected his first win of the year on the Jordan Rally and led Latvala in an astutely tactically judged Ford 1-2 on Rally Turkey to assert a slender points lead over Citroën's Loeb heading into both Finn's home round of the championship in August.
Unfortunately for Ford, however, neither Irvine nor Latvala were able to defeat Loeb, with a now dominant Frenchman proceeding to record his 8th and 9th victories of the season on the New Zealand, Spanish and Corsican rallies.
For the letter 2 asphalt rounds, team boss Malcolm Wilson drafted in place of Latvala, Casey Belgian and one-time full-time pilot for the Ford team, Francois Duval. In order to maximize the team's points haul on a surface traditionally favorable to their French rivals.
Although Irvine did return to winning form to head a Ford 1-2 with Latvala in Japan, it was at the same event where Loeb finished third to finally clinch the driver's title. Although the team did close into within 11 points of Citroën in the manufacturer's title race, with a possible total of 18 still available as the season-ending Wales Rally GP loomed in December. Irvine, Latvala and Al-Qasimi were retained in the team.
Rival team Citroën got their season off to a good start, Sebastian Loeb winning all of the first 5 rallies.
After finishing third in Ireland, Irvine scored 4 consecutive second-place finishes, but retired in Argentina with an engine problem.
The team won their first rally of the season in Italy, Latvala beating Irvine.
Irvine then took 4 consecutive victories, giving him a 5-point lead over Loeb, with 2 rounds to go.
Irvine finished third in Spain and took a 1-point championship lead to the finale in Great Britain.
However, Loeb beat him to the victory in Britain, winning the championship.
Irvine finished second in the standings, with Latvala fourth.
Ford finished second in the manufacturer's championship behind Citroën. Irvine, Latvala and Al-Qasimi were retained again in the team for 2010.
The team made a strong start, Irvine winning in Sweden with Latvala in third.
However, the Fords struggled at the next round in Mexico, Irvine and Latvala only managing 4th and 5th respectively as Citroën filled the podium.
Irvine went off the road on the opening day of the Jordan Rally, but Latvala was fighting for victory.
Both teams used tactics to determine the road order, Loeb eventually winning for Citroën.
Irvine finished third in Turkey, while Latvala beat Sebastian Ogier to win in New Zealand after Loeb made errors and Irvine struggled for pace.
Citroën filled the podium again in Portugal, Irvine in the leading Ford in 4th. A change in the technical rules for the 2011 season meant that the Focus RSWRC had been replaced by the Fiesta RSWRC. The Fiesta name had not used by Ford for a rally car since the 1979 season, where Roger Clark and Ari Vatanen were entered for the Monte Carlo Rally.
The new car retained the Abu Dhabi sponsorship that it had sported with a Focus, along with a driver lineup of Nico Irvine, Jari Medi Latvala and Khalid Al-Qasimi.
The main change from the new technical rules centered on the engine displacement, it being reduced from 2,000 cubic centimeters turbo to 1,600 cubic centimeters turbo. This reflected the changes being introduced to road cars at the same time. The season started well, with Irvine winning the Swedish Rally and Latvala finishing third, but Ford would have to wait until round 10 in Australia for the Fiesta to win again.
Despite a promising start, the Fiesta would only win 3 rallies during the season, the third victory being with Latvala in the legendary Forests of Wales Rally GP.
Irvine and Latvala would each achieve 6 additional podium finishes, allowing them to finish second and fourth in the Drivers' Championships respectively.
Ford finished second in the Manufacturers' Championship, 27 points behind eventual winner Citroën.
Ford's participation in the World Rally Championship prior to the start of the 2012 season was in doubt due to the Great Recession, but an announcement at the 11th hour was enough to secure their entry.
The Abu Dhabi sponsorship deal had finished at the end of the 2011 season, and the Fiesta RSWRC now featured a predominantly Ford blue and white livery.
Jari Latvala remained in the Ford stable and was now joined by 2003 champion Peter Sahlberg, who replaced the Citroën-bound Mikko Hirvonen. The season could have started very well for Ford. Latvala was leading the Monte Carlo rally with raw pace until he crashed out, handing victory to Loeb.
Latvala tried to make up for this error by winning the next round in Sweden, but he and Ford would not win again until the 10th round at Wales Rally GP.
Sahlberg showed reasonable pace at the start of the season, adapting to a new car but in the end would never finish higher than third position.
Tommy Sordo also made an appearance for the Ford team at Rally Argentina, replacing Latvala, who had been injured during training. He showed good pace, but retired on the final leg.
Latvala ended the season in third place, 116 points behind Loeb.
Sahlberg finished in 5th place behind his younger compatriot, Matt Zosberg.
Ford again finished second behind Citroën in the Manufacturers' Championship, another disappointing result for the Blue Oval brand.
At the end of the 2012 season, Ford announced that it would be ending its sponsorship of the Ford World Rally team, thus ending a 17-year link with the M Sports squad.
On Monday, 26 November 2012, M Sport announced that sponsorship had been secured from the state of Qatar and that Matt Zosberg and Nasser Al-Attiyah would be driving for the 2013 season.
On Saturday, 15 December 2012, M Sport also announced that Evgeny Novikov and Thierry Neuville would be joining the Qatar M Sport World Rally team.
Although the team will be rallying with a Ford Fiesta RSWRC and may receive technical support from the Ford Motor Company, they will not be classed as the Ford World Rally team. Ford has competed in rallycross with its Ford Fiesta and Ford Focus.
Tanner Faust won the Global Rallycross Championship in 2011 and 2012 and was runner-up in the FIA European Rallycross Championship in 2011 and 2012.
Tuomas Heikkinen won the Global Rallycross Championship title in 2013 and Joni Women won it in 2014.
Other notable Ford drivers include Marcus Gronholm, Ken Block, and Brian Deegan.
Ford sports cars have been visible in the world of sports car racing since 1964.
Most notably, the Ford GT40 won the 24 Hours of Le Mans 4 times in 1966, 1967, 1968, and 1969. And is the only American car to ever win overall at this prestigious event.
Ford also won 4 titles at the World Sports Car Championship with a GT40.
Swiss team Matec GT Racing, in collaboration with Ford Racing, opened a new chapter with a Ford GT winning the team's title in the 2008 FIA GT3 European Championship.
The Ford GT has been campaigned in various racing venues.
These included
a highly modified GT was raced in 2006 and 2007 in Super GT's GT300 class in Japan, powered by a 3.5-liter Ford Zeta car engine, produced by Cosworth in the mid-1990s for Formula One.
Matec Concepts from Switzerland entered 3 Ford GTs, modified to GT3 class specifications in the FIA GT3 European Championship.
Matec won the team's title in the 2008 championship. Atlanta-based Robertson Racing entered a Dearborn-built Ford GTR in the American Le Mans Series GT class, formerly GT2.
The team made its first 24 hours of Le Mans appearance in 2011, scoring 3rd position overall in the GTEAM class. Black Swan Racing entered a Falcon Tires-sponsored Ford GTR in the GT2 class in the American Le Mans Series during the 2008 season.
And Ford Chip Ganassi Racing formerly ran for factory-supported LM-spec Ford GT LM GTE Pro Race cars.
Two in the FIA World Endurance Championship under the LM GTE Pro class during the 2016, 2017, and 2018-19 seasons, and 2 in the WeatherTech Sports Car Championship in the GT-LM class during the 2016, 2017, 2018, and 2019 seasons.
At the end of the 2019 season, Ganassi announced that it would end their factory race program with Ford after 4 years. The Ford GT GT1 is a racing version of the Ford GT, developed by Matec Concepts to comply with FIA GT1 rules.
The official race debut of the Ford GT1 coincided with the kickoff of the 2009 FIA GT Championship season in Silverstone.
For the 2010 FIA GT1 World Championship season, 4 cars were built and fielded by 2 teams, Matec Competition and Mark VDS Racing Team.
3 cars competed in the 2010 24 Hours of Le Mans race with 2. The number 70 car run by the Mark VDS Racing Team and the number 61 car run by Matec Concepts, retiring early on.
The 3rd car retired later in the race.
For the 2011 FIA GT1 World Championship season, Matec left the series, which left Mark VDS running the 4 cars during the season. 2 under the Mark VDS Racing Team name and the other 2 cars under the name of Belgian Racing.
The Ford GT was also homologated for the FIA GT3 rules by Matec Concepts.
The Ford GT GT3 was involved in numerous championships including the FIA GT3 European Championship, FIA GT1 World Championship, Blankton Endurance Series, and others.
The GT3 version is slower than the GT1 version, rated at around 500 horsepower, 373 kilowatts, instead of 600 horsepower, 447 kilowatts, and features different bodywork. On 12 June 2015, at Le Mans, it was announced that Ford will return to the 24 Hours of Le Mans in 2016 with a factory-supported 4-car effort operating at Ford Chip Ganassi Racing with the LM-spec Ford GT LM GTE Pro.
The Ford Chip Ganassi Racing cars campaigned in both the IMSA WeatherTech Sports Car Championship and the FIA World Endurance Championship.
The car debuted at the 2016 24 Hours of Daytona on January 30 to 31, finishing 7th and 9th in class. On June 19, 2016, the number 68 Ford GT Ford Chip Ganassi Racing finished first at the 24 Hours of Le Mans in the LM GTE Pro class. The victory marked 50 years after Ford won the 24 Hours of Le Mans in 1966, where they came first, second, and third with a GT40.
In the 2016 6 Hours of Fuji and the 6 Hours of Shanghai, both the Ford GT finished 1-2 at both races, the number 67 winning both and the number 66 coming second in both.
In the opening WEC race at Silverstone, the number 67 Ford GT took victory.
2 races later, on June 19, 2017, the number 67 Ford GT Ford Chip Ganassi Racing finished runner-up at the 24 Hours of Le Mans. In the LMGTE Pro class, this time 50 years after the second Le Mans race win in 1967.
The Ford Mustang has arguably been Ford's most successful sports car.
Jerry Titus won the 1965 SCCA Pro B National Championship with a Mustang, and the model went on to earn Ford the SCCA Trans Am Championship title in both 1966 and 1967.
Ford won the Trans Am Championship again in 1970 with Parnelli Jones and George Palmer driving Boss 302 Mustangs for Budmore Engineering.
Ford took the 1985 and 1986 IMSA GTO Championship with Mustangs driven by John Jones and Scott Pruitt before returning to Trans Am glory with a championship in 1989 with Dorsey Schroeder.
Ford dominated Trans Am in the 1990s, with Tommy Kendall winning championships in 1993, 1995, 1996, and 1997, with Paul Gentilozzi adding yet another title in 1999.
In 2005, the Ford Mustang FR500C took the championship in the Rolex Kony Challenge Series in its first year on the circuit.
In 2007, Ford added a victory in the GT4 European Championship.
2008 was the first year of the Mustang Challenge for the Miller Cup, a series that pits a full field of identical factory-built Ford Mustang race cars against each other.
Also, in 2008, Ford won the Manufacturers' Championship in the Kony Challenge Series, and Hypersport drivers Joe Foster and Steve Maxwell won the driver's title in a Mustang GT. Ford and Michelin teamed up to provide custom-engineered tires for the Ford Performance vehicle lineup.
Ford Performance Director Dave Pericek said that confidence extends from our upcoming racing effort at Le Mans in 2016 with the all-new Ford GT to the Ford Performance vehicle lineup, including the Shelby GT350 and F150 Raptor.
And you got Trevor. And you got Trevor. And you got Trevor.
The Mustang made its first public appearance on a racetrack as pace car for the 1964 Indianapolis 500. The same year, Mustangs won first and second in class at the Tour de France International Rally. In 1969, modified versions of the 428 Mach 1, Boss 429 and Boss 302 took 295 United States Auto Club certified records at Bonneville Salt Flats.
The The outing included a 24-hour run on a 10-mile, 16 kilometers course at an average speed of 157 miles per hour, 253 kilometers per hour.
Drivers were Mickey Thompson, Danny Onges, Ray Brock, and Bob Autumn. The car's American competition debut, also in 1964, was in drag racing, where private individuals and dealer-sponsored teams campaigned Mustangs, powered by 427 cubic inches, 7.0 liters, V8s. In late 1964, Ford contracted Holman and Moody to prepare 10 427-powered Mustangs to contest the National Hot Rod Association's NHRA A/Factory Experimental Class in the 1965 drag racing season.
5 of these special Mustangs made their competition debut at the 1965 NHRA Winter Nationals, where they qualified in the factory stock eliminator class.
The car, driven by Bill Lawton, won the class. A decade later, Bob Gooden won the Mustang's first NHRA Pro Stock title. Ricky Smith's Motorcraft Mustang won the International Hot Rod Association Pro Stock World Championship. In 2002, John Force broke his own NHRA drag racing record by winning his 12th national championship in his Ford Mustang Funny car. Force beat that record again in 2006, becoming the first ever 14-time champion driving a Mustang. Early Mustangs also proved successful in road racing.
The GT350R, the race version of the Shelby GT350, won 5 of the Sports Car Club of America's SCCA 6 divisions in 1965.
Drivers were Jerry Titus, Bob Johnson, and Mark Donahue, and Titus won the SCCA Beat Reduction National Championship.
The GT350s won the Beat Reduction title again in 1966 and 1967.
They also won the 1966 Manufacturers' Championship in the inaugural SCCA Trans-Am Series and repeated the win the following year. In 1970, Mustang won the SCCA Series Manufacturers' Championship again, with Parnelli Jones and George Palmer driving for car owner/builder Bud Moore and crew chief Lanky Fauci.
Jones won the unofficial driver's title.
In 1975, Ron Smalldone's Mustang became the first ever American car to win the Showroom Stock National Championship in SCCA road racing. Mustangs competed in the IMSA GTO class, with wins in 1984 and 1985.
In 1985, John Jones won the 1985 GTO Drivers' Championship, Wally Dallenbach Jr. John Jones and Doc Bundy won the GTO class at the Daytona 24 Hours, and Ford won its first Manufacturers' Championship in road racing since 1970.
3 class wins went to Lynn St. James, the first woman to win in the series. 1986 brought 8 more GTO wins and another manufacturer's title.
Scott Pruitt won the Drivers' Championship.
The GT Endurance Championship also went to Ford. In 1987, Saleen Autosport Mustangs, driven by Steve Saleen and Rick Titus, won the SCCA Sport Endurance SSGT Championship and an International Motorsports Association IMSA. Racing a Mustang again won the GTO class in the Daytona 24 Hours.
In 1989, the Mustang won Ford its first Trans-Am Manufacturers' title since 1970, with Dorsey Schroeder winning the Drivers' Championship.
In 1997, Tommy Kendall's Roush prepared Mustang won a record 11 consecutive races in Trans-Am to secure its third straight Drivers' Championship. Mustangs compete in the SCCA World Challenge, with Brandon Davis winning the 2009 GT Drivers' Championship.
Mustangs competed in the now-defunct Random Road Racing Ford Racing Mustang Challenge for the Miller Cup Series.
Ford won championships in the Random Road Racing Continental Tire Sports Car Challenge for the 2005, 2008, and 2009 seasons, with a Mustang FR500C and GT models.
In 2004, Ford Racing retained Multimatic Motorsports to design, engineer, build and race the Mustang FR500C turnkey race car.
In 2005, Scott Maxwell and David Entringham took the driver's title.
In 2010, the next generation Mustang race car was known as the Boss 302R.
It took its maiden victory at Barber Motorsports Park in early 2011 with drivers Scott Maxwell and Joe Foster. In 2012, Jack Roush Jr. and Bully Johnson won the Continental Tire Sports Car Challenge race at the Daytona International Speedway opening race of the 50th anniversary Rolex 24 at Daytona weekend in the Mustang Boss 302R. In 2016, Multimatic Motorsports won the INSA SCC Drivers and Manufacturers titles with the S550 based Shelby GT 350RC, driven by Scott Maxwell and Bully Johnson. On July 27, 2023, Ford announced that the 7th generation Mustang would have its own spec racing series, called Mustang Challenge, sanctioned by the INSA. Dick Trickle won 67 short-track oval feature races in 1972, a U.S. national record for wins in a single season. In 2010, the Ford Mustang became Ford's car of tomorrow for the NASCAR Nationwide Series, with full-time racing of the Mustang beginning in 2011.
Whoa!
This opened a new chapter in both the Mustang's history and Ford's history.
NASCAR insiders expected to see Mustang racing in NASCAR Sprint Cup by 2014, the model's 50th anniversary.
The NASCAR vehicles are not based on production models but are a silhouette racing car with decals that give them a superficial resemblance to road cars.
Carl Edwards won the first ever race with a NASCAR Prep Mustang on April 8, 2011 at the Texas Motor Speedway. Ford Mustangs have also raced in the NASCAR Xfinity Series since 2010. Ford Mustangs are driven in the NASCAR Wheel and Euro Series also. Ford Mustangs have been track raced in the NASCAR Cup Series since 2019, replacing the discontinued Ford Fusion. Mustangs have competed at the Formula Drift and D1 Grand Prix Series, most notably by American driver Von Gittin Jr. Brazilian driver Diego Hida won the Netflix Hyperdrive Series in 2019 in the 2006 Ford Mustang V8. Ford Mustangs compete in the FIA GT3 European Championship and compete in the GT4 European Cup and other sports car races such as the 24 Hours of Spa.
The Mark VDS Racing Team was developing the GT3 spec Mustang since 2010.
The Ford Mustang was announced as a replacement for the Ford Falcon FGX in the 2019 Supercars Championship, which is being contested in Australia and New Zealand.
The Mustang placed first in the first race of the year, with Scott McLaughlin winning for BJR Team Penske.
Ford has campaigned touring cars such as the Mustang, Focus, Falcon, and Contour/Mondial and the Sierra Cosworth in many different series throughout the years.
Notably, Mondial drivers finished 1, 2, and 3 in the 2000 British Touring Car Championship, and Falcon drivers placed 1, 2, and 3 in the 2005 V8 Supercar Championship Series.
In drag racing, John Force racing drivers John Force, Tony Pedrigan, and Robert Hyde have piloted Ford Mustang funny cars to several NHRA titles in recent seasons.
Teammates Tim Wilkerson and Bob Tascafree also drive Mustangs in Funny Car.
Ford has branched out into drifting with the introduction of the new model Mustang.
Most noticeable is the turquoise and blue Falcon Tires Mustang, driven by Von Gittin, Jr. that produces 750 horsepower, 560 kilowatts.
Flexible fuel vehicles are designed to operate smoothly using a wide range of available ethanol fuel mixtures, from pure gasoline to bioethanol gasoline blends such as E85, 85% ethanol and 15% gasoline, or E100 anhydrous ethanol in Brazil.
Part of the challenge of successful marketing alternative and flexible fuel vehicles in the U.S. is the general lack of establishment of sufficient fueling stations, which would be essential for these vehicles to be attractive to a wide range of consumers.
Significant efforts to ramp up production and distribution of E85 fuels are underway and expanding. In 2004, Ford and Toyota agreed a patent-sharing accord that granted Ford access to certain hybrid technology patented by Toyota. In exchange, Ford licensed some of its own patents to Toyota.
In 2004, Ford introduced the Escape Hybrid.
With this vehicle, Ford was third to the automotive market with a hybrid electric vehicle and the first hybrid electric SUV to market.
This was also the first hybrid electric vehicle with a flexible fuel capability to run on E85.
The Escape's platform-mate Mercury Mariner was also available with a hybrid electric system in the 2006 model year, a full year ahead of schedule.
The similar Mazda Tribute will also receive a hybrid electric powertrain option, along with many other vehicles in the Ford vehicle line.
In 2005, Ford announced a goal to make 250,000 hybrids a year by 2010, but by mid-2006, announced that it would not meet that goal due to excessively high costs and the lack of sufficient supplies of the hybrid electric batteries and drivetrain system components.
Instead, Ford has committed to accelerating development of next-generation hybrid electric power plants in Britain, in collaboration with Volvo.
This engineering study is expected to yield more than 100 new hybrid electric vehicle models and derivatives. In September 2007, Ford announced a partnership with Southern California Edison, SCE, to examine how plug-in hybrids will work with the electrical grid.
Under the multi-million-dollar, multi-year project, Ford will convert a demonstration fleet of Ford Escape hybrids into plug-in hybrids, and SCE will evaluate how the vehicles might interact with a home and the utility's electrical grid.
Some of the vehicles will be evaluated in typical customer settings, according to Ford. On June 12, 2008, USDOE expanded its own fleet of alternative fuel and advanced technology vehicles with the addition of a Ford Escape plug-in hybrid flex fuel vehicle.
The vehicle is equipped with a 10-kilowatt, 13-horsepower lithium-ion battery supplied by Johnson Control Shaft that stores enough electric energy to drive up to 30 miles. 48 kilometers at speeds of up to 40 miles per hour, 64 kilometers per hour.
In March 2009, Ford launched hybrid versions of the Ford Fusion Hybrid and the Mercury Milan Hybrid in the United States, both as 2010 models. As of November 2014, Ford has produced for retail sales the following hybrid electric vehicles: Ford Escape Hybrid, 2004 to 2012, Mercury Mariner Hybrid, 2005 to 2010. Mercury Milan Hybrid 2009 to 2010. Ford Fusion Hybrid 2009 to present. Lincoln MKZ Hybrid 2010 to present. Ford C-Max Hybrid 2012 to present. And Ford Mondeo Hybrid 2014 to present.
By June 2012, Ford had sold 200,000 full hybrids in the US since 2004, and as of September 2014, the car maker has sold over 344,000 hybrids in the United States.
The top-selling hybrids in the U.S. market are the Fusion Hybrid with 127,572 units, followed by Escape Hybrid with 117,997 units, and the C-Max Hybrid with 54,236.
As of November 2014, Ford is the world's second largest manufacturer of hybrids after Toyota Motor Corporation, with 400,000 hybrid electric vehicles produced since their introduction in 2004.
As of April 2024, Ford currently produces the following plug-in electric vehicles: the Ford Escape/Kuga PHEV, Ford Ranger PHEV, Ford Mustang Mach-E, Ford F-150 Lightning, Ford Explorer EV, Europe, Ford E-Transit/Tourneo Courier, Ford E-Transit Custom, and the Ford E-Transit. Bill Ford was one of the first top industry executives to make regular use of a battery electric vehicle, a Ford Ranger EV, while the company contracted with the United States Postal Service to deliver electric postal vans based on the Ranger EV platform.
Ford discontinued a line of electric Ranger pickup trucks and ordered them destroyed, though it reversed in January 2005 after environmentalist protest.
The all-electric pickup truck leased 205 units to individuals and 1,500 units to fleets in the U.S. from 1998 to 2002. From 2009 to 2011, Ford offered the Ford Think car.
Ford ended production and ordered all the cars repossessed and destroyed, even as many of the people leasing them begged to be able to buy the cars from Ford.
After an outcry from the season activists in the US and Norway, Ford returned the cars to Norway for sale.
440 units were leased in the US from 1999 until 2003.
In 2017, Ford CEO Mark Fields announced that the company would invest $4.5 billion in further development of plug-in electric vehicles by 2020. The 2010 to 2012 Azure Transit Connect Electric is an all-electric van that was developed as a collaboration between Azure Dynamics and Ford Motor Company, but Azure was the official manufacturer of record. The 2011 to 2018 Ford Focus Electric is based on the third-generation Focus internal combustion vehicle, converted to an all-electric propulsion system as a production electric car by Magna International. And retail sales began in the U.S. in December 2011. The 2012 to 2017 Ford C-Max Energy is a plug-in hybrid released in the U.S. in October 2012.
It is followed by the Ford Fusion Energy that was produced in 2013 to 2020.
Both Energy models share the same powertrain technology. In October 2017, Ford announced its Team Edison battery electric vehicle group to lead the company's renewed efforts into the EV market, which had plans for a small 300-mile range SUV by 2020.
The new team will be headquartered in Detroit and have offices in Europe and Asia.
On November 17, 2019, the Mustang Mach-E was introduced, which later went on sale December 2020 as a 2021 model.
The Mustang Mach-E is assembled at Cuautitlán Assembly in Cuautitlán Izcalli, Mexico.
According to former Ford CEO Jim Hackett, assembling the vehicle in Mexico allowed Ford to make a profit from the first vehicle, unlike other electric vehicles.
In June 2022, the CFO of Ford announced that the Mustang Mach-E was no longer profitable due to increases in the cost of raw materials.
On May 19, 2021, Ford revealed a new electric pickup truck, the F-150 Lightning.
The first F-150 Lightning was manufactured on April 18, 2022, with first delivery in the U.S. on May 26.
Ford adjusted its 2024 production plans for the F-150 Lightning, cutting them in half from an anticipated 3,200 weekly units to around 1,600 weekly units due to sales below expectations.
In 2022, Ford began manufacturing its E-Transit electric cargo vans at its plant in Kansas City, Missouri.
As a result of 2019 Ford-VW Global Alliance Cooperation Agreement, Ford began developing electric vehicles for the European market using the Volkswagen Group MEV platform along with batteries supplied by Volkswagen.
The first Ford product, based on the MEV, is the Ford Explorer EV, which was introduced in March 2023.
It is produced in the Cologne plant in Germany, which previously manufactured the Fiesta small car.
In August 2023, Ford delayed the Explorer EV deliveries to 2024 due to new battery regulations.
In March 2022, Ford increased its focus in battery electric vehicles by establishing Ford Model E, a division for Ford's electric vehicle business.
Ford Model E is expected to be profitable by 2026, and the company said the division should be seen as a startup.
In June 2022, Ford announced its intention to restructure its dealership model, including building an e-commerce platform where customers can buy electric vehicles at non-negotiable prices in an effort to match Tesla's profit margins.
Ford also stated in June 2022 that it planned to spend $3.7 billion to hire 6,200 union workers to staff several assembly plants in Michigan, Ohio, and Missouri in a bid to sell 2 million electric vehicles annually by 2026.
In May 2023, Ford announced its plans to integrate the North American Charging System (NACS) system into their electric vehicles, following Tesla's decision to open and rename its proprietary charging standard to NACS.
Newly built Ford electric vehicles after 2024 will have native NACS charging ports on the vehicle.
Existing Ford electric models will be able to connect to the NACS system and its chargers by use of an adapter.
Both will thus have access to the extensive NACS charging network, with more than 12,000 chargers in North America.
In August 2025, Ford announced that it was investing almost $5 billion to produce lower-cost EV products.
$2 billion will be directed towards its Louisville factory to develop lower-cost electric vehicle components as well as a new assembly tree manufacturing process.
Rather than one long conveyor, 3 sub-assembly lines will operate simultaneously and then converge together.
The first vehicle from the Louisville factory is set to launch in 2027 and will be a medium 4-door pickup truck at a starting price of $30,000.
The Louisville location will also stop production of the Ford Escape and Lincoln Corsair by 2026.
Meanwhile, $3 billion is intended to build a new battery plant in Michigan.
The announcement followed Ford's electric vehicle division losing $12 billion over the last 2.5 years, including $2.2 billion in the first half of 2025. Ford also continues to study fuel cell-powered electric powertrains and has demonstrated hydrogen-fueled internal combustion engine technologies, as well as developing the next-generation hybrid electric systems.
Compared with conventional vehicles, hybrid vehicles and fuel cell vehicles decrease air pollution emissions as well as sound levels, with favorable impacts upon respiratory health and decrease of noise health effects.
Ford has launched the production of hydrogen-powered shuttle buses using hydrogen instead of gasoline in a standard internal combustion engine for use at airports and convention centers.
At the 2006 Greater Los Angeles Auto Show, Ford showcased a hydrogen fuel cell version of its Explorer SUV.
The fuel cell Explorer has a combined output of 174 horsepower, 130 kilowatts.
It has a large hydrogen storage tank, which is situated in the center of the car, taking the original place of the conventional model's automatic transmission.
The centered position of the tank assists the vehicle reach a notable range of 350 miles, 563 kilometers, the farthest for a fuel cell vehicle so far.
The Fuel Cell Explorer, the first in a series of prototypes partly funded by the United States Department of Energy to expand efforts to determine the feasibility of hydrogen-powered vehicles.
The Fuel Cell Explorer is one of several vehicles with green technology being featured at the LA show, including the 2008 Ford Escape Hybrid. Easy EV emissions-compliant Fusion and Focus models in the 2008 Ford F-Series Super Duty, outfitted with Ford's clean diesel technology. In July 2008, Ford Motor Company announced that it would accelerate its plans to produce more fuel-efficient cars, changing both its North American manufacturing plans and its lineup of vehicles available in the United States.
In terms of North American manufacturing, the company planned to convert the existing pickup truck and sport utility vehicle SUV plants for small car production, with a first conversion at its Michigan truck plant.
In addition, Ford's assembly plants near Mexico City, Mexico, and in Louisville, Kentucky were to be converted from pickups and SUVs to small cars, including the Ford Fiesta, by 2011.
Whoa!
Ford then also planned to introduce to North America 6 of its European small vehicles, including 2 versions of the Ford Fiesta, by the end of 2012.
Ford of Europe developed the economic program to address the market and legislative need for higher fuel efficiency and lower carbon dioxide emissions.
As opposed to the hybrid engine technology used in competitor products such as the Toyota Prius, Econetic improves existing technology.
Using lower consuming Duradic TDCI diesel engines, and based on a combination of improved aerodynamics, lower resistance, and improved efficiency. The Ford Fiesta was the lowest emitting mass-produced car in Europe, while the 2012 Ford Focus Econetic will have better fuel consumption than the Prius or the Volkswagen Golf Blue Motion.
Econetic is not presently planned to be sold in North America due to current, perceived lower consumer demand.
Ford has challenged university teams to create a vehicle that is simple, durable, lightweight, and comes equipped with a base target price of only $7,000.
The students from Oxford University created the 2015 Ford Model T.
In 2000, under the leadership of the current Ford chairman, William Clay Ford, the company announced a planned 25% improvement in the average mileage of its SUVs, to be completed by the 2005 calendar year.
In 2003, Ford announced that competitive market conditions and technological and cost challenges would prevent the company from achieving this goal.
For the 2007 model year, Ford had 13 new S models that achieved 30 miles per gallon or better based on the highway fuel economy estimates of the EPA. And several of Ford's vehicles were recognized in the EPA and Department of Energy Fuel Economy Guide for best-in-class fuel economy.
Ford claimed to have eliminated nearly 3 million pounds of smog-forming emissions from their U.S. cars and light trucks over the 2004 to 2006 model years.
However, the United States Environmental Protection Agency has linked Ford to 54 Superfund toxic waste sites, 12 of which have been cleaned up and deleted from the list. As part of a renovation of the Ford River Rouge complex, in 2010 Ford unveiled a 10.4-acre, 42,000 square meters living roof covering part of the Dearborn truck plant, consisting of 7 low-growing ground cover.
The sedum retains and cleanses rainwater and moderates the internal temperature of the building, saving energy.
In 2016, Ford announced a 10-year renovation plan for its Dearborn campus.
The plan features consolidation of office and lab spaces into fewer and much larger buildings, which will be built to LEED standards, and will feature extensive use of wetlands and park spaces.
The new campus features new multi-story parking decks with solar power generating roofs and a new natural gas power plant.
The DTE Ford Central Energy Plant is a 34 megawatts combined heat and power plant which features a high-efficiency design and LED gold buildings.
Ford sponsors numerous events and sports facilities around the U.S., most notably the Ford Center in downtown Evansville, Indiana, and Ford Field in downtown Detroit. The company has also been a major sponsor of the UEFA Champions League for over 2 decades, and is also a longtime sponsor of the Sky Media Channel's coverage of Premier League football. Between 1994 and 1999, Ford was the main kit sponsor of German Bundesliga club 1 FC Köln. That's it for this episode today. Thank you for watching. Be sure to smash a like, subscribe to our channel, and turn on post notifications so you don't miss any new videos, and we'll catch you in the next episode. See you.